1. Basics of security. 1. Components of national security. 1. Hybrid warfare. 6.2. Linkages between development and spread of extremism. 8. Introduction. 8. Extremism. 8. Left-wing extremism, Naxalism. 9. Issues in handling left-wing extremism, Naxalism. 11.3. Insurgency in Northeast India. 15. Historical background of the Northeast. 15. Provisions concerning Northeast India. 15. Factors responsible for insurgency in North, East. 6 major initiatives taken for Northeast. 22. Security cooperation with neighboring countries. 22. Drug trafficking in Northeast India. 23. Rohingya issue in Northeast. 23. Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSPA, 1958. 25. 4. Militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. 27. Kashmir, a historical background. 27. Factors responsible for militancy in J&K. 27. Impact of Jammu and Kashmir militancy. 28. Strategies of security forces to counter militancy in the state of J&K. 28. Various initiatives by the government. 28. 5. Terrorism. 30. Variants of terrorism, second arc. 30. Causes of terrorism. 30. Terror financing. 31. Impacts of terrorism. 31. Challenges in dealing with terrorism. 32. Steps taken by India to deal with terrorism. 32. The way forward, second arc. Recommendations on countering terrorism. 35. Overground workers. 35. Hybrid terrorist. 36. Radicalization. 36. Deradicalization and counter-radicalization. 37. Lone wolf attacks. 37. Bioterrorism. 38. Cyberterrorism. 39. 6. Role of external state and non-state actors. 40. State actors influencing the national security of India. 40. Non-state actors influencing the internal security of India. 42. Piracy in Indian Ocean region, IR. 43. 7. Role of media and social networking sites. 46. Social media versus social networking. 46. Role of social media in national security. 46. Regulation of social media. 47. New IT rules related to social media. 49. New IT rules related to digital media and OTT platforms. 49. Social media and democracy. 49. Deepfakes. 51. Mob violence, communal violence, and social media. 52. 8. Cybersecurity. 54. Types of cyber threats. 54. Methods of cybercrime attacks. 54. Components of cybersecurity. 55. Need and importance of cybersecurity. 56. Cybercrimes. 56. Cyber warfare, fifth domain of warfare. 56. Cyberterrorism. 57. Threat from hostile countries. 57. Vulnerabilities of India to cyber threats. 58. Key reasons behind the vulnerabilities. 58. Cyber attacks in India. 58. Critical infrastructure system. 59. Cybersecurity framework in India. 60. Challenges to cybersecurity in India. 62. Digital Personal Data Protection, DPP, Act, 2023. 63. National Intelligence Grid, NATGRID. 64. National Cybersecurity Strategy 2020. 64. Facial recognition technology. 65. 9. Money laundering, its prevention, and black money. 67. Stages or process of money laundering. 67. Various techniques used for money laundering. 68. Implications and consequences of money laundering. 68. Challenges to tackle money laundering. 68. Linkages between terrorism and money laundering. 69. Framework for prevention of money laundering. 69. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, 2002. 70. FTF recommendations on money laundering. 72. Cryptocurrency under PMLA. 72. Black money. 73. Smuggling in India Report 2021-22. 76. Counterfeit currency notes. 76. 10. Security challenges and their management. 78. Border management. 78. Issues affecting the management of Indian borders. 78. India-Pakistan border. 78. India-China border. 81. India-Bangladesh border. 82. India-Nepal border. 83. India-Bhutan border. 84. India-Myanmar border. 85. Coastal borders of India. 87. Role of community and border management. 88. Observations of Kargil Review Committee, K. Subramanyam, 1999. 89. Shikakar Committee, 2015. 89. Goy Interventions in Border Management. 90. Strategic Significance of Andaman and Nicobar Island. 91. Role of Technology in Border Management. 92. Border Infrastructure. 93. 11. Linkages between organized crime and terrorism. 95. Organized crime. 95. Characteristics of organized crime. 95. Types of organized crime. 96. Factors responsible for exacerbating organized crime. 96. Issues and challenges in combating organized crime. 97. Understanding linkages of organized crime with terrorism. 97. National Policy on Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances 2014. 99. Second ARC Recommendations on Combating Terrorism. 9912. Various security forces and agencies and their mandate. 100 Integrated Theater Command ITC. 101 Women Role in Combat. 102 Chief of Defense Staff. 103 Security Forces dealing with internal threats. 103 Contribution of paramilitary forces. 104 Police reforms and modernization. 106 Various committees established for police reforms. 107 Indigenization and modernization of defense sector. 110 Defense modernization. ILL new defense initiatives. 113 1 Basics of security. The first requirement in the country was external and internal security. You cannot have any plan unless there is security. Sardar Vallabhai Patel. National security, according to ORF, national security is an all-encompassing term that includes the protection of a nation, territory, resources, assets, institutions, ideologies, and interests, and its citizens from a range of multidimensional threats and coercion. Internal security. Internal security is simply an act of preserving and maintaining the unity and integrity of the state, maintaining law and order, and thus upholding the sovereignty of the country within a country's borders from disruptive and anti-national forces. Threats such as separatist or secessionist tendency, e.g., Naxalism, Dravida Nadu, etc., communal activities and violence due to it, e.g., Khalistan movement. External security. External security is an act of protecting a country against any external threat from a foreign country like terrorism, war, cybercriminals, etc. Relation between internal and external security. It is challenging to distinguish between internal and external security risks since their components are so intertwined. OE.G. Support to terrorism or disinformation campaigns by foreign powers can destabilize a nation's internal security. Terrorism and JNK. Aspects internal security, external security. Location of threats. Within national boundaries, civil unrest, terrorism, organized crime, communal tensions. Outside national borders, military aggression, border disputes, and hostile actions by foreign entities. Nature of threats, challenges to sovereignty, stability, and state functioning from within. Risks from foreign powers undermining sovereignty, territorial integrity, or strategic interests. Responsibility, domestic agencies, police. Intelligence services, e.g., Intelligence Bureau, paramilitary forces, e.g. Central Reserve Police Force. Armed Forces, Indian Army, Navy, Air Force. Oversight, Ministry of Home Affairs, Policy. Formulation, Law Enforcement Coordination, Internal Stability, etc. Ministry of Defense, Defense Policy, Military Preparedness and Capability Development, Intelligence and Surveillance, etc. Collaboration between internal security forces and external forces and intelligence agencies, insofar as external security protects against foreign aggression. Internal security is distinct from external security. The country's armed forces are completely in charge of maintaining external security, while the police, who may need assistance from the Central Armed Police Forces, CPF, oversee maintaining internal security. Components of national security. National security encompasses a wide range of elements that ensure the safety and well-being of a nation. These elements go beyond just military defense and can be broadly categorized into military and non-military elements. Military elements. Armed forces. This includes the Army, Navy, Air Force, and any Marines or Coast Guard. Their role is to deter aggression and defend the country's borders in case of military attack. Example, the Indian Army patrolling the Himalayas. Intelligence gathering. They gather information about potential threats from foreign powers or terrorist groups. Example, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in the United States. Defense industry. A strong domestic defense industry is essential for producing and maintaining military equipment and weaponry. Example, Russia's large state-owned defense industry. Non-military elements. Diplomacy. Maintaining positive relations with other countries is essential for preventing conflict and fostering cooperation on issues of mutual interest. Economy. A strong and healthy economy is a key element of national security. A robust economy provides the resources needed to fund military spending, social programs, and other national security priorities. Critical infrastructure. This includes things like power grids, transportation systems, and communication networks. Protecting critical infrastructure from attack is essential for ensuring the smooth functioning of society. Cybersecurity. The increasing reliance on computer systems makes cybersecurity a critical element of national security. Nations need to be able to protect their critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. Public health. A healthy population is essential for a nation's security. Pandemics and other public health emergencies can have a devastating impact on a nation's economy and social stability. Example, COVID-19 pandemic. Education. An educated population is better equipped to understand and address national security challenges. Social cohesion. A strong sense of national unity and identity is essential for national security. Social divisions can make a nation more vulnerable to internal and external threats. Example, social divisions fuel riots and separatism. Energy security. Having reliable access to energy resources reduces vulnerability to manipulation by energy-producing countries. Example, diversifying energy sources to avoid dependence on a single supplier. O. Environmental security. Climate change and environmental degradation can lead to instability and conflict. Example, international cooperation on environmental issues like climate change. Factors responsible for internal security problems in the country. Social. O. Communal divide. Social fragmentation that occurs along religious, ethnic, or cultural lines by communal forces can lead to communal violence and riots. O. Increase in caste awareness and tension among castes. Tension among various castes on issues like reservation, unequal status in society, etc. can lead to law and order issues. O. Poor human capital. Lack of education and skill has created a huge pool of unemployed population which caused a demographic disaster. O. Social media. In the age of information asymmetry, fake news through social media is playing a great role in destroying the social fabric. Economic. O. Unemployment. It affects our demographic dividend, which led to the use of unemployed youth for anti-national activities such as riots and stone pelting on armed forces. O. Regional disparity. It refers to the concentration of growth and development that only in certain areas creates a sense of insecurity among undeveloped states, which can create tension among them. O. Income inequality. Widening the gap between rich and poor and corresponding shrinking resources for the poor to live life with dignity can create tension in society. O. Poverty. There is a high probability that the poor get attracted to criminal activities like smuggling, extortion, and political and communal riots. Political. O. Interstate dispute. Interstate disputes over boundaries and natural resources like water can harm the unity and the federal structure of the nation as it leads to violent protests. O. Separatist tendency. Some groups with separatist tendencies always try to destabilize national security, like in the Northeast, like the United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, and Jammu and Kashmir. O. Vote bank politics. Political use of ethnic, religious, and sectorial identity for vote bank and inculcation of insecurity and separatism is a major contributor to the problem of internal security. O. Administrative and governance failure. Administrative and governance failure in resolving long-pending issues like poverty, Naxalism, unemployment, and interstate dispute. O. Poor criminal justice system. Delays in criminal justice and poor level of investigation by agencies motivate criminals to join organized crime without any fear. O. Criminalization of politics. 4,984 criminal charges involving legislators were ongoing in various courts around the nation as of December 1, 2021, according to data provided by the Amicus Curiae. O. Poor law enforcement. It has led to the image of India as a soft state. O. Corruption. Widespread corruption among police departments, the judiciary, and other agencies that have the responsibility of maintaining law and order increase threats to internal security. Ideological. O. Religious fundamentalism. The ideology of pan-Islamic caliphate and jihad had further advanced to decentralized radicalization in the form of the lone wolf attack, e.g., the Christchurch attack, and other attacks in European countries. O. Maoism. Its origin in India can be traced to the splitting up of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, in 1967, which ultimately led to the formation of the Communist Party of India, Maoist, in September 21, 2004, through the merger of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War Group, and the Maoist Communist Center of India, MCCI. External. O. Unfriendly neighbor. India's neighbor, like Pakistan, always tries to destabilize India internally with the help of terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, which pose a major challenge for internal as well as external security. O. Porous border. The difficult-to-patrol borders between Myanmar and Pakistan, with their mountainous landscapes and lack of strong enforcement, facilitate smuggling of weapons and drugs, creating internal instability. Additionally, the porous border with Bangladesh allows for illegal immigration. O. Interference through NGOs. NGOs like Amnesty International, which tries to halt developmental work in the guise of environmental protection. O. Proxy war. Increased resort to fourth-generation warfare like information warfare, war on a third country, etc. Environmental. O. Climate change. It has led to the rise of immigration and increased pressure on limited resources, which has posed a serious threat to individual security. According to the Economic Survey 2018, climate change could result in a 20 to 25% short-term decline in farm revenue. Disaster risk. The effect of climate change in the form of sea level rise, heat waves, landslides, etc. has increased the security threats. Insurgency, militancy, and extremism. Extremists hold radical views and may spread them peacefully, but their ideology can fuel violence. Extremism, militancy. Militants use violence to further their cause, often belonging to extremist groups. Insurgencies are organized armed struggles against authority, sometimes fueled by extremist ideology and employing militants. Term definition, key points, examples. Insurgency, an organized armed struggle by a portion of the population against the established government or authority. Political in nature, seeks significant change or autonomy. Often involves external support. May include militants, extremists, and nonviolent supporters. Maoist insurgency in India, Kurdish insurgency in Iraq. Militancy, a disposition or readiness to engage in aggressive or combative behavior, often involving violence. Can manifest in various contexts: political, social, religious. Uses violence to advance agendas, challenge authority, or defend perceived injustices. Not limited to insurgencies. Militant environmental activists, extremist religious groups using violence. Measures to strengthen the internal security. Extremism holding extreme or radical views, particularly in politics, religion, or ideology. Uncompromising positions, willing to use any means necessary, including violence. Advocates for drastic societal or political change. May reject mainstream norms or values. White supremacist groups, religious extremists advocating for theocracy. Social, stringent law against communal and hate speech or propaganda, need to curb the use of the diverse nature of the country for spreading hatred. Example, Section 153A of the IPC prohibits creating disharmony or feelings of enmity, hatred, or ill will between different groups of people. Other provisions, Section 123, 3A of RPA, 1951, Section 69A of IT Act, 2000. Regulation of social media, newly framed information technology, guidelines for intermediaries and digital media ethics code, rules. 2021 is a step in the right direction through the classification of significant social media intermediaries. Economic, targeted approach for poverty reduction. Poverty and unemployment are major issues due to which youth get attracted toward terrorists and Naxalites. Comprehensive policy to curb black money. Despite all the efforts like the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act, 2018, the Benami Transactions Prohibition Amendment Act, 2016, and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, 2002 issue of black money which can be used for antisocial activities persist. Administrative, police reform. Directions of the Supreme Court in the Prakash Singh case, 2006, are useful in this regard. Smart, strict and sensitive, modern and mobile, alert and accountable, reliable and responsive. Techno-savvy and trained, policing is the way forward. Reforming the criminal justice system. Old and obsolete criminal justice system causing a delay in justice and improper coordination between investigation agencies and judiciary. Example, Section 66A of the IT Act 2000, punishment for sending offensive messages through communication service, etc., was struck down by the Supreme Court. A comprehensive strategy to combat Naxalism. Still, prevalence of Naxalism shows a more comprehensive and inclusive strategy is needed to combat it. Example, Operation Green Hunt started in 2009, under which massive deployment of security forces was done in the Naxal-affected areas, and Aspirational Districts program, which was launched in 2018, aims to rapidly transform the districts that have shown relatively lesser progress in key social areas. National Counterterrorism Center. There is a need for a federal agency like the National Counterterrorism Center for fighting against issues like terrorism. NCDC on the lines of the one in the United States in the British Joint Terrorism Analysis Center for coordinated counterterror operations. Military. Reform in CPF. The report's Central Armed Police Forces and Internal Security Challenges, Evaluation and Response Mechanism submitted by the Committee on Estimates in Parliament can act as a guide for it. Border management. It incorporates the use of smart fencing, infrastructure development with the help of border road organization, the use of microwave and digital communication. Use of optical fibers will improve border security, which has a large impact on internal security. Government initiative and policy measures, Unlawful Activities Prevention Amendment Act, 2019. It enables the National Investigation Agency's NIA Director General to approve the seizure or attachment of property while the case is under investigation by the NIA. Modernization of Police. The Government of India is implementing the Assistance to States for Modernization of Police (ASIMP) scheme based on the recommendation of Justice J.S. Varma Committee for Amendments to the Criminal Law. Samadhan Initiative. It is an initiative based on a holistic and long-term strategy to fight against left-wing extremism. National Policy and Action Plan on Left-Wing Extremism 2015. It is the holistic plan developed by the government that incorporates LW-affected areas development, security, rights, and entitlements of local communities. Infrastructure development. Through various government schemes like PM Gadishakti with the aim of coordinated planning and execution of infrastructure projects to bring down logistics costs. PM Devine for holistic development of the Northeast region. SAMADHAN. Smart policing and leadership. Aggressive strategy. Motivation and training. Actionable intelligence. Dashboard for development and key performance indicators. Harnessing technology for J. Development and security. Action plan for each theater K. No access to financing. Aspirational District Program, NIDI AIOG. The government is also focusing on LW-affected and underdeveloped areas in this scheme, which aims for the holistic development of districts across all sectors. The Aspirational Blocks Program, ABP, has been launched in the Union Budget 2022-23. Civic Action Program. Under this grant is given to undertake development in terrorism and Naxal-affected areas, to bridge the gap between the local population and security forces. O for e.g., the project, Winning Heart and Mind, by CRPF and BSEF are building various schools, electricity facilities, etc. O recently when para teachers were on strike in Jharkhand, CRPF 26 billion took the initiative to start teaching in schools as an example of winning hearts. NACRD. It is an integrated database of various core security agencies to get easy access to criminal data and crime patterns to all agencies for effective counterterrorism. Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and System, CCDNS for ease and investigation and data sharing. It is an initiative under e-governance for creating a nationwide network of police stations. International initiatives, Interpol. India is one of the 13 members of Interpol's Executive Committee, which decided to start a special inquiry into money laundering in Asia. The investigation also included a thorough review of commercial and trade activity that might be directly tied to money laundering. Vienna Convention on Money Laundering. Money laundering has been addressed in the UN Vienna 1988 Convention. By requiring the member states to make money laundering from drug trafficking illegal, this agreement set the stage for measures to combat money laundering. It encourages global collaboration in forensics and makes interstate extradition applicable to money laundering. Financial Action Task Force, FTF. The Financial Action Task Force, FTF, is the global money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog. It has created several recommendations that are acknowledged as the global norm for countering money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the spread of WMDs. Counterterrorism Committee, CTC. The CTC was founded by Security Council Resolution 1373/2001, which was unanimously adopted on September 28, 2001, in the wake of the September 11 terrorist attacks in the United States. The UNSC supports the CTC. UN Resolution 1624/2005 to prohibit it by law, prevent acts of terrorism, and deny haven to anyone concerning whom there is credible and relevant information giving serious reasons for considering that they have been guilty of such conduct. Principles of India's Security Policy. Nuclear Doctrine of India. India's nuclear doctrine is officially called the Minimum Credible Deterrence Policy. It outlines the conditions under which India would be willing to use nuclear weapons. No first use. It stated that India will use nuclear weapons only as retaliation against a nuclear attack on Indian territory or on Indian forces anywhere. Credible minimum deterrence. India aims to maintain a sufficient arsenal of nuclear weapons to inflict unacceptable damage on an attacker in retaliation for a nuclear strike. Chemical or biological attack. India reserves the option for a nuclear counterstrike in case of a large-scale chemical or biological weapons attack. Civilian control. Power lies with the political leadership to determine how to employ nuclear deterrence. For this, India has created the Nuclear Command Authority, which consists of a political and executive council. Non-use against the non-nuclear state. India is committed that it will not use nuclear weapons against any non-nuclear state. Disarmament goal. Despite possessing nuclear weapons, India advocates for a world free of nuclear weapons through global, verifiable, and non-discriminatory disarmament. Non-proliferation. India observes continuous and strict control over the export of nuclear and missile-related materials. No First Use Policy, NFU. The No First Use Policy of India always remains in the news due to the nuclear blackmailing by Pakistan and Chinese aggressiveness. No First Use, NFU, refers to a pledge or a policy by a nuclear power not to use nuclear weapons as a means of warfare unless first attacked by an adversary using nuclear weapons. The nuclear program of India was initiated in the late 1940s under the guidance of Homi J. Bhabha. Advantages. Reduced infrastructure costs. No need for heavy infrastructure associated with first-use policies, reducing expenses and risks. Blame avoidance. India can defend itself without being blamed for escalating conflict. No false alarm risks. NFU policy eliminates the risk of nuclear retaliation due to false alarms. Enhanced international image. Adherence to NFU strengthens India's position for UNSC and NSG membership. Responsible nuclear power. NFU policy showcases India as a responsible nuclear state, aiding in international agreements. Disadvantages. Ambiguity removal. NFU policy removes ambiguity, potentially undermining conflict prevention. Continued aggression. Persistent aggression from adversaries may challenge India's NFU stance. Survivability after first attack. Even with second strike capability, nuclear war has devastating consequences. Pakistan's first-use policy. Pakistan's policy limits India's military options. Inefficiency of deterrence. NFU policy may not effectively deter conventional military attacks. Chinese expansionism. Critics argue NFU policy fails to deter China and prevent assistance to Pakistan's nuclear program. Scholars' view. According to Harsh V. Pant, India's rigid rhetorical adherence to its no first-use principle has been encountering difficulties on a number of levels. There is widespread agreement in the Western non-proliferation sector that New Delhi has already almost abandoned the strategy in reality. In reality, according to experts, if India and Pakistan started fighting, India would be prepared to use its nuclear arsenal to launch its first-ever attacks. There is a military conflict between China and India in the western Himalayas, where the Chinese army has cut off large portions of Indian land. Given the difference in conventional military strength between Beijing and New Delhi, India would demonstrate strength and resolution by openly announcing its first-use strategy. Hybrid warfare. A hybrid warfare combines multiple conventional and unconventional tools of warfare. It uses different methods of warfare against the enemy other than conventional methods. Different methods include economic warfare, cyber attack, lone wolf attack, support of local unrest, diplomacy, etc. For example, cyber attack launched by Russia and China, Chinese debt trap diplomacy against countries participating in the Belt and Road Initiative. Dimensions of hybrid warfare. Multiple attack vectors. Hybrid warfare enables internal damage through various means like economic restrictions and support to non-state actors, as seen in Hezbollah's actions against Israel. Difficulty in tracing. Cyber and lone wolf attacks are challenging to track before occurrence, enhancing the element of surprise. Challenges in retaliation. Ambiguity and creativity in hybrid tactics make it hard to respond effectively post-attack. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. Hybrid tactics target societal weaknesses, as seen in Cyberberkut's exploitation of cyber vulnerabilities in Ukrainian elections. Democracy under threat. Non-state actors can manipulate power centers through coups and support to rebellions, destabilizing democratically elected governments like in Afghanistan. Flexibility and strategy. Hybrid warfare allows for flexibility in tactics, shifting from cyber warfare to supporting local unrest or engaging on multiple fronts, exemplified by China's approach in Doklam. Long-term destabilization. With fewer casualties and lower costs, hybrid warfare can be sustained as a long-term strategy to destabilize enemy nations. Psychological warfare. Utilizing platforms like social media, hybrid warfare employs psychological tactics to ideologically influence local populations against their own governments, echoing strategies from Sun Tzu's teachings. Way forward, wholesome approach, joint efforts by ministries, public agencies, and NGOs to build local confidence and counter false propaganda. Civilian-sensitive force, establishing a civilian force with diverse backgrounds like engineering, medicine, and diplomacy, akin to the UN peacekeeping force. Sector-specific vulnerability checks, regular assessment of vulnerabilities in sectors like IT infrastructure and social dynamics, particularly in regions like Jammu and Kashmir. Armed forces training, training armed forces and police in specialized battle techniques, technology utilization, and local issue sensitization. Infrastructure development, building cyber infrastructure and dedicated forces to combat AI warfare. Strengthening democracy, promoting democratic ideals like equality, freedom, and fair elections to counter hybrid warfare tactics. Managing armed conflicts and developing internal security policies is complex. It involves military capacity, intelligence services, economic development, and governance frameworks. Additionally, there's a psychological dimension, reflecting citizen support for national objectives. Conclusion. Internal security is a critical aspect of national security, encompassing a wide range of issues from terrorism and insurgency to cyber threats and organized crime. Understanding these threats requires a nuanced appreciation of their origins, motivations, and impacts on society. Effective internal security management is essential for maintaining public order, safeguarding citizens' rights, and ensuring the stability and integrity of the nation. It involves a coordinated approach among various government agencies, including law enforcement, intelligence services, and the judiciary, as well as the active participation of civil society. Keywords: multi, attack vectors, difficulty in tracing, challenges retaliation, exploitation of vulnerabilities, democracy under threat, flexibility and strategy, long-term destabilization. Psychological warfare two linkages between development and spread of extremism today and every day. Let us work together to build more peaceful, inclusive, and stable societies in which terror and violent extremism have no home. Antonio Guterres. Introduction. The relationship between development and the spread of extremism is complex and multifaceted. While development can contribute to reducing extremism, certain conditions and factors can also fuel its growth. Understanding these linkages is crucial for effective counter-extremism strategies. Underdevelopment is a breeding ground. Lack of opportunity, poverty, unemployment, and limited access to education can create a sense of hopelessness and alienation. Extremist groups can exploit these feelings, promising a better future through violence or radical ideology. Perceived injustice, unequal distribution of resources, corruption, and lack of government services can fuel resentment towards the establishment. Extremist groups often position themselves as fighting against a corrupt system. Weak governance. Areas with poor governance and limited law enforcement create a power vacuum that extremist groups can exploit to establish control and recruit members. Examples. The rise of Boko Haram in Nigeria is partly attributed to poverty, lack of education, and a feeling of marginalization among the youth in the north. Left-wing extremism in some parts of India thrives in areas with limited development and tribal conflicts. Components of development and internal security. Components of development, when viewed in conjunction with internal security, encompass a broader framework aimed at ensuring stability, prosperity, and safety within a nation. These components include economic stability, sustainable growth, job creation, fair income distribution, and poverty reduction. Mitigate socioeconomic tensions. Social cohesion, investments in education, healthcare, and inclusive policies foster unity and reduce disparities. Rule of law, transparent governance, and adherence to law prevent conflicts and ensure peaceful dispute resolution. Justice and human rights, protecting rights and ensuring access to justice build trust and prevent unrest. Community engagement, inclusive dialogue and proactive community policing counter extremist ideologies. Infrastructure, development in transportation, energy, and sanitation enhances stability and living standards. Extremism, according to the United Nations, extremism is a complex phenomenon with no obvious definition. It is neither brand new nor exclusive to any one country, ethnic group, or religious tradition. However, terrorist organizations like the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, Al-Qaeda, and Boko Haram have recently shaped our perception of violent extremism and the discussion surrounding how to counter this threat. Depending on the objectives of the groups, the nature of terrorism also differs, such as ethno-nationalist terrorism, religious terrorism, left-wing terrorism, right-wing terrorism, state-sponsored terrorism, cyber terrorism, urban terrorism, etc. SDG 16. Promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Form of extremism, politico-religious extremism, fundamentalism. It is an outcome of the political interpretation of religion and the defense of religious identity by violent means, perceived to be under attack. Examples: pan-Islamism, anti-Semitism, etc. Left-wing extremism, Naxalism. It is primarily an anti-capitalist focused demands and calls for the transformation of political systems which appears responsible for producing social inequalities, and that may ultimately employ violent means to further its cause. Example: anarchist, Maoist, Trotskyist, and Marxist-Leninist groups that use violence to advocate for their cause. Right-wing extremism. It is characterized by the aggressive defense of racial, ethnic, or fictitious national identity and is also linked to extreme antipathy against government officials, immigrants, minorities, and/or left-leaning political organizations. Example: killing of Gori Lankesh, ethnic cleansing of Jews in Germany, etc. Terrorism. Both terrorism and extremism believe in similar ideology or thought and show non-acceptance toward other ideologies. Note: both of these follow the ideology of violence. For instance, internet-facilitated indoctrination and active radicalization in multiple states. Trijunction theory underscore 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 underscore. According to this theory, areas located around the trijunction of borders of three states often suffer from a governance deficit. These areas lack basic infrastructure such as transportation and communication. The excerpt cites Dandakaranya, a Maoist-affected area in India, as an example of a region where the trijunction theory applies. Such areas are prone to conflict and terrorism due to governance shortcomings. Left-wing extremism, Naxalism. 7 have consistently held that left-wing extremism is, perhaps, the gravest internal security threat we face. We have not achieved as much success as we would have liked in containing it. It is a matter of concern that despite our efforts, the level of violence in the affected states continues to rise. Manmohan Singh. Introduction. Naxalism is a form of armed insurgency against the state motivated by leftist Maoist ideologies and thus is also known as left-wing extremism, LWE, or Maoism. The Naxal insurgency in India originated in a 1967 uprising in Naxalbari, West Bengal by the Communist Party of India, Marxist. They are a group of people who believe in the political theory of the Chinese political leader Mao Zedong. The conflict is concentrated in the eastern part of the country, particularly an area known as the Red Corridor spread across the states of Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, and Andhra Pradesh. Fact-wise, left-wing extremism, LWE, related violence in the country has declined by 77% from an all-time high of 2,258 incidents in 2009 to 250 in 2023. Similarly, resultant deaths, civilians plus security forces, have declined by 89% from an all-time high of 1,005 in 2010 to 69 in 2023. Violence and the resultant deaths have declined by 73% from a high in 2010. The number of police stations reporting LW-related violence had reduced from 465 police stations across 96 districts in 2010 to 171 across 42 districts in 2023. It is estimated that 16,780 Naxalites surrendered between March 6, 2000 and April 7, 2024. Origin of Naxalism. Trigger point. The origins of the LW can be traced back to 1967 into three areas of Naxalbari, from which the term Naxal originates: Fansitawah and Korabari in West Bengal's Darjeeling district. Initial leader. The initial uprising was led by Charu Majumdar, Kanu Sanyal and Jangal Sanhal, who were members of the Communist Party of India. Marxist. Nature of initial uprising. The initial uprising was in the form of a peasant revolt. In 1969, the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, was formed. Spread. Although originated in West Bengal, the movement spread to the less developed rural regions of southern and eastern India, in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh. Today, almost all the Naxal groups trace their origins to the CPI-ML. Aims and objectives of LW and modus operandi of the Naxalism. Overthrowing state. It aims to overthrow the government through people's war. Making governance impossible, it creates conditions for the non-functioning of the government and actively seeks disruption of development activities as a means to achieve its objective of wresting control. It spreads fear among the law-abiding citizens. Usurping power. The ultimate objective is to attain political power by violent means and establish what they envisage as the Indian People's Democratic Federal Republic. They attack government symbols like police stations and other establishments. The central theme of Maoist ideology. Violent means. The central theme of Maoist ideology is the use of violence and armed insurrection as a means to capture state power. Bearing of arms is non-negotiable as per the Maoist insurgency doctrine. Glorifying guerrilla warfare. The Maoist ideology glorifies violence and the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army (PLGA). Cadres are trained specifically in the worst forms of violence to evoke terror among the population under their domination. Evolution of Naxalism in India. Phases. Description. British and newly independent India. 1925. Formation of Communist Party of India at Kanpur. Post-Indochina War. 1962. Differences emerged in the party. 1964. Birth of CPI, Marxist. First stage, 1967-75. In 1967, a peasant uprising took place in the Naxalbari. In 1969, CPI, Marxist, split into new party, Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, CPI, ML, was formed under the leadership of Charu Majumdar. Formation of All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, AICCR. Second stage, 1975-2004, continued their struggle under the strategy of protracted war. CPI, ML, converted into the People's War Group in 1980. At the same time, Moist Communist Center of India strengthened in Bihar, MCI. Third stage, 2004 onwards, People's War Group combined with Moist Communist Center of India and formed CPI Maoist. The contiguous area spanning several Indian states, including West Bengal, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Maharashtra, and Telangana, where the CPI Maoist is active, is called the Red Corridor. Current status of left-wing extremism, LW. In India, reduction in violence. LW-related incidents and deaths have significantly decreased, with a 75% decline in deaths from 397 in 2013 to 98 in 2022. Violence decreased from 1,136 incidents to 833, showing a reduction in geographical spread and intensity. Decrease in security forces casualties. In 2022, resultant deaths among security forces decreased by 33% and casualties by 68% compared to 2021. Affected states and deaths. Chhattisgarh reported the highest deaths in 22,261, followed by Jharkhand, 12, Odisha, 11, Maharashtra, 8, Madhya Pradesh, 2, and Bihar, 1. Geographical spread. LW violence was reported from 176 police stations across 45 districts in 8 states, with 90% concentrated in just 25 districts, indicating a restricted arc of violence. Role of CPI, Maoist, remains potent, accounting for over 90% of total incidents and 95% of deaths. It aims to expand but faces setbacks. Role of Central Armed Police Forces, CAF CRPF leads the fight against Naxalites, with 45,000 personnel posted in affected areas. Efforts include establishing camps in Maoist strongholds and raising a new battalion in Badar. Challenges. Poor living conditions affect morale, and non-combat casualties raise concerns. Maoist tactics. Landmines and sudden attacks highlight insurgents' resilience, necessitating constant vigilance. Continued violence. Despite successes, incidents like the 2020 ambush serve as reminders. However, security forces achieve victories, like killing 24 Maoists in Gadchiroli in 2021. Red Corridor. The Red Corridor is the region in the central, eastern, and southern parts of India that experience severe Naxalite, Maoist insurgency. The districts affected by this and part of the corridor are among the poorest in India. Most of the region has a high tribal population. The region is also marked by severe social and economic disparities. Roughly, the corridor stretches from the Indian border with Nepal and extends to the northern fringes of Tamil Nadu. Factors responsible for rise of Naxalism. Land issues. Jal Jangle Jameen, broken promises, failed land reforms, like loopholes in land sealing laws, leave many landless and frustrated. Uttar Pradesh. Red Corridor. Madhya. Maharashtra. India. Pradesh. Assam. LWE movement seems low be expanding despite military intervention. Manipur. Maoists are forming links with terror groups in the northeast. H. New areas of Maoist expansion. H. Highly affected areas. Moderately affected. Karnataka. Tamil Kerala Nadu. Least affected. Unequal access. Powerful groups encroach on public lands, while the landless poor lack titles to the land they cultivate. Tribal dispossession. Weak implementation of laws protecting tribal land rights and inadequate compensation for land acquired for development projects create resentment. Governance issues. Apathy and inaction. The political system's historical neglect of tribal needs and lack of empowerment mechanisms for disadvantaged communities fosters discontent. Corruption and brutality. Allegations of police brutality and corruption erode trust in the government and create a sense of alienation. Development deficit. Remote areas lack basic infrastructure, healthcare, and education, creating a power vacuum Naxalites exploit. Socioeconomic disparity. Poverty trap. Limited access to education, healthcare, and employment keeps people trapped in poverty, making them vulnerable to extremist ideologies. Widening gap. The growing income gap between rich and poor fuels a sense of injustice and hopelessness. Marginalization of farmers. Issues like crushing debt, inadequate irrigation, unfair pricing of produce, and corporate intervention in agriculture create agrarian distress. Environmental degradation. Resource exploitation. Mining and industrial activities destroy land and water resources, impacting tribal livelihoods and sparking protests. For example, Chhattisgarh tribals protest against coal mines in Hasdeo, Iran region. Social and human rights issues. Violence and abuse. Violations of human rights and disregard for the dignity of marginalized communities create a breeding ground for rebellion. Social disconnect. Lack of integration with mainstream society fuels feelings of isolation and exclusion. Keywords: politico-religious extremism, fundamentalism. Gullible targets. Jal Jangle Jameen. Development deficit. Red Corridor. Guerrilla warfare. Sluggish capacity building. Surrender and rehabilitation policy. Good governance. Democratic decentralization. Issues in handling left-wing extremism and XLism, negligence of established standard operating procedures. SOP. This leads to loss of valuable lives of security personnel. Example: death of 22 security personnel in Chhattisgarh in 2021. Vulnerable areas. Certain vulnerabilities remain, such as poor planning, inadequate numbers, insufficient intelligence backup, etc. Structural deficits and deficiencies, like putting IPS deputations into almost every senior position in CRPF, ignoring the decades of experience within the force. Sluggish capacity building. For example, in Chhattisgarh, there are about 10,000 vacancies in different ranks in state police, and 23 sanctioned police stations have yet to be set up. Laundering of funds. Naxal leaders operating in Bihar and Jharkhand are laundering extorted money through acquiring movable and immovable assets. Inefficient technology of landmine detection. Present technology is unable to detect deep planted mines under the road, resulting in loss of lives. Complex locations. The operations become very difficult in given circumstances and terrain of deep forest and hilly areas. Delay in the acquisition of technology. For example, out of the 157 sanctioned MPVs, only 13 have been supplied by OFB to CAF so far. Unfamiliar area. Central police forces cannot alone tackle the problems as they lack terrain knowledge and are unknown of the local language. Government approach towards Naxalism. Country. The Indian government has adopted a comprehensive strategy to tackle Naxalism, focusing on both security measures and development initiatives. Security measures. Operation Green Hunt. Large security deployments. 2010 reduced affected districts by 68%, from 223 to 70, by 2021. Specialized forces. Black Panther and Bastaria battalions with local tribal personnel counter Naxalite tactics. Policy measures. National Policy and Action Plan. 2015, a multi-pronged strategy for security, development, and rights to combat LWE. Infrastructure development. Improved road connectivity through RRPI and 2 projects. LWE Mobile Tower Project. Enhanced mobile connectivity in affected areas. Skill development initiatives. Roshni and Skill India mission programs provide training and jobs for youth. Samadhan Policy. A comprehensive strategy combining short and long-term solutions. Aspirational District Program. Launched by the Honorable PM in January 2018, focuses. Fiscal measures. Security-related expenditure. SRE provides financial support to states for fighting LWE. Rs. 1930 crore since 2017 to 18. Special Central Assistance. SEA funds critical public infrastructure and services in LWE areas. Rs. 3295 crore since 2017 to 18, monitoring Naxalite funding. Multidisciplinary groups track and disrupt financial flows to Maoists. SAMADHAN. Smart policing and leadership. Aggressive strategy. Motivation and training. Actionable intelligence. Dashboard for development and key performance indicators. Harnessing technology for development and security. Action plan for each theater. No access to financing. Technological measures. National Technical Research Organization, NTRO, provides unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, for anti-Naxal operations. Improved intelligence gathering. Focus on timely technical intelligence to strengthen counterinsurgency efforts. Rights and entitlements. Forest Rights Act, FRA, ensures benefits reach those covered under the Act, addressing land rights grievances. Case Society. Saranda Model, 2011. Focus on infrastructure development like roads and offices. An integrated center will be opened that will provide subsidized food under PDS and generate employment under MREGA. Operation Green Hunt, 2010. Massive security force deployments were made in the Naxal-affected areas beginning in 2010. Within 9 years, the number of districts affected by Naxalism has decreased from 223 in 2010 to 90 today. Sandesh Model, Bihar's Sandesh block, has gradually become free of Naxals. The Panchayat elections that started in Bihar were the most significant factor that helped to undermine Naxal control. It further widened the gap between the locals and the Naxal leaders. Many Naxalites were compelled by social pressure to abandon their affiliation with Naxal groups and transition to farming. Greyhound Model, 1989. Along with infrastructure improvement, an effective surrender and rehabilitation policy, and the Greyhound Naxal Combat Squad, Andhra Pradesh has shown success. The Andhra Pradesh model also includes other components like culture of police leadership, incentives for good work to the police, better knowledge of local terrain, operations based on local intelligence. Nandan Nilekani _ in his book, Imagining India. Nandan Nilekani makes the case that giving local tribal groups the authority to make decisions about the environment and forest resources through the PESA and the Forest Rights Act can help them use their lands for economic benefit. Intellectual support. Naxalism. Intellectual support. This perspective argues that India's 1947 independence merely transferred power to the bourgeoisie, not achieving real independence, which they believe will occur with a people's government. Intellectual managers. Intellectual backing for Maoists complicates countermeasures by confusing the public and directing perception-based propaganda. 2 levels of movement. The Maoist movement operates visibly in conflict zones with reduced government presence and invisibly through intellectual and ideological support. Insurgent ties. CPI, Maoist, has fraternal ties with Northeast insurgents like RPF-PL and NSCNM, collaborates with Jammu and Kashmir terrorists, and links with foreign Maoist organizations for arms and funding. Organizational support. Composa coordinates South Asian Maoist activities, creating regional instability. Individual support. Intellectuals like Arundhati Roy and Binayak Sen advocate for Naxalism, promoting human and tribal rights. Justifying violence. Intellectuals should discourage violence and encourage Naxals to engage in democratic processes instead of aggression, as highlighted in cases like Bhima Koregaon. Way forward. Converting vicious cycle of Naxalismo a virtuous cycle of development, promoting cooperative federalism. Center and states should continue coordinated efforts, with state police forces leading and the center playing a supportive role. Forest rights. Effectively implement the Scheduled Tribes and other traditional forest dwellers, Recognition of Rights, Act, 2006. Financial empowerment. Encourage the formation of self-help groups, SHGs, and cooperative societies to improve access to credit and marketing. Accelerate infrastructure development. Implement large infrastructure projects, particularly road networks, opposed by extremists. Leveraging technology. Use micro or mini UAV versus high-resolution PTZ cameras, GPS tracking, thermal imaging, radar, and satellite imaging to minimize security personnel casualties. Media awareness. Educate public opinion to build awareness. Political dialogues. Open channels for peace dialogue with rebels, leveraging their weak domination and low confidence. Eliminate tribal alienation. Address the root causes of alienation among tribals. Learning from best practices. Adopt successful tactics from Greyhounds in Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh police for better coordination and intelligence sharing. UN Plan of Action to Prevent Violent Extremism. 2016 implement a comprehensive strategy addressing the root causes of radicalization alongside critical counterterrorism measures. Christchurch Call for Action. Eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online through improved cooperation among governments, civil society, and online service providers. Conclusion: the intricate linkage between development and the spread of extremism is a crucial area of study for understanding the multifaceted nature of security challenges facing India today. Extremism often finds fertile ground in regions plagued by socio-economic underdevelopment, political marginalization, and lack of effective governance. A holistic approach that combines economic development with efforts to enhance social cohesion and political participation is imperative. Previous year questions. The use of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, by our adversaries across the borders to ferry arms and munitions, drugs, etc., is a serious threat to internal security. Comment on the measures being taken to tackle this threat. 2023. Discuss the types of organized crimes. Describe the linkages between terrorists and organized crime that exist at the national and transnational levels. 2022. Naxalism is a social, economic, and developmental issue manifesting as a violent internal security threat. In this context, discussing the emerging issues is a multi-layered strategy to tackle the menace of Naxalism. 2022. Analyze the multidimensional challenges posed by external state and non-state actors to the internal security of India. Also, discuss measures required to be taken to combat these threats. 2021. What are the determinants of left-wing extremism in the eastern part of India? What strategy should the government of India, civil administration, and security forces adopt to counter the threat in the affected areas? 2020. The banning of Jamaat-e-Islamic in Jammu and Kashmir brought into focus the role of overground workers, OGWs, in assisting terrorist organizations. Examine the role played by OGWs in assisting terrorist organizations in insurgency-affected areas. Discuss measures to neutralize the influence of OGWs. 2019. The Indian government has recently strengthened the anti-terrorism laws by amending the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, 1967, and the NIA Act. Analyze the changes in the context of the prevailing security environment while discussing the scope and reasons for opposing the UAPA by human rights organizations. 2019. Left-wing extremism, LWE, is showing a downward trend but still affects many parts of the country. Briefly explain the government of India's approach to counter the challenges posed by LWE. 2018. The persisting drives of the government for the development of large industries in backward areas have resulted in isolating the tribal population and the farmers who face multiple displacements with Mulkungari and Naxalbari foci. Discuss the corrective strategies needed to win the left-wing extremism, LWE, doctrine affected citizens back into the mainstream of social and economic growth. 2015. Article 244 of the Indian Constitution relates to the administration of scheduled areas and tribal areas. Analyze the impact of non-implementation of the provisions of the Fifth Schedule on the growth of left-wing extremism. 2013 Insurgency in Northeast India. Introduction. Northeast India is the region consisting of 8 states located in the easternmost part of India. About 99% of the border of this region is an international border. It has 475 ethnic groups, and 400 languages dialects are spoken here. Second Arcade. The Northeast exemplifies a state of stable anarchy, where the rule of law and other institutions of administration are overthrown either directly or indirectly in order to further the party or personal agendas of the militants. Insurgency is an armed rebellion against an established authority where those taking part in the rebellion are not recognized as the aggressors. In the Indian scenario, it is manifested as armed rebellion and violent protests against Indian government or authority. The Siliguri corridor, popularly known as Chicken Neck because of its limited width of about 23 kilometers, connects the northeast to the Indian mainland. Historical background of the Northeast. Pre-independence era. Part of Bengal province. During the British era, Northeast India became a part of Bengal province, and tribal groups constituted an overwhelming majority of the population in most of the areas they inhabited. Hills as loose frontier area. The British took nearly a century to annex the entire region and administered the hills as a loose frontier area, with the result that large parts of the northeastern hill areas never came in touch with the principle of a central administration before. Isolation. Britishers isolated the northeast from their traditional trading partners Bhutan and Myanmar. Religious conversion. The British also made some of the communities of present-day Mizoram, Nagaland, and Meghalaya convert to Christianity with the help of Christian missionaries. Post-independence era. Configuration. Post-independence, the northeastern region consists of only Assam and the princely states of Manipur and Tripura. Nagaland, Meghalaya, Arunachal, and Mizoram were part of the larger territory of Assam. The states of Tripura and Manipur were union territories till 1972, when they attained statehood. Integration process. The integration of these distinct cultures of the Northeast into the mainstream was generally met with resentment. The tribals were afraid of losing their identity and being assimilated by the policy of assimilation in government jobs and other professions. Provisions concerning Northeast India. Constitutional Provisions, Part 9 and I say the Panchayats in the municipalities O Article 243M, Part not to apply to certain areas O Article 243ZC, Part not to apply to certain areas Part X. The Scheduled and Tribal Areas O Article 244, Administration of Scheduled Areas and Tribal Areas O Article 244A. Formation of an autonomous state comprising certain tribal areas in Assam and creation of local legislature or council of ministers, or both therefore, Part 21, Temporary. Transitional and Special Provisions O Article 371A, Special Provision with respect to the state of Nagaland O Article 37IB, Special Provision with respect to the state of Assam O Article 371C, Special Provision with respect to the state of Manipur O Article 37 if, Special Provisions with respect to the state of Sikkim O Article 371G, Special Provision with respect to the state of Mizoram O Article 371H, Special Provision with respect to the state of Arunachal Pradesh 6th Schedule O Articles 244-2 and 275-1 provisions as to the administration of tribal areas in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Other administrative provision, interline permit, ILP to preserve the original identity of the indigenous people of Mizoram, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. Entry restrictions are placed on outsiders and outsiders are not permitted without an interline permit, ILP. Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region, donor in order to hasten the socio-economic development of the Northeastern region, it is in charge of matters relating to the planning, execution, and monitoring of development schemes and projects in the region. What in SC9 Watts? Factors responsible for insurgency in Northeast. Geographic factor O diverse and complex topography, the mountainous landscape, with its long ranges and dense vegetation, provides insurgents with natural cover and hinders security operations. O change in demography, migration of refugees from Bangladesh has significantly altered Assam's demographics, leading to tensions. Social factor O ethnic clashes, the region experiences a range of conflicts, from secessionist movements to ethnic clashes. These tensions are further fueled by continuous migration. O internal displacement, thousands have been displaced due to interethnic conflict, creating a sense of instability. Over 800,000 people were displaced from their homes as a result of interethnic conflict between the 1990s and the beginning of 2011 in western Assam, along the Assam-Meghalaya border, and in Tripura. Economic factor O developmental deficit. There is a lack of infrastructure like roads, railways, and energy, and the absence of industrialization because of which educated youth are not getting adequate job opportunities. O external support. There is growing evidence that China is resuming its covert offensive in the area. Demand for Greater Nagaland includes all OF Nagaland and parts of Assam, Arunachal, Manipur, and Myanmar. In the 1960s, the Special Services Group, SSG, of Pakistan trained the Naga insurgents out of facilities in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. Political factor O ideological divide. Differing ideologies among insurgent groups and the government hinder progress. O regional aspirations. Unfulfilled aspirations for autonomy or self-governance fuel discontent. O factional infighting. Internal conflicts within insurgent groups weaken efforts towards a peaceful resolution. Example, the ongoing disagreements between Naga groups and splinter factions of the NSCN continue to stall progress towards a resolution of the Naga issue. O distance from power. The feeling of isolation from the central government due to geographical distance and limited representation in parliament creates a sense of marginalization. Administrative factor O lacking governance. The politico-administrative arrangements made by the center have also been lacking. O protest against AFSBA. The application of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSBA, is seen by some as a symbol of heavy-handedness and a barrier to peaceful solutions. States affected by insurgency Nagaland. Nagas are inhabitants of the Naga Hills along the northeast frontier on the Assam-Burma border. Nagas are not a single tribe, but an ethnic community that comprises several tribes who live in the state of Nagaland and its neighborhood. The Naga National Council, NNC, under the leadership of Vangami Zapa Fizzo, declared Nagaland an independent state on August 14, 1947. O referendum. The NNC resolved to establish a sovereign Naga state and conducted a referendum in 1951, in which 99% supported an independent Nagaland. When did the peace effort start? 9-point agreement. 1947 Assam Governor Sir Muhammad Salah Akbar Hydari signed a 9-point agreement with moderates T. Sakri and Alaba Imti, which was almost immediately rejected by Fizzo. Greater Nagaland Demand. The Nagaland Assembly has endorsed the Greater Nagaland Demand, integration of all Naga inhabited contiguous areas under one administrative umbrella, as many as 5 times. He demanded the group, Naga Yazebo, Naga Constitution, Naga National Flag and Greater Nagaland, sovereign statehood, i.e., redrawing of boundaries to bring all Naga-inhabited areas in the northeast under one administrative umbrella. It includes various parts of Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Assam, and Myanmar as well. National Socialist Council of Nagaland and SCN. Underscore 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 formed in 1980, the National Socialist Council of Nagaland and SCN emerged as a breakaway faction from the Naga National Council (NNC), which had signed a peace accord with the Indian government, Shillong Accord, 1975. Founded by Isaac Chisiswa, Thuengaling Weeva, and SS Kaplang, who opposed the accord and sought an independent Naga state called Nagaland. Aiming for a separate Naga state, Nagaland, they waged an armed insurgency. Internal split, 1988. Differences within the NSCN led to a split in 1988. SS Kaplang formed the National Socialist Council of Nagaland, Kaplang, and SCNK, while Isaac Chisiswa and Thuengaling Weeva continued with the original NSCN, known as NSCN, Isaac Weeva, or NSCNIM. Peace talks continue, but the NSCN's fight for a sovereign Nagaland remains a complex issue in India's northeast. About Naga ceasefire, Genesis. On August 1, 1997, the group and the center had agreed to a ceasefire. Why has the peace process stalled? The peace process apparently stalled because of disagreements between the two groups over the Yazabo, Naga constitution, which the NSCN claims were integrated into the framework agreement, and the Naga flag. Present status. After 25 years of signing a ceasefire deal with the central government, the NSCN has lamented the lack of advancement in the Naga peace process. Shillong Accord of 1975. The Shillong Accord of 1975 was an agreement between the Government of India and Nagaland's underground government, known as the Naga Federal Government, to accept the supremacy of the Constitution of India without condition, surrender their arms, and renounce their demand for secession. Naga Peace Accord 2015. Genesis, signed in August 2015 by the Government of India and the NSCN to end the insurgency. It was signed by NSCNIM's General Secretary Thuengaling Weeva and the Government of India's interlocutor R.N. Ravi in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The GDI recognized the unique history, culture, and position of the Nagas and their sentiments and aspirations. The NSCN understood and appreciated the Indian political system and governance. The Nationalist Socialist Council of Nagaland, NSCN, has given up its demand for Greater Nagaland and vowed allegiance to the Constitution of India. The details of the accord are yet to come in the public domain. The GI has also made it clear that existing state boundaries will not be altered. It will restore peace and pave the way for prosperity in the Northeast. Mandate. It will advance a life of dignity, opportunity, and equity for the Naga people, based on their genius and consistent with the uniqueness of the Naga people and their culture and traditions. Developments post-signing of the 2015 Accord, enlarged peace talks process. Talks were expanded in 2017 by including other Naga groups under the banner of the Naga National Political Groups, NMGs. Bilateral to multilateral negotiations, the framework agreement envisaged a bilateral truce between two entities, but today it is seen as a multilateral one with the involvement of 7 prominent Naga groups. Deadlock in talks since October 2019. The deadlock was on the insistence for a separate flag and constitution by the NSCN, to make way for India and Nagaland to be independent allies in a shared sovereignty federal relationship. Differences within Naga groups. The NSCN, still insists on a Greater Nagaland. The present grievance of the NSCN, fear of cultural extinction, the fear of dissolving the cultural identity due to inflow of outsiders. Tribal rights, Nagaland primarily being tribal, their tendency is to protect their rights and identity. Interpretation of agreement. The agreement released by the NSCN in August 2020 stated sharing the sovereign power and providing for an enduring inclusive new relationship of peaceful coexistence of the two entities. Grievances against Mr. Ravi, interlocutor and former governor of Nagaland. The NSCN has claimed that Mr. Ravi altered the text of the agreement. According to the NSCN, Ravi removed the word new from a clause that was meant to reference a new relationship between India and the Nagas, fundamentally changing the meaning and intent of the agreement. Demand for more financial autonomy. Looking at the specificity of demand of the state, which requires decentralization of the finance process. Lack of jobs. Insurgents are born primarily out of joblessness. Therefore, ensuring economic prosperity becomes a crucial step in rehabilitating them. Way forward. Constitutional guarantee. A new body should be constituted that would look after the rights of the Nagas in the other northeastern states besides Nagaland. Proper understanding of the tribal issue. A greater understanding of the issue, especially the tribal factor and changing aspirations of the civil society, needs to be developed to bring an acceptable and comprehensive solution to the Naga problem. Open channel of dialogue. The center must negotiate with all the factions and all stakeholders of the insurgents to have a long-lasting peace. Provide autonomy to Naga community. Need to provide greater autonomy for the Naga inhabited areas in these states, which would encompass separate budget allocations for the Naga inhabited areas about their culture and development issues. Manipur, demography. Manipur was declared a separate state in 1972. The Manipur people are divided into three communities: Meitei, Nagas, and Kuki, or Chins. The Impole Valley, which comprises about 10% of Manipur's landmass, is dominated by the non-tribal Meitei. Meitei account for more than 64% of the population of the state and yields 40 of the state's 60 MLAs. The hills comprising 90% of the geographical area are inhabited by more than 35% recognized tribes but send only 20 MLAs to the assembly. While a majority of the Meiteis are Hindus followed by Muslims, the 33 recognized tribes, broadly classified into any Naga tribes and any Kuki tribes, are largely Christians. Manipur insurgency. A brief overview pre-independence, 1917 to 1919. The Kuki Rebellion marked the first major armed resistance against British rule in the region. Post-independence, discontent, and formation of groups. 1949. Manipur's integration into India triggered resentment among some sections of the population who felt the merger was involuntary. Late 1960s and 1970s, this discontent led to the formation of insurgent groups like the United National Liberation Front, UNLEF, demanding an independent Manipur. 1980s spillover effect from Nagaland. The situation is further complicated because as violence by the Naga groups has also spilled over into Manipur, a substantial part of which is claimed by the Isak Weeva faction of NSC Niam as part of Nagalim or Greater Nagaland. The proposed unified territory of the Nagas is claimed by the Naga rebels. Ethnic tensions and proliferation of groups. 1980s present. Tensions between the Meitei community, dominant in the valley, and the Kuki tribes, inhabiting the hills, escalated. This led to the formation of Kuki insurgent groups like the Kuki National Front, KNF. Internal divisions. Several existing insurgent groups have experienced internal rifts and splintered factions, further complicating peace efforts. Government response and peace talks. Declared disturbed area. Manipur had been declared a disturbed area in its entirety in 1980, and the AFSBA was imposed in the state on September 8, 1980, which continues to be in place till now. Civic uprising. The implementation of this act resulted in the state witnessing an unprecedented civic uprising, which manifested in the infamous Mother's Nude protest and Iram Sharmila hunger strike against the act. The AFSBA is still embroiled in controversy, and the people of Manipur are continuing their protest against the act. Manipur's 2023 ethnic violence. Manipur has recently experienced bloody confrontations between several ethnic groups. Underlying issue behind violence. Orders of the Manipur High Court. It recently directed the state government to submit, within 4 weeks, a 10-year-old recommendation to the Union Tribal Affairs Ministry for the inclusion of the Meitei community in the ST list. Union Tribal Affairs Ministry's letter. The court referred to the ministry's letter in 2013 to the Manipur government seeking specific recommendation along with the latest socio-economic survey and ethnographic report. Arguments of Meiteis. They were recognized as a tribe before the merger of the state with the Union of India in 1949. The ST status is needed to preserve the community and save the ancestral land, tradition, culture, and language of the Meiteis. Scheduled Tribe Demand Committee of Manipur. It submitted a representation in 2012 demanding ST status for the Meiteis. The committee also said the Meiteis needed constitutional safeguards against outsiders, stating that the community has been kept away from the hills while the tribal people can buy land in the shrinking Impole Valley. Why are tribal groups against ST status for Meiteis? The tribal groups say the Meiteis have a demographic and political advantage besides being more advanced than them academically and in other aspects. They feel the ST status to the Meiteis would lead to loss of job opportunities and allow them to acquire land in the hills and push the tribals out. They argue that the language of the Meitei people is included in the 8th schedule of the Constitution and many of them have access to benefits associated with the SC. OBC or EWS status. Assam has a complex history marked by a period of insurgency that emerged in the late 20th century. Cause of insurgency in Assam: demographic shifts and identity concerns. Following India's partition in 1947 and the creation of Bangladesh in 1971, a significant influx of people from these regions migrated to Assam. This demographic shift caused anxieties among the Assamese people who felt their cultural and linguistic identity threatened. Nationalism and political discontent. The All Assam Students Union, ASU, spearheaded a mass movement in the late 1970s to identify and deport illegal immigrants. This movement fueled Assamese nationalism and a sense of marginalization within the Indian Union. Unfulfilled aspirations, feelings of economic neglect and lack of development opportunities in Assam compared to other parts of India further fueled discontent. Formation of militant groups. United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA in 1979. The United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, emerged as a militant group demanding an independent Assam. Their violent tactics and separatist ideology added fuel to the fire. O Support Base. This outfit had its support base in the Brahmaputra Valley, with training camps and sanctuaries in Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, as well as in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. O Objective. ULFA's stated objective is the attainment of Swadehan Assam. It has declared its readiness to talk with the government on the condition that Swadehan Assam is on the agenda. O Setback for ULFA. The outfit suffered a major setback in 2003 when Bhutan flushed them out of its territory via Operation All Clear. 1. Bodoland. Composition. Bodos are the single largest tribal community in Assam, making up over 5 to 6% of the state's population. The 4 districts in Assam, Kokrajhar, Baksa, Udalguri, and Chirang that constitute the Bodo Territorial Area District, BTED, are home to several ethnic groups. Armed struggle. Their armed struggle for a separate state in the mid-1980s. This armed struggle led to the ethnic cleansing of the non-Bodos along the north bank of Brahmaputra. National Democratic Front of Bodoland. NDFB. The NDFB is an armed separatist that seeks to obtain sovereign Bodoland for the Bodo people. The Bodoland Territorial Council, BTCO establishment. The BTC was constituted under the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India in 2003 after the signing of a Memorandum of Settlement on February 10, 2003, between the GOI, the Government of Assam, and the Bodo Liberation Tigers, O powers. BTC has legislative, administrative, executive, and financial powers over 40 policy areas in the Bodoland Territorial Areas districts, comprising 4 districts: Kokrajhar, Baksa, Chirang, and Udalguri. Bodo Accord underscore 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 in news. The former militants belonging to 5 Karbi splinter groups laid down their arms a year after the Assam state government signed the historic Bodo Peace Accord, bringing an end to the long-run violence in Bodoland. Genesis of aspirations. The first organized demand for a Bodo state came in 1967-68 under the banner of the political party Plains Tribals Council of Assam. Bodo aspirations were sparked by the Assam Accord of 1985, and in 1987, the ABCU resurrected the Bodo statehood claim. First Bodo Accord, 1993. This initial agreement, signed with the All Bodo Students Union (ABSU), established the Bodoland Autonomous Council (BAC). The BAC granted limited autonomy to certain Bodo-dominated areas within Assam in regards to development, education, and culture. Second Bodo Accord, 2003. The state, the Bodo Liberation Tiger Force (BLTF), and the extremist group signed the Second Bodo Accord in 2003. As a result, the Bodoland Territorial Council (BTC) was established as an autonomous organization in accordance with the Constitution's 6th schedule. Third Bodo Accord, 2020. This most recent agreement, signed with the National Democratic Front of Bodoland (NDFB), is considered the most comprehensive. It renamed the BTC to the Bodoland Territorial Region (BTR) and granted it greater autonomy, including increased financial powers and devolution of administrative functions. Additionally, it provided for the rehabilitation and assimilation of NDFB cadres. 2. Karbi along Genesis. The government has created autonomous hill districts of Assam in the Maikir Hills region of Assam. A separate state of Karbi along homeland is being demanded by the people of the Karbi tribe. Location: the largest district in Assam, Karbi along is home to numerous ethnic and tribal groups, including the Karbi, Dimesa, Bodo, Kuki, Mar, Tiwa, Garo, Man, Thai speakers, and Rangmanaga. Additionally, the region's diversity gave rise to various outfits and fueled an uprising that prevented the area from developing. Major ethnic group: Assam's largest ethnic group, the Karbis, is divided into numerous factions and offshoot groups. Since the late 1980s, the Karbi group's history has been characterized by homicides, racial violence, kidnappings, and taxation. Rise of insurgents. The primary demand for the creation of a separate state gave rise to insurgent organizations in the Karbi along district such as the People's Democratic Council of Karbi Longri (PCK), the Karbi Longri NC Hills Liberation Front, KLNLF, etc. 3. Dimaraji demand. Dimsa people demanding a separate state called Dimaraji or Dimaland comprise the Dimesa inhabited areas which spreads in part of Assam and Nagaland. Autonomous Council. The government had given autonomy by forming the Dima Haseo Autonomous Council, DHAC, in response to the demands. 4. Kantapur Genesis. The Kantapur Liberation Organization, KLO, which was established in 1995, is the group in charge of leading the Kantapur movement. Activities. This outfit has been upsetting civic affairs and undermining civil administration for the past 15 years, especially in the region of Northwest Bengal. Ties with KP. According to reports, the organization has a close working relationship with the political organization Kantapur People's Party, KPP, which was founded in 1997. Unified Region for Cockroach Banshees. The Cockroach Banshees live in northwest Bengal and West Assam, and the KDP is well recognized for its aspirations for a unified region and statehood for them, with no severance from India. Note, they do not have an autonomous council like Bodos. Issue of NRC in Assam, National Register of Citizens, 1951. It is a register prepared after the conduct of the census of 1951 in respect of each village, showing the houses or holdings in a serial order and indicating against each house or holding the number and names of persons staying therein. Error in process. Individuals who were on the first list, which was made public on January 1, 2018, did not appear on the second. Even the relatives of a former Indian president's family were not mentioned. No interagency collaboration, the simultaneous operations of the NRC, the Election Commission's voter list, and the foreigners' tribunals with Assam border police support have caused chaos because none of these organizations are coordinating. Judicial pendency. Since these non-citizens can seek judicial relief to support their citizenship claim, this could delay the process, which already has a backlog of cases pending, by making it overburdened. Doubtful voters. Before being included in the NRC, potential voters must have their names cleared by the foreigners' tribunal. Discrepancy in names. The inconsistent use of names is one of the most frequently voiced grievances. Concern of the indigenous tribe, concerned that they may lack pre-1971 identity documentation. Tripura. Background. The state of Tripura witnessed a surge in terrorist activities in the 1990s. The main reason was the influx of refugees from the newly formed Bangladesh. The influx of refugees fueled discontent and demographic inversion in Tripura. Phases of development. This led to insurgent activities in the state of Tripura and the formation of the Tripura Upajati Juba Samiti (TUJS) in 1971, followed by the Tripura National Volunteers (TFV) in 1981. Between 1990 and 1995, the insurgency remained low-key, but it grew in extent and magnitude between 1996 and 2004 and then started melting. Due to the improvement in the security situation, the disturbed area notification under AFSBA was completely removed from Tripura in 2015 as a result. Today, Tripura is one of the successful states in curbing insurgency in the state. Meghalaya. Background. Meghalaya formed a full-fledged state in 1972 out of the state of Assam, with an aim of addressing the unique needs of the major tribes in the region, the Garos, the Jaintias, and the Khasis. Meghalaya is perhaps the least affected by insurgency in the northeast. Basis of tension. Conflict between the tribal and non-tribal settlers, identity issues and growing corruption, along with the change in demographic composition due to the influx of illegal migrants from Bangladesh, is the major source of tension. Arunachal Pradesh. Background. It was a union territory, UT, for 15 years beginning in 1972 before receiving independence on February 20, 1987. Before that it was referred to as the Northeast Frontier Agency, NIFA, and the Indian government's Ministry of External Affairs oversaw its day-to-day operations. According to NSCNIM, Nagalim includes the three state districts of Tirap, Chungalong, and Longding. Insurgency. Insurgent groups use few districts of the state as transit camps, and a strong presence of ULFA can be seen. During counterinsurgency operations, insurgents use the state to reach their base camp in Myanmar. Recent concern. Emerging concern is the presence of CPI Maoist cadres in the Lohit and Lower Dibong valleys. The presence of strong Chakma and Hajong refugees in Arunachal Pradesh, along with an influx of other outsiders, has also raised concerns among the locals from time to time. Mizoram. Background. The Mizos established the Mizo Union as their first political party. District and village councils were established in 1954, and Assam's secession was advocated. Setting up MNF, the Mizo National Famine Front dropped the word famine, and a new political organization, the Mizo National Front, MNF, was born on October 22, 1961, under the leadership of Pulal Denka, with the specified goal of achieving the sovereign independence of Greater Mizoram. Large-scale disturbances broke out on February 28, 1966, at government installations at Asval, Lunglei, Chont, Chimluang, and other places simultaneously. Goal of MNF. Other political forces in the hills of Assam wanted an independent state while the MNF used violence to achieve its aim. The Mizo National Front was outlawed in 1967. Peace agreement. The center signed a peace agreement with Laldenga, leader of the Mizo National Front, MNF, in June 1986. By its terms, the MNF rebels laid down their arms and were granted amnesty against prosecution. The government granted full statehood to Mizoram. Major initiatives taken for Northeast policy measures. Tribal Panchsheel, initiated by Jawaharlal Nehru, it laid the foundation for policies guiding the growth of tribal areas. Hill Area Development Program, launched in the Northeast, starting with Tamenglong District, Manipur, on a pilot basis. Committee to Manage Water Resources, chaired by the Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog. This high-level committee focuses on water resource management in the Northeastern Region, NER. Border Area Development Project, BDP is a central initiative aimed at improving socio-economic conditions in remote areas along international borders. Legislative measures, Sixth Schedule and autonomous administrative areas. These provisions address demands for autonomy in the region. Fiscal measures, Northeast Business Summit, explores business opportunities in the Northeastern region. 10% gross budgetary support for Northeastern region. The Ministry of Development of Northeastern region, MDNER, ensures at least 10% of central budgetary support is allocated to the region. Food Park. 3 mega food parks have been established in Assam, Tripura, and Mizoram. National Waterway 2. This waterway spans 891 kilometers of the Brahmaputra River, enhancing connectivity between the Bangladesh border near Dhubri and Sadia in Assam. Security cooperation with neighboring countries, BIMSTEC, organization aims to boost regional solidarity. India's Northeast region, INER, links South Asia and Southeast Asia and supports the Indo-Pacific and Indian Ocean community. Myanmar. The Myanmar government handed over at least 22 militants of northeastern armed groups to India, thus becoming the third neighboring country to act against the Indian frontier region's insurgents. The armies of India and Myanmar have launched 2 phases of joint operations, Operation Sunrise along the Myanmar border targeting camps of insurgent groups operating in the northeast. Bhutan. The Royal Bhutan Army had conducted an Operation All Clear to flush out camps set up on its soil by northeastern armed groups. Drug trafficking in northeast India. Northeastern India grapples with a persistent challenge of drug trafficking. Nestled next to Myanmar, a major producer, the region acts as a transit point for various drugs. Types of drugs, opium and cannabis. Cultivation of opium and cannabis occurs within the region, particularly in Manipur and Mizoram. Heroin and amphetamines. Heroin and amphetamines are smuggled from Myanmar, which is a major producer of these drugs. Pharmaceuticals. The trafficking of prescription drugs like codeine cough syrups also occurs, sometimes being diverted to neighboring countries. Routes and actors, Golden Triangle. Bordering the infamous Golden Triangle, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, the region acts as a convenient smuggling route. Porous borders, rugged terrain and weak border control make it difficult to stop illegal movement. Insurgent groups. Some insurgent groups reportedly use drug trafficking to fund their activities. The devastating impact, addiction crisis. Opium, heroin, cannabis, and amphetamines plague the region, leading to addiction, health issues, and HIV/AIDS spread. Social unrest. Drug trafficking fuels crime, violence, and social instability. Example, 2023 Manipur violence, economic drain. Drug trafficking undermines legitimate economic activities and hinders development. Government efforts, security measures. The Indian government has strengthened border security and law enforcement efforts. Awareness campaigns. Efforts are underway to educate people about the dangers of drug use. Challenges remain at complex networks. Drug trafficking networks are intricate and well-organized. Corruption. Effective enforcement can be hampered by corruption within some security forces. Demand for drugs. The continued demand creates a lucrative market for traffickers. The path forward, regional cooperation. Collaboration with Myanmar is crucial to disrupt drug production at its source. Community engagement. Addressing poverty, unemployment, and the root causes of drug use is essential. Alternative livelihoods. Providing alternative income sources can help break the cycle of drug dependence. Rohingya issue in Northeast background. Rohingya, Myanmar's Muslim minority citizens, residing in the western Myanmar province of Rakhine. Ethnic differences. The Rohingya are ethnically, linguistically, and religiously different from Myanmar's dominant Buddhist community. Population. About 1.1 million Rohingyas live in Rakhine, Myanmar's least developed region, with over 78% of households below the poverty line. Statelessness. Denied citizenship. The Rohingya lack legal status, rendering them extremely vulnerable and denying basic rights like freedom of movement, access to education and healthcare, and property ownership. Discrimination and violence. Long-standing discrimination includes movement restrictions, forced labor, and violence. 2017 crisis. A brutal military crackdown in 2017 led to over 700,000 Rohingyas fleeing to Bangladesh, creating a massive refugee crisis. Impact on India. Influx of refugees. Spillover. While Bangladesh is the primary destination, some Rohingya have crossed into northeastern states like Mizoram and Manipur. Data. In India, there are nearly 40,000 Rohingya refugees, with 16,500 registered with the Office of the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner. Security concerns. Ethnic tensions. The influx has stoked anxieties among indigenous communities in northeast India, fearing demographic changes and resource competition. Transnational insurgency. Concerns about potential links to extremist groups, although no concrete evidence exists. Islamic fundamentalism. Radical Islamists may influence Rohingya youth, promoting anti-India activities. Humanitarian challenges. Limited resources. Northeastern states already facing development issues may struggle with the additional burden of refugees. Strain on infrastructure. Providing food, shelter, and healthcare for refugees can strain local resources. Political impact. Political volatility. Politicians may incite national sentiment against immigrants to seize power. Political conflict. Rohingyas are spread across several cities and states, including Jammu, New Delhi, Jaipur, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and the Northeast. Economic impact. Job security. Increased immigrant influx can worsen the job market. Limited resources. Scarcity of jobs leads to reliance on government resources, adding pressure on already limited resources. Government response. Balancing act. The Indian government faces the challenge of balancing humanitarian obligations with security concerns and local sentiments. Deportation debates. Discussions about deporting Rohingya refugees back to Myanmar raise ethical concerns about their safety. Looking ahead, addressing root causes. A lasting solution requires addressing the root causes of the conflict in Myanmar. Regional cooperation. Collaboration between India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar is crucial to manage the refugee crisis and find a sustainable solution. Livelihood opportunities. Providing livelihood opportunities for both local communities and Rohingya refugees can foster peaceful coexistence. The Rohingya crisis presents a complex challenge for India. A multifaceted approach addressing root causes and regional cooperation is essential for a sustainable solution. Arunachal Pradesh-Assam border dispute resolution. The decades-long border dispute between Assam and Arunachal Pradesh has finally ended. Origins. The disagreement stemmed from Arunachal Pradesh, carved from Assam in 1972, rejecting Assam's proposed boundary. Key issue. A 1951 report by Assam's government was disputed by Arunachal Pradesh. Disputed points. The 804 kilometers border had over 1,200 disputed points. Efforts in resolution. A 2006 court-appointed commission failed to resolve the issue, but recent talks have led to a permanent solution. Assam-Meghalaya border dispute, partial resolution. Assam and Meghalaya have partially resolved a 50-year-old border dispute in 6 out of the 12 sectors along their 885 kilometers boundary. Historic agreement. Both states signed a historic agreement for closure in 6 disputed sectors in the first phase. Origins. The disagreement dates back to Meghalaya's creation from Assam in 1971. Committees and talks. Both sides formed committees, and recent talks led to Arunachal Pradesh-Assam border dispute boundary dispute along the Manipur-Nagaland border. Tinyimi People's Organization, TPO. The TPO, the supreme body of the Tinyimi tribes in Nagaland and Manipur, asserts that respecting traditional ownership is the best way to settle the boundary dispute. Dispute details. Triangular conflict. An old land ownership dispute exists between the Angamis of Nagaland and the Maos and Marams of Manipur. Zuku Valley, Kazoltsa, on the periphery of the picturesque Zuku Valley, has traditionally been a cause of disagreement. Current context. Kazoltsa has become a flashpoint, with both Marams and Maos claiming it belongs to Manipur's Senapati district, while the Angamis claim it as ancestral land unfairly made part of Manipur during the colonial era. Armed Forces Special Powers ACT, AFSPA, 1958, background. AFSPA provides for special powers for the armed forces imposed by the center or governor of a state on the state or parts declared as disturbed. Expansion. The Union government expanded AFSPA to include Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland and repealed it in several northeast Indian regions like Tripura. Empowerment. AFSPA empowers armed forces to maintain public order in disturbed areas, including powers to arrest without a warrant, enter search premises, and ban firearm possession. Disturbed areas. The central government, governor, or UT administrator can declare areas disturbed where armed forces aid is necessary. Applicability. AFSPA remains in force in parts of Assam, Nagaland and Manipur as well as in parts of Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. Powers under AFSPA, use of force, allows the use of force to maintain public order, even causing death if necessary. Applicability. AFSPA remains in force in parts of Assam, Nagaland and Manipur as well as in parts of Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. Search operation. Permit stopping searching vehicles and entering premises without a warrant. Military operation. Authorizes destroying arms dumps, hideouts, or training camps for armed groups. Legal immunity. Provides legal immunity to Army officers, and decisions on declaring areas disturbed are beyond judicial review. Protection under good faith. Offers protection to persons acting in good faith under this act from prosecution, except with the central government sanction. Arguments in favor of AFSPA. Armed Power Status of Armed Forces, Special Powers, Act AFSPA. Source, MHA. Mint Research. Border protection, vital for securing national borders. Counterinsurgency, essential for dealing with insurgencies in Kashmir and the Northeast. Limited power, normal laws provide limited power to handle violent situations. National security, crucial for maintaining law and order, protecting sovereignty and security. Protection of armed forces, empowers armed forces in insurgency-hit areas, crucial for morale. Effective functioning, essential for the effective functioning of armed forces in troubled areas. Boost morale, maintains military's morale and mental health. Arguments against AFSPA, misuse of power, allegations of misuse, including fake encounters and sexual assault. Violation of human rights, leads to human rights violations, weakening faith in democracy. Suspension of rights suspends fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Ineffectiveness has failed to restore normalcy in troubled areas despite 50 years. Non-accountability, lack of accountability makes armed forces unprofessional and insensitive. Observation of government committees over AFSBA Justice Santosh Hegde Committee, 2013, Humane and Accountability, aim to make AFSBA more humane and hold security forces more accountable. Fixed time frame, proposed a 3-month deadline for the central government to decide on punishing security personnel for extrajudicial actions. Jivan Reddy Committee to review AFSBA 2004, repealing AFSBA, recommended repeal due to its symbolization of oppression, but GI rejected it. Deployment of Army, suggested deployment for 6 months upon state government request or by the Union government. Separate grievance cell, recommended establishing grievance cells in AFSBA-affected districts. Justice Varma Committee, 2012, in light of Nirbhaya case, declared AFSBA as legitimizing impunity for sexual violence, citing incidents like Kunan Pashpura and Thungaja Manarma. Second ARC report, repealing AFSBA, advised scrapping to indiscrimination and alienation in Northeast India. Supreme Court views on AFSBA, Indrajit Barua v. State of Assam, 1983 upheld governor's authority to designate disturbed areas. Naga People's Movement of Human Rights v. Union of India, 1997, supported AFSBA but emphasized its temporary nature, need for state government opinion, and use of minimum force. Way forward, adherence to human rights, public disclosure of court-martials on human rights violations. Open dialogue channel, resolve insurgency through dialogue. Independent inquiry, thorough investigation of deaths caused by armed forces. Accelerate development, address development deficit in Northeast. Case-by-case basis, examine AFSBA applicability individually. Abiding guidelines, follow rules established by NHRC, Jivan Reddy Commission, and Supreme Court. Conclusion rooted in a history of ethnic diversity, socio-economic disparities, and political grievances, the insurgency in the Northeast presents a significant challenge to India's internal security and socio-political stability. The path to lasting peace and stability in Northeast India lies in a holistic strategy that prioritizes human security, democratic engagement, and sustainable development. Understanding the intricate dynamics of the insurgency and implementing multidimensional solutions is crucial for fostering peace and integration in this strategically important region of India. Previous year questions. 1. Cross-border movement of insurgents is only one of the several security challenges facing the policing of the border in Northeast India. Examine the various challenges currently emanating across the India-Myanmar border. Also, discuss the steps to counter the challenges. 2019. 2. The northeastern region of India has been infested with insurgency for a very long time. Analyze the major reasons for the survival of armed insurgency in this region. 2017. 3. Human rights activists constantly highlight the view that the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, 1958, AFSBA, is a draconian act leading to cases of human rights abuses by the security forces. What sections of AFSBA are opposed by the activists? Critically evaluate the requirement with reference to the view held by the Apex Court. 2015 Wallah IROAI Foundation Your OUI courses live recorded GS classes. C60 classes. Daily MCQs plus mains question / regular doubt sessions. Sankalp 2026 Prahar 2025 Titan 2025. H&GL is HF to the power of T H&G lease HFMT English. Starts from 5.9 for 99. For extra discount. UPSC OPTO and ALC URC 2025 English are 0. Anthropology. Sociology. History. Mathematics. Sir. Geography Public AD Administration. Adjust. 8, 9.99. For extra discount. 992-061-3613 PW. Live for militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. The insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, which began in the late 20th century, has significantly shaped the region's socio-political dynamics. Originating from political grievances, economic disparities, and demands for autonomy, the conflict has involved various militant groups battling Indian security forces. Since the violent separatist uprising of 1989 and the government's counterinsurgency operations, Kashmiris have adopted a strong us versus them mentality, further alienating them from the Indian political system. Fact-wise, in 2022, JANC reported 253 militancy-related deaths, which included 30 security personnel, constituting nearly 12%. However, in 2023, the percentage of deaths reported by the security forces has more than doubled, 24.62%, with out of 134 killings, 33 being security personnel. Kashmir, a historical background pre-independence. Kashmir's history is documented in Kalhana's Rajataranjini. The region has been ruled by Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs at different points, including Ranjit Singh's Sikh Empire. In 1846, after the Sikh defeat in the Anglo-Sikh Wars, Gulab Singh, a Dogra general, sided with the British and was rewarded with Kashmir under the Treaty of Amritsar. The Dogra dynasty ruled Kashmir until India's independence in 1947. Post-independence, Maharaja Hari Singh, the last Dogra ruler, signed the Instrument of Accession, LOA, with India, granting control of defense, external affairs, and communications. This led to the inclusion of Article 370 in the Indian Constitution, granting Jammu and Kashmir special status, a separate constitution and flag. Limited applicability of central laws, requiring consultation or concurrence from the state government. Kashmir's large Muslim population and Hindu ruler contributed to tensions with Pakistan. Key events. 1947. Following independence, Maharaja Hari Singh initially remained neutral, but after Pakistani incursions, he acceded to India, sparking conflict. 1947 present. India and Pakistan have fought 3 wars over Kashmir, resulting in a ceasefire line of control, dividing the region. 1957. Kashmir's formal incorporation into India. 2019. Abrogation of Article 370 by the Indian government. Factors responsible for militancy INJNK. Political factors. India and Pakistan both believe they have a rightful claim to Kashmir. The Indian view. UN resolution in 1948 accepted India's stand regarding all outstanding issues between India and Pakistan. Pakistan has not removed its military forces from the region, which India views as one of the first steps in implementing a resolution. The Pakistani view. Pakistan says the two-nation principle should have given Kashmir to Pakistan because of its Muslim majority. Pakistan opposes Indian Kashmir claims based on the Instrument of Accession. Pakistan argues that Indian troops were in Kashmir before the Instrument of Accession and breached the standstill agreement. Economic factors. Widespread unemployment and lack of new job avenues. Disintegration of traditional handicrafts. Poor industrial setup causing unrest in Kashmiri youth. Social factors. Poor education and health. Extreme Islam in a Sufi Islam region. 1980s insurgency wounds, and radical leaders indoctrinating youth have added to their hopelessness. Pakistan's propaganda. The ISI has backed Kashmir militancy and secession movements to challenge Indian rule, divert Indian troops, and attract international condemnation of India. In 2011, the FBI publicly acknowledged that the ISI sponsors terrorism in Kashmir and overseas separatist groups. After the Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan, Pakistan redirected Mujahideen fighters to Kashmir to spread radical Islamist ideology. General disenchantment with constitutional measures, lack of good management, corruption, nepotism, and electoral fraud in the early years undermine constitutional legitimacy. External factors. Pakistan exploits cross-border infiltration to promote instability, incites the feelings of Kashmiris, especially the youth, and employs terrorism as a diplomatic tactic to make things worse. The Chinese support Pakistan to balance against India. Islamist fighters from various countries have declared the conflict a Muslim cause. Impact of Jammu and Kashmir are economic. It damages a country's capacity to prosper economically, draw in foreign capital, promote tourism, etc. Industries avoid conflict zones, leading to high unemployment. Infrastructure development is hampered by violence. Sociopolitical, a feeling of alienation from the rest of India. Radicalization of Kashmiri youth due to Pakistan's anti-India propaganda. Halted development. Due to terrorism's pervasive insecurity, social welfare and development funds are redirected to military and intelligence service upgrades. Displacement and migration. Terror activities are largely responsible for the continuous migration of people from affected areas. The exodus of Kashmiri pundits in the 1990s remains a major political and emotional issue. Their return is uncertain. Governance impact. Conflict disrupts day-to-day governance, eroding public trust in democratic institutions. Security. Increased military presence disrupts daily life with inspections and combat operations. Bomb blasts and attacks spread violence beyond Kashmir, impacting national security. Attacks on officials and infrastructure weaken governance and security. Local militants aided cross-border terrorists, challenging India's sovereignty. Strategies of security forces counter militancy in the state OFJNK, protect minorities and locals, safeguard minorities and remote populations, and build positive relations with locals. Dismantle terrorist support, legally counter and investigate terrorist support networks. Strengthen counterterrorism, enhance coordination and technology in operation and intelligence groups. Real-time intelligence sharing, ensure real-time intelligence sharing among security forces. Boost local involvement, engage locals through volunteer defense committees. Adapt tactics, use dynamic and flexible tactics against evolving terrorist strategies. Secure infrastructure, protect critical infrastructure and identify vulnerable areas to prevent attacks. Various initiatives by the government. UDN, Special Industry Initiative. UDN provides skills training to enhance the employability of unemployed youth in Jammu and Kashmir, in collaboration with Indian corporates and the Ministry of Home Affairs. PM's Development Package Investment, 53 projects worth Rs. 58,477 crores across sectors like roads, power, health, education, tourism, agriculture, and skill development. 32 projects completed or nearly completed. Kashmiri saffron and tourism, GI tagging. Kashmiri saffron received GI tagging, promoted globally. The G20 Tourism Working Group meeting in Srinagar boosted J&K's global tourism profile. Over 1.88 crore tourists visited in 2022. Art, culture, and ITO preservation. Focus on preserving cultural heritage. IT initiatives like M-Seva and Digital Village Center offer online government services, reducing the need for physical visits. Infrastructure development. Institutes, establishing AIMS, IIT, and IIM. Upgrading transport infrastructure like the Jammu-Srinagar Highway, reducing travel time. MOU signed for 5 hydropower projects totaling 4,134 megawatts. Investment in industrial growth. New central sector scheme with Rs. 28,400 CR outlay to boost industrial development. Policies like J&K Industrial Policy 2021-30 aim to make J&K investor-friendly. Youth and community programs. Project Himayat, placement-linked skill training for unemployed youth. Onai Manzil and Ustad, education and skill training for minority communities and preserving traditional crafts. Project Sadbhavana, Army Initiative for Healthcare and Youth Women Empowerment. Project Umid, part of the Jammu Kashmir State Rural Livelihood Mission. Parvaz Scheme, support for students preparing for competitive exams. Village Defense Groups, enhancing local security approved by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Human rights and rehabilitation. Security forces are instructed to uphold human rights with prompt investigation of allegations. The surrender and rehabilitation policy encourages terrorists to reintegrate into society and contribute positively. Way forward, need to accelerate development work. There are many non-controversial areas, such as tourism, roads, and education, which affect all 3 regions. Therefore, there is a need to fasten the developmental work. Youth engagement. Actively involve youth, including student leaders, to pacify tensions. Socioeconomic upliftment. Prioritize creating employment and self-employment opportunities for youth. Constructive political ideology. Restore dignity of the Kashmiri people through concerted political efforts to win their hearts and minds. Media campaign. Launch a persistent media campaign to expose Pakistan's support of terrorism and insurgency. Surrender and rehabilitation policy. Implement an effective surrender and rehabilitation policy. Check terrorist funding. Control terrorist funding from organized crime in Pakistan. Security measures. Establish local resistance groups. Deploy motivated personnel. Enhance intelligence sharing. Upgrade police infrastructure. And implement smart border management. Address AFSBA abuses without removing it to maintain force morale. Kashmiri pundits. Facilitate the return and rehabilitation of displaced Kashmiri pundits. Conclusion. A lasting solution to the militancy issue in Jammu and Kashmir requires a comprehensive approach that addresses the root causes of the problem. This includes addressing political grievances, promoting dialogue and reconciliation, ensuring good governance, improving socioeconomic conditions, and building trust among various stakeholders. It is also crucial to continue efforts to strengthen security forces' capabilities, intelligence networks, and border management to prevent infiltration and disrupt militant activities. Previous year's questions. Winning of hearts and minds in terrorism-affected areas is an essential step in restoring the trust of the population. Discuss the measures adopted by the government in this respect as part of the conflict resolution in Jammu and Kashmir. 2023. The banning of Jamaat-e-Islami in Jammu and Kashmir brought into focus the role of overground workers, OGWs, in assisting terrorist organizations. Examine the role played by OGWs in assisting terrorist organizations in insurgency-affected areas. Discuss measures to neutralize the influence of OGWs. 2019-5 Introduction. Terrorism is one of the most pressing challenges of the 21st century, profoundly affecting global security, politics, and society. Defined as the use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, to achieve political, ideological, or religious goals, terrorism seeks to create fear and chaos to influence governments and societies. In the Indian context, terrorism poses a significant threat to national security, with diverse manifestations ranging from cross-border terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir to insurgencies in the northeast and Maoist activities in central and eastern parts of the country. India's geopolitical environment, marked by volatile borders and complex international relations, further exacerbates the challenge of terrorism. The UAPA in Section 15 defines a terrorist act, any act intended to threaten or likely to threaten India's unity, integrity, security, economic security, or sovereignty, or to strike dread in the people or any segment of the people in India or abroad. The UN has not adopted a single, universally accepted definition of terrorism. Instead, various UN resolutions and documents describe terrorism in general terms. UNGA 4960, 1994, which condemns terrorism and calls for international cooperation to combat it, characterizes terrorism as criminal acts intended or calculated to provoke a state of terror in the general public, a group of persons, or particular persons for political purposes. Worst affected countries. India is one of the top 10 nations in the world that experience terrorist attacks. Global Terrorism Index, 2023. In the index, India placed 13th, making it one of the countries with the highest impact of terrorism. Variants of terrorism. Second Arc. The 8th report of the Second Arc on terrorism states that terrorists are driven by diverse goals and objectives, leading to variations in the nature of terrorism based on the group's aims. Ethno-nationalist terrorism. Violent actions by subnational ethnic groups to advance their cause. Examples: Sri Lankan Tamil nationalists, Northeast Indian insurgents. Religious terrorism, driven by religious beliefs, viewing violence as a divine obligation, e.g. Afghan Taliban, ISIS. Narcoterrorism, fusion of drug trafficking and terrorism. Groups like LET and JEM engage in drug trafficking for financial gain. Ideology-oriented terrorism, left-wing terrorism, advocates revolutionary change through violence. Examples: Red Army faction, FARC, right-wing terrorism, aims to maintain or revert to past ideologies. Examples: Nazism, Ku Klux Klan. State-sponsored terrorism, governments support political violence to achieve foreign policy goals. Examples: Iran, Iraq, Pakistan. Lone wolf terrorism, individual acts of violence without external support. Causes of terrorism, religious fundamentalism and radicalism. Fundamentalist and conservative groups resist change perceived as threatening to their beliefs, sometimes resorting to force to maintain traditional values. Examples include ISIS's recruitment tactics promising divine rewards for suicide bombings and instances of religious terrorism in India, such as Sikh separatist movements in Punjab and Islamist groups in Jammu and Kashmir seeking independence through violent means. Poverty. Poverty fuels terrorism, as those deprived of economic resources may turn to violence for financial gain. Developing countries are particularly affected by this disparity, leading to economic grievances that fuel terrorism. In India, states like Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, and Bihar witness terrorism in the form of Naxalism LWE, driven by factors like unemployment and exploitation of the landless. Sense of alienation. Feelings of injustice, alienation, and discrimination arise when migrant groups face bias in their adopted countries. This discrimination may lead to resentment and exclusion from society, prompting some to resort to terrorism against the government and native citizens. Political factors such as inequality, lack of freedom, and demands for autonomy often fuel terrorism. Armed struggle may arise when communities feel suppressed or politically exploited, leading to terrorist activities. Terrorism is viewed as organized political violence aimed at changing societal structures. Socioeconomic factors, such as social disparities and religious discrimination, can create fault lines and ethnic divisions in society, sometimes resulting in violent activities categorized as terrorism. Groups may resort to arms to demand social justice and spread terror in a region. Technology plays a significant role in facilitating terrorism, enabling the spread of terror activities through advanced communication methods, including social media platforms and the dark web. Lone wolf attacks are often carried out by individuals inspired by terrorist group ideologies. Terror financing. Terrorist activities involve promoting an ideology advocating militant action to achieve their goals, recruiting dedicated followers willing to carry out such actions, obtaining and training in the use of weapons and explosives, and planning and executing militant actions. These activities require substantial funding, which may come from illegal operations or even lawful activities. Ideological patronage. Direct funding. Supporters who believe in the extremist ideology of a terrorist group may donate money from their legitimate income sources. Indirect funding. Donations may be directed towards seemingly harmless nonprofit or charitable organizations that secretly act as fronts for terrorist groups. Criminal enterprises. Organized crime. Terrorist groups may partner with or directly engage in organized crime activities like drug trafficking and smuggling to generate revenue. Black money. Terrorist organizations may also launder money obtained through criminal activities, such as counterfeiting currency, to fund their operations. These funds can then be funneled through front organizations. Malicious business activities. ISIS example. There are reports of ISIS selling oil and gas at discounted rates or engaging in human trafficking as examples of how terrorist groups can generate income through illicit business activities. Extortion and taxation. O local funding. Many insurgencies, particularly in India's northeastern regions, rely heavily on extortion and taxation imposed on local populations. O supplementing income. Drug, weapon, and counterfeit currency trafficking often supplement the funds raised through extortion and taxation. These funds are then used to purchase weapons, explosives, and communication equipment. Exploiting legitimate channels. O zakat. Zakat, a form of Islamic charity, is a sensitive issue due to its religious nature. This makes it difficult to regulate and creates a potential avenue for terrorist organizations to raise funds under the guise of charity. The Al-Huda Educational Trust (HET) case exemplifies this concern. Other methods. O looting. ISIS, for example, has looted businesses and kidnapped people for ransom in Iraq and Syria. O monopolistic control. Extremist groups may exploit natural resources in areas they control and leverage government contracts to generate revenue. O state-sponsored terrorism. The text points to Pakistan's alleged support for terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, J&K, as an example of state-sponsored terrorism. O drug trafficking. Drug trafficking is a significant source of income for terrorist organizations in South Asia, including India. O hawala. Hawala, an informal money transfer system, poses a risk due to its lack of regulation and potential use for money laundering by terrorist groups. O counterfeiting. Counterfeiting Indian currency, allegedly funded by Pakistan, is another way to destabilize the Indian economy and potentially generate funds for terrorist activities. Impacts of terrorism. Political. Terrorist activities lead to political instability and governance challenges within regions. For instance, the assassinations of former Indian Prime Ministers, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, significantly impacted India's political and economic landscape, affecting foreign investment. Social. Terrorism inflicts profound societal impacts, profoundly influencing people's beliefs and attitudes. It fosters division among groups and erodes trust in state institutions and fellow citizens, solidifying communal identities and fostering suspicion. Economic. Terrorism exerts a significant economic toll primarily through physical destruction, as seen in the 9/11 attacks, causing billions in property damage and loss of productive lives. The aftermath of such events, like the 2,611 attacks in Mumbai, severely impacts investor confidence, tourism, and stock markets. Governance. Terrorism disrupts governance by diverting funds to defense instead of essential social services like healthcare and education, impacting routine government operations. Tourism. Terrorism's impact on the tourism sector can be profound, leading to economic downturns, unemployment, and social upheaval. Challenges in dealing with terrorism. Combating terrorism effectively requires a multifaceted approach. However, several obstacles make this fight particularly challenging. Here's a breakdown of some of the key hurdles. Elusive definition. The lack of a universally agreed-upon definition of terrorism creates confusion and hinders international cooperation. This makes it difficult to establish clear legal frameworks and target the root causes. Transnational threat. Terrorist organizations often operate across borders, making it difficult for individual countries to tackle them alone. Limited cooperation. Geopolitical rivalries and conflicting national interests can lead to a lack of cooperation among countries. Proxy wars, where one nation supports insurgents in another, further complicate matters. Ideological roots and misinformation. Terrorism is often fueled by deep-seated ideologies that can't be simply addressed through law enforcement measures alone. The rapid spread of misinformation online can further radicalize individuals and make it difficult to counter extremist narratives. External financing and support. Terrorist organizations often rely on external funding and logistical support from hostile nations or non-state actors. Pakistan's support for terrorism in India is cited as an example. Disrupting these funding channels is crucial for weakening terrorist groups. Radicalization triggers. Isolated incidents of violence, such as riots or lynchings, can be exploited by extremist groups to radicalize youth and fuel grievances. A resource drain. Combating terrorism can be a significant drain on a nation's resources, diverting funds from other critical areas like education or healthcare. Steps taken by India to deal with terrorism. Institutional measures. The 26/11 attacks on Mumbai. It led to the exposure of several weaknesses in India's intelligence gathering and action networks. Nakrid. It was part of the radical overhaul of the security and intelligence apparatuses of India that was mooted by the then Home Minister in 2009. To track potential terrorists and stop terrorist attacks. Nakrid will use technologies like big data and analytics to analyze vast volumes of data from various intelligence and law enforcement organizations. Functions. It is a counter-terrorism measure that collects and collates a host of information from government databases, including tax and bank account details, credit card transactions, visa and immigration records, and itineraries of rail and air travel. This combined data will be made available to 11 central agencies. Multi-Agency Center, MAC. It serves as a node for many agencies to share intelligence inputs. It is in Delhi, while state capitals have subsidiary MACs, SMACs, where daily meetings are held to review contributions received over the preceding 24 hours. Its mandate is to share terrorism-related intelligence inputs on a day-to-day basis. All organizations that are involved in the fight against terrorism in any way are members of this center. In each state capital, there is a subsidiary multi-agency center, SMAC, that serves all the states. Creation of foreign and national security guard hubs. Reason for establishment. The Commando Force's response speed to the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks was criticized, thus the government opted to station them at several areas to save time. Origin. To combat all dimensions of terrorism in the nation, the National Security Guard, NSG, was established in 1984 as a federal contingency deployment force. It is designed to be used only in exceptional situations as a specialized counterterrorism force. Functions. After Mains Prahaar, NSG hubs were built in Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Hyderabad to improve crisis response times. Legislative measures. Terrorism wasn't initially addressed in the Indian Penal Code of 1860. The first specific legislation targeting terrorism in India was the Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act, 1987, followed by the Prevention of Terrorism Act, 2002, POTA. POTA aimed to strengthen anti-terrorism efforts, prompted by increasing terrorist attacks, notably the assault on Parliament. However, due to widespread allegations of abuse, both TATA and POTA were repealed. The Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, 1967 was subsequently amended to encompass the definition of a terrorist act, serving as the current legislative framework to counter terrorism in India. Unlawful Activities Prevention Amendment ACT 2019 Origin. It was initially enacted in 1967 to target secessionist organizations and is regarded as a forerunner of legislation like the Prevention of Terrorism Act, POTA, and TATA, all of which have since been abolished. It tries to effectively deter organizations engaged in illegal activity in India. Any action conducted by a person or group with the intent to undermine India's territorial integrity and sovereignty is referred to as unlawful activity. According to the Act, the central government has unrestricted authority. Therefore, if it finds an activity to be unlawful, it may declare it as such in an official gazette. Significance of UAPA Act. Anti-terrorist legislative strategy. The legislation is the cornerstone of India's anti-terrorist legislative strategy. It confirms that the government is accountable for maintaining citizens' security. It aids in preserving India's independence and unity. Declaration of standalone person. By not designating individuals as terrorists, would give them an opportunity to circumvent the law and order, which they would simply gather under a different name and keep up their terror activities. Reduction in time process. The UAPA Act allows the seizure of property of a person who relates to terrorism without taking approval of the Director General of Police in case an investigation is conducted by an officer of NIA. Lone wolf attacks. This is also important in the context of lone wolf attacks, which do not belong to any organization. Elimination of terrorism. The terrorists and insurgents group in India continue to receive material support and funds, the main drivers of terrorism from several sources in India. Speedy justice delivery. Officers in the rank of inspector are empowered to investigate cases under the Act. Amendments of UAPA in 2019. National Investigation Agency. If there are investigations conducted by an officer of the NIA, approval of the Director General of NIA would be required for the seizure of property connected with terrorism. Individuals as terrorists. Government is empowered to designate individuals as terrorists. Earlier, only organizations could be designated as terrorist organizations. Empowerment. Now officers of NIA, of the rank of inspector or above, to investigate cases related to terrorism in India and outside of India. Nuclear terrorism. Added International Convention for Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism 2005 to the schedule under the UAPA Act. NIA ACT 2008. The National Investigation Agency, NIA, Act of 2008 is a legislation enacted in India to combat terrorism and other serious crimes that have a bearing on national security. Its primary objective is to investigate and prosecute offenses affecting the sovereignty, security, and integrity of India, including terrorist activities, insurgency, and cybercrimes. The NIA Act empowers the agency to take up cases across states without needing special permission and provides it with powers akin to those of the police. The NIA plays a crucial role in coordinating with various state and central agencies to effectively address threats to national security and combat terrorism in the country. NIA Amendment Act 2019 A reason of amendment. To facilitate the speedy investigation and prosecution of scheduled offenses, including those committed outside India against the Indian citizens or affecting the interest of India, insert certain new offenses, in the schedule to the Act as scheduled offenses which adversely affect the national security. It has become necessary to amend certain provisions of the Act. Foreign coverage. The latest amendments to the NIA Act will allow the agency to probe terrorist activities against Indians and Indian interests abroad, cybercrimes, and cases of human trafficking. Increased coverage. The reforms will allow the NIA to investigate human trafficking, counterfeit currency, illegal arms sales, cyberterrorism, and Explosive Substances Act of 1908 violations. Special Court. A court specially mandated to process the judicial aspect of NIA Act-related aspects is set up in New Delhi, which will preside over such cases. International cooperation. India advocated for the Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism, CCIT, at the UN in 1996, but it hasn't been adopted due to differing definitions of terrorism among member states. FATF, Financial Action Task Force, prioritizes combating terrorist financing since 2001, setting global standards, aiding implementation of UN Security Council resolutions, and assessing countries' capabilities in preventing terrorism financing. The UN introduced the UN Global Counterterrorism Coordination Compact to coordinate efforts across various sectors including peace, security, humanitarian aid, human rights, and sustainable development to combat international terrorism. Border management. Following the Pathankot attack, the government endorsed a plan to prevent infiltration along the 2,900-kilometer western border with Pakistan, known as the Comprehensive Integrated Border Management System, CIBMS. A crucial aspect of CIBMS involves utilizing satellite imagery to assess terrain details and fortifications along the border, aiding security forces in planning operations and infrastructure development. Additionally, the BOLD QIT, Border Electronically Dominated QRT Interception Technique, project, part of CBMS, aims to install technical systems along the Indo-Bangladesh borders, particularly in unfenced riverine areas of the Brahmaputra and its tributaries, equipped with various sensors. Curbing terror financing, strengthening UAPA. The provisions in the UAPA 1967 to combat terror financing by criminalizing the production or smuggling or circulation of high-quality counterfeit Indian currency as a terrorist act. Terror funding and fake currency, TFFC, cell. New cell has been constituted in the National Investigation Agency, NIA, to conduct a focused investigation of terror funding and fake currency cases. Renewed focus on currency counterfeit. An advisory on terror financing has been issued in April 2018 to states UTs. Guidelines have also been issued in March 2019 to states UTs for investigation of cases of high-quality counterfeit Indian currency notes. Training programs. They are regularly conducted for the state police personnel on issues relating to combating terrorist financing. Coordination Group, FICN Coordination Group, FCORD, has been formed by the Ministry of Home Affairs to share intelligence information among the security agencies of the state center to counter the problem of circulation of fake currency notes. Center-state coordination. Intelligence and security agencies of the center and states work in tandem to keep a close watch on the elements involved in terror funding activities and act as per law. Aspirational District Scheme. The Ministry of Home Affairs oversees the Aspirational Districts Program, targeting 35 districts affected by LWE and those facing backwardness, including Kashmir. The objective is to swiftly and efficiently uplift these districts, aligning with the government's commitment to fostering inclusive growth and improving living standards for all citizens under the motto, Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas. Cybersecurity infrastructure. In addition to passing cyber laws, the government has established new cybersecurity centers like the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center and the National Cyber Coordination Center. It has also formed a division focusing on cyber and information security within the Ministry of Home Affairs. Efforts include enhancing institutional capacity through personnel training and awareness campaigns. The way forward. Second ARC recommendations on countering terrorism. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission, ARC, of India recognized the critical need to address the growing threat of terrorism. Their recommendations focused on strengthening legal frameworks, promoting education for peace, and leveraging media's influence. Here's a breakdown of their key proposals. Clearer definition of terrorism. The ARC emphasized the need for a more precise definition of what constitutes a terrorist act to ensure clarity and consistency in legal proceedings. Comprehensive anti-terror law. They recommended enacting a comprehensive legal framework specifically addressing all facets of terrorism. This could be achieved by incorporating new provisions into the National Security Act of 1980. Confessions and police reform. The ARC acknowledged the potential value of confessions before police officers as evidence. However, they stressed the importance of comprehensive police reforms to ensure the fairness and reliability of such confessions. Fast-track courts. To expedite the trial process for terrorism-related cases, the ARC advocated for the creation of dedicated fast-track courts. Federal Investigation Agency. Building upon their previous recommendations on public order, the ARC reiterated the need for a specialized division within the Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, to focus on investigating terrorist offenses. Combating terrorist financing. The ARC called for amending the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, to expand the definition of predicate offenses, thereby widening the scope of this act and its ability to target terrorist financing. Education for peace. Recognizing the role of education in preventing radicalization, the ARC endorsed the efforts of the National Council of Educational Research and Training, NCERT, to promote education for peace through schools and civil society organizations. By implementing these recommendations, the second ARC envisioned a more comprehensive and multi-pronged approach to tackling terrorism in India. Overground workers, OGWs, are people who help militants or terrorists with logistical support, cash, shelter, and other infrastructure with which armed groups and insurgency movements such as Hizbul Mujahideen and Jaish Muhammad in Jammu and Kashmir can operate. OGWs play a crucial role in militant attacks, providing real-time information and support to the tactical elements. Role of overground workers. Instrument for communication. In places impacted by insurgency, OGWs have developed into a crucial instrument for strategic communication and recruiting by their operators. Recruitment. Potential recruiters can flourish among those detained under the Public Safety Act, PSA, in J&K and other insurgency-affected regions since they share prisons with committed terrorists. Attackers. The process usually starts with kids being employed to attack security people with stone throwing for money, escalates to more serious vandalism, and concludes with being an OGW, who provides logistical support for strike squads. Brainwashing. It is widely recognized that OGWs can continuously strive to instill unfavorable feelings in the minds of the so-called gray population or decision-makers in an insurgency. Helps infiltrators. The terrorist attack by Pakistani nationals at Sunjwan leaves no doubt that OGWs helped the group infiltrate months earlier. Infrastructure provider. Jamaat is the main militancy channel. OGWs support insurgent infrastructure and operations. They help with supplies, weapons, shelter, and movement. Sleeper cells. Thus, moving without a weapon has become the norm. As a result, a modern terrorist might be difficult to spot since they operate in an intersection between OGWs and terrorists. Measures to counteract overground workers' influence. Effective funding control through greater monitoring. Adding more intelligence and police officers. The time spent behind bars needs to be watched to stop inmates from talking to hardcore fundamentalists and terrorists. Can enlist the assistance of community leadership to combat OGW's militant propaganda. Ensuring inclusive growth to combat alienation sentiments. Hybrid terrorists are individuals who are not classified as ultras but are radicalized enough to carry out a terror attack and then return to normal life, according to security services and intelligence agencies in Kashmir. In other words, they're the sleeper cells. Security agencies describe these terrorists as boys next door, who are kept on standby mode by terror groups. Main challenge posed by hybrid terrorists. Identification. Finding the hybrid terrorist presence or whereabouts is extremely challenging. Additionally, it is challenging to stop, capture, or neutralize them through encounters. Digital radicalization. To radicalize people and promote extremist ideology, hybrid terrorists take advantage of social media and online platforms. Cyber attacks. To stop the country from running smoothly, hybrid terrorists launch cyber attacks against vital infrastructure, administrative systems, and financial networks. Cross-border infiltration. Hybrid terrorists sneak into India through porous borders and security lapses, frequently by taking advantage of local sympathizers and support networks. Networks of funding. To fund their operations, hybrid terrorist organizations set up intricate networks of funding that include illegal trades in drugs, counterfeit money, and money laundering. Sleeper cells. In India, hybrid terrorists maintain sleeper cells made up of people who blend in with society as they wait for orders to launch strikes. Technology weaponization. Hybrid terrorists use technological advances to create and use high-tech weaponry, such as drones, remote-controlled gadgets, and improvised explosive devices, IDS. Radicalization. A person or group can become radicalized when they adopt strong political, social, or religious goals and aspirations. It rejects or undercuts the status quo as well as current national beliefs and representations. Factors responsible for radicalization. Political factor. Government apathy and authoritarian tendencies cause hopes to be dashed and a sense of rage towards the existing authority. For instance, local politicians' disinterest towards the local population fueled Naxalism. Socioeconomic factor. Growing radicalization is a result of socioeconomic reasons including poverty, social isolation, marginalization and discrimination, restricted education, and career opportunities, etc. Radical recruitment organizations find the underprivileged and illiterate to be a rich recruiting ground. Administrative factors. A land capture by the government without adequate compensation may cause emotions of injustice and resentment towards the state, which frequently trigger extremism. Religious intolerance. Fueled by an increase in religious intolerance, hate crimes, and mob lynchings, minorities feel insecure and are becoming more radicalized. Social media. Terrorists utilize the internet as a powerful tool for funding their operations and radicalization. On the internet, terrorist organizations promote the use of violence to advance a certain religion, ideology, or political purpose. Displacement. Due to land acquisition, people are relocated, yet frequently they are not paid. This caused emotions of injustice and rage towards the government to grow, which frequently tip people towards becoming radicalized. Mechanisms of online radicalization. Compensation. Compensation refers to an individual's desire to make up for offline weaknesses through an alternate online presence, and it mostly arises in the pre-radicalization phase. Isolation. Isolation is the process through which people who are socially excluded offline look for new social connections online. Facilitation. The term facilitation describes elements of the internet environment that heighten and encourage exposure to and engagement with extremist content. Echoing. The term echoing refers to how regular contact with those who share one's extreme viewpoints can strengthen radical ideas and justify violent behavior. De-radicalization and counter-radicalization, institutional mechanisms. Setting up of counterterrorism and counter-radicalization division under the Ministry of Home Affairs. The division's main areas of interest are the administration and enforcement of anti-terror laws and the surveillance of fundamentalist groups including the Popular Front of India, Jamaat-e-Islami, and the Students' Islamic Movement of India. Setting up of Satcher Committee in 2005, the committee was headed by former Chief Justice of Delhi High Court Rajinder Satcher to study the social, economic, and educational condition of Muslims in India. Technological mechanisms. The Indian Penal Code, IPC, Sections 124A, 153A, 153B, 295A, and 505. The IT Act and Information and Technology, Procedures and Safeguards for Blocking for Access of Information by Public, Rules, 2009. Intelligence Bureau launched Operation Chakreview in 2014 for countering the challenges of online radicalization. De-radicalization program to address the issue at 3 levels, macro level, through preventive arrests. Counter-narratives to discourage the youth and give incentives to renounce violence. To work at the micro level with individuals. Some states started de-radicalization programs such as Maharashtra set up anti-terrorism squad. Lone wolf attacks, definition. Lone wolf attacks involve acts of violent terrorism carried out by individuals acting on extremist beliefs. Motivation. These individuals may be inspired by a specific terrorist organization or ideology, or they may be driven by a broader social or political climate. Activities. Unlike meticulously planned and coordinated attacks like 9/11 or 2611 Mumbai, lone wolf attacks can range from simple threats and intimidation to more violent acts like shootings, vehicle rammings, stabbings, and suicide bombings. Challenges. Unpredictability. The unpredictable nature of lone wolf attacks makes them difficult to prevent. Traditional counterterrorism strategies that focus on dismantling networks are less effective against lone actors. Online radicalization. The internet provides a breeding ground for radicalization. Lone wolves can access extremist propaganda and materials anonymously, facilitating their indoctrination. Simplicity. Lone wolf attacks often require minimal planning and resources, making them logistically easy to carry out. This increases the potential for such attacks. Copycat effect. Successful lone wolf attacks can inspire copycat behavior, creating a ripple effect of violence. They may also serve as a source of inspiration for alienated youth, potentially leading to further radicalization. Bandwagon attacks. The notoriety gained from lone wolf attacks can attract others to join in, leading to bandwagon attacks, where multiple individuals target a location or group. India's vulnerabilities to LONEWLFATCKS. High population area. Public gatherings offer several targets. Some installations use private security systems, while many public locations remain vulnerable. Fast-growing population, especially youth with access to mass media and social media, opens limitless avenues of unrestrained radical propaganda. Level of intolerance. While the popular discourse seems to suggest an increasing level of intolerance, the reality is quite different. Increasing propaganda. Despite this reality, unrestrained propaganda often causes alarm, especially among minorities and weaker groups who run the risk of falling prey to fear-mongering. Growing vulnerability. They will recruit violent Indians soon. Based on historical precedents, IS will certainly exploit religious grievances. Way forward. Cyclic approach. The approach must follow the sequence of awareness of the contagion, detection of potential and existing recruits, and finally remedial action. Big data analytics. It must be used to discern the level of radicalization of potential recruits, their networks and sources of information, funding, and leadership in order to help unravel the roots of radicalization. Training the police and intelligence agency. The police and intelligence services are neither trained nor equipped to handle the vital aspect of rolling back radicalization in society. Specialized police teams. The formation of National Security Guard regional hubs in the aftermath of 2611 is a welcome step to neutralize future terrorist strikes. Helplines. It should be created and staffed by professional counselors and psychologists who can help reverse the process as part of the efforts of NGOs supported by the state. Intergovernmental cooperation. Reduce information request processing time, boost counterterrorism funding measures, and help extradite hate-mongers from their immigration destination. Bioterrorism. Interpol defines bioterrorism as the purposeful release of biological agents or toxins to hurt or kill persons, animals, or plants to intimidate or force a government or civilian population to promote political or social aims. Challenges associated. Identifying the motive. There is a general difficulty faced by the agencies to differentiate between intentional harm and accidental transmission. Limited information. New biological agents either in nature or artificially made cannot be anticipated before they can cause a public nuisance. Deadly nature. Agents used in bioterrorism are highly transmissible and deadly in nature, which is hard to control once fully unleashed in the population. The time lag in finding treatment and vaccines inflicts high morbidity and mortality on defenseless populations. Problem of detection and control. The latency period and mutation into different strains of agents makes disease detection and control difficult. Measures need to tackle bioterrorism. Integration with national security. Biosecurity should be mainstreamed into our defense, security, and counterterrorism strategies. National Rapid Deployment Biosecurity Force. A dedicated National Rapid Deployment Biosecurity Force of military forces, police, and health responders should provide frontline pandemic biodefense, catastrophe relief, and reaction. National strategies. India should develop national strategies for biointelligence and cooperate with other friendly biosecurity powers. Biosafety of research facilities. Governmental and private R&D labs, biotech, and virology centers need to be cataloged according to established safety levels, especially for dangerous biological toxins. Developing multilateral biosurveillance mechanisms. Empowering WHO's health security mechanisms to survey and access facilities in countries free from geopolitical pressures. Controlling the technology, non-proliferation, and export control dual-use biological materials and technologies. Need for a legislation. By enacting a bioterrorism law, India can establish clear definitions, define what constitutes a bioterrorism act, and outline the associated penalties. Strengthen biosecurity measures. Implement stricter regulations on the storage, transportation, and research of potentially dangerous biological agents. Enhance surveillance and response. Develop a comprehensive plan for early detection, containment, and treatment of bioterrorism attacks. International cooperation. Facilitate collaboration with other nations to share information, resources, and best practices in bioterrorism prevention and response. A strong bioterrorism law serves as a deterrent to potential attackers and empowers authorities to respond effectively in the event of an attack. This can significantly enhance India's preparedness and safeguard its citizens from the growing threat of biological warfare. Cyberterrorism. Cyberterrorism is the use of the internet to conduct violent acts that result in, or threaten, the loss of life or significant bodily harm, to achieve political or ideological gains through threat or intimidation. Dimensions. Internet terrorism. It is also sometimes considered an act of internet terrorism or terrorist activities, including acts of deliberate, large-scale disruption of computer networks. Cause destruction. Cyberterrorism can be also defined as the intentional use of computers, networks, and public internet to cause destruction and harm for personal objectives. Shift in modus operandi. Terror groups have changed their recruitment, training, and deployment methods. Candidates were previously persuaded by religious or ideological superiority. Way forward to check online terror. Surveillance capabilities. We need to have very strong online surveillance capabilities and social media monitoring capabilities to counter such kind of radicalization. Interagencial coordination. An increase in intelligence sharing and coordination between agencies such as NIA, IB, and state police, etc., is necessary to prevent such incidents. Multi-pronged strategy, which will focus on rational and logical counter-propaganda, should be adopted with the help of civil society, NGOs, etc. International cooperation. An international consensus should be built among nations and various IT-related organizations to follow certain guidelines in regulating internet use. Use of technology. Technology like big data can be used to catch phrases related to radicalization and delete any such content. Conclusion. The issue of terrorism poses a significant challenge to internal security in countries around the world. It manifests in various forms, ranging from ideologically driven extremism to separatist movements and organized crime networks. Addressing terrorism requires a comprehensive and multidimensional approach that encompasses proactive intelligence gathering, robust law enforcement measures, effective border security, international cooperation, and targeted counterterrorism strategies. Previous year's questions. Give out the major sources of terror funding in India and the efforts being made to curtail these sources. In light of this, also discuss the aim and objective of the No Money for Terror (NMFT) conference recently held in New Delhi in November 2022. 2023. Analyze the complexity and intensity of terrorism, its causes, linkages, and obnoxious nexus. Also suggest measures required to be taken to eradicate the menace of terrorism. 2021. The banning of Jamaat-e-Islami in Jammu and Kashmir brought into focus the role of overground workers, OGWs, in assisting terrorist organizations. Examine the role played by OGWs in assisting terrorist organizations in insurgency-affected areas. Discuss measures to neutralize the influence of OGWs. 2019. The scourge of terrorism is a grave challenge to national security. What solutions do you suggest curbing this growing menace? What are the major sources of terrorist funding? 2017. Terrorism is emerging as a competitive industry over the last few decades. Analyze the above statement. 2016. India's internal security problems are a manifestation of internal weaknesses and external attempts at waging a proxy war. Inadequate socio-economic development, apathy towards the genuine grievances of the people, and political brinkmanship, amongst other reasons, have created internal contradictions, which have led to over 5 decades of internal strife. India has been grappling with multiple, identity-centric, and grievance-driven challenges that have impacted its security and national fabric for more than 7 decades now. If we divide the internal security challenges, they are into 4 main groups, which include 1. Separatism in Jammu and Kashmir. 2. Insurgency in northeast India. 3. Left-wing extremism. 4. Terrorism in the hinterlands. State actors influencing the internal security of India. Meaning of state actors: those organizations that have the official support of a sovereign state to carry out any intended action are referred to as state actors. Governments or its agencies from other nations, such as their armed forces, bureaucracies, intelligence services, etc., are examples of state actors. Pakistan, the 3,323 kilometers long land boundary of India, spanning the states of Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, and the urban territory of J&K, shares a border with Pakistan. This border has varied terrain and distinct geographical characteristics. The border between India and Pakistan is a porous border. Therefore, it leads to various security challenges such as Inter-Services Intelligence presence in Nepal. Increasing activities of Pakistan's ISI in Nepal changed the nature of the border completely. Ties with the Taliban and other radical groups. These groups have recently been involved with the radicalization of the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. Groups such as the LET, the Haqqani Network, etc., have repeatedly been used by Pakistan as instruments. China-Pakistan nexus. It has given rise to external concerns such as modernization plans of the Karakoram Highway, the development of Gwadar as a naval port, and covert assistance in Pakistan's nuclear and missile program. Pakistan military sponsorship. India is facing low-intensity conflict in J&K abetted and sponsored by the Pakistani military in the northeast and to various fringe extremist groups within the country. Fake currency, FCN, rackets. India faces huge economic challenges due to the fake currency rackets supported by Pakistan. Reinforcing Sikh separatism. ISI also trains Sikh separatists. The Union government claims the ISI is seeking to resurrect the Sikh militancy to launch terrorist acts in Punjab and beyond. Fueling Kashmiri militants. Training and facilitation of armed rebels in various training camps in Pakistan. China. The border between India and China is 3,488 kilometers long. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and Sikkim all share the border. The McMahon Line is the effective border between China and India. The Line of Actual Control, or LC, is another key aspect of the India-China boundary. Challenges. Support to extremist groups in the northeast. Traditionally, China has provided financial aid, arms and sanctuaries to Naga, Mizo, and Meitei extremist rights since the British era. Strategic alliances. China has been shrewdly following a policy of strategic containment of India by regional alliances and arming India's neighbors Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Border area construction. China's People's Liberation Army continues to deploy construction equipment for roadworks. It uses spider excavators to build roads in the border area. Fuel to Maoist movements. The Maoist movement got ideological, moral, financial, and intellectual backing from China. This has increased the problem of left-wing extremism. China's growing assertiveness in the region. It may encourage Bhutan to switch Doklam. China is building military supporting communities in uninhabited tri-junction areas between India, Bhutan, and China. Nepal shares a border of about 1,850 kilometers with 5 Indian states: Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, and Sikkim. An estimated 6 million Nepalese live and work in India. India and Nepal have a special connection based on open borders and profound cultural and familial ties. However, several security threats include: open border. India and Nepal share an open border with free exchange of people and currency across the borders. This paves the way for various anti-India elements to come freely in India. Communist Party of Nepal, Maoists. The CPN Maoists have become a powerful political force, once non-state players, now state actors, which has major ramifications for India's internal security, especially given their acknowledged links to Indian left-wing extremists. Fueling anti-India emotions. India's hold in Nepal no longer remains the same as in the past, as the Maoists have been continually upping the ante against India, accusing India of poking its nose in internal Nepali affairs. Bangladesh and India share a 4,096-kilometer land border, the fifth longest in the world, with 262 kilometers in Assam, 856 kilometers in Tripura, 318 kilometers in Mizoram, 443 kilometers in Meghalaya, and 2,217 kilometers in West Bengal. The border of India and Bangladesh is porous. Thus, it raises security concerns such as trans-border migration from Bangladesh. 15 to 18 million illegal Bangladeshi immigrants in India is a major factor for the problems in Assam and other areas of the northeast. A haven for Islamic terrorists in South Asia. It is also a very important concern for India, as terrorist attacks have the potential to cause panic and havoc apart from human and financial loss. Various terrorist groups. Indian concerns regarding terrorist camps in Habiganj, Malvi Bazar, Chittagong, and Satcheri districts of Bangladesh, among others bordering the Indian border, have grown. Myanmar and India share a 1,643 kilometers land border and a Bay of Bengal marine boundary. Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram border Myanmar. Due to the recent political condition in Myanmar, concerns regarding security have increased. It raises security concerns such as the normality of crossing the border. Since the 1950s, Naga, Mizo, Meitei, and Assamese militants have crossed into Myanmar to establish bases and escape Indian security forces. Gun running and drug trafficking across the India-Myanmar border. Besides the cross-border movement of insurgents, rampant gun running and drug trafficking are other significant security challenges emanating across the India-Myanmar border. Narcotics and the Golden Triangle. Proximity to Myanmar in the Golden Triangle, Myanmar, Thailand, and Laos, makes the India-Myanmar border vulnerable to the trafficking of heroin and amphetamine-type stimulants, ATS, produced in Myanmar. The 1967 Boundary Agreement. Border tribes reject the artificial line and maintain strong ethnic ties. Insurgents typically use such links to seek refuge over the border with family members who support their cause. Afghanistan. India shares a 106 kilometers land border with Afghanistan. Afghanistan shares the shortest land border with India. J&K, Pak, shares a border with Afghanistan. It forms only about 0.52% of the total land border of India. Recently, the Taliban took over Afghanistan. Thus, it raises concerns not only for India, but also for the world. It raises security concerns such as, Pakistan's privileged position. Despite occasional strains in relationships, Pakistan enjoys a privileged status in Taliban-held Afghanistan. This can cause serious national and regional security concerns. Drug trafficking in Afghanistan. Its commerce with India bothers India. Punjab and other Indian states are plagued with Golden Crest drug addiction, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. Drugs fund terrorism. Role of China. China seeks to play in the economy of Talibanized Afghanistan is certain to enhance Islamabad's clout in Kabul. This has the potential to compromise the borders as well as the northern front of India. Absence of a common border. There are obvious limitations to India's capacity to intervene effectively in Afghanistan unless Iran and Tajikistan are on board. Non-state actors influencing the internal security of India. Meaning of non-state actors. Non-state actors have significant influence over international affairs, but do not have official governmental support. Corporations, media outlets, corporate tycoons, liberation movements, lobbying organizations, religious organizations, aid organizations, and paramilitary forces are a few examples of non-state players. Non-state actors, like the Human Rights Council, can help shape public opinion in international matters. As implementing partners in the national context, formal international organizations may also rely on non-state entities, particularly NGOs. Positive roles, grassroots engagement. International organizations, UNICEF, UNESCO, NGOs, and civil society institutions can bridge the gap between governments and citizens, particularly at the local level. They can address grievances, provide a platform for people to voice their concerns, potentially reducing the risk of radicalization and recruitment by extremist groups. Empower vulnerable communities, deliver essential services and advocate for the rights of marginalized groups, fostering a sense of inclusion and reducing the appeal of extremist ideologies. Economic opportunities. Private companies and multinational corporations, MNCs, can create jobs and improve living standards, fostering stability and reducing the appeal of violent extremism. Challenges posed: security threats, insurgency, and extremism. O. Ethnic conflicts. Violent movements in the Northeast fueled by ethnic identities lead to clashes. China's support for these groups, with examples like sheltering ULFA members from Assam. O. Left-wing extremism. LWE The Red Corridor faces threats from Maoist groups like CPI, Maoist, in states like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. Terrorism. O. Pakistan and terrorism. Pakistan is seen as a source of terrorism in India. Non-state actors like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed pose a continuous threat. O. Global threat of non-state actors. Terrorist groups motivated by radical ideologies, with financial networks, use of technology, and access to dangerous materials, threaten international stability. O. Destabilizing India. These groups aim to not only create instability in Jammu and Kashmir, but also destabilize the entire country through sporadic attacks that spread fear and hinder economic progress. Organized crime. O. Drug trafficking. Drugs from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran via routes like the Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle have impacted Punjab. O. Human trafficking. Children and women are trafficked from Nepal and Bangladesh, with estimates suggesting 50 women trafficked daily from Nepal. O. Counterfeit currency. Fake currency, particularly from Pakistan, weakens the economy by enabling black money activities, money laundering, and funding terrorism. Social and economic challenges. Communalism. Propaganda funded by hostile actors aims to damage India's social fabric and incite religious riots. Cybersecurity. Cyber attacks by groups like Legion and ATM skimming highlight the cyber threats India faces. Pakistani hackers often target government websites. Non-state actors in Pakistan. Pakistan's military supports Islamic terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Harkat-ul-Jihad Islami, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the Pakistani Taliban. These groups operate against India with direct or indirect backing from Pakistan. These groups not only conduct terror attacks, but also train and facilitate armed insurgents in camps in Pakistan, support local militants, create networks, sleeper cells, and spread extremist ideologies. Non-state actors in Nepal. With the open border between India and Nepal, various groups engage in cross-border activities such as smuggling, fake currency circulation, and drug and human trafficking. Terror organizations and crime networks use Nepal as a gateway into India, posing significant internal security threats. Non-state actors in Bangladesh. The transborder movement from Bangladesh and the influx of illegal migrants and refugees have caused tensions and volatile situations in Assam and the Northeast region. This issue is evident in the Assam agitation, the National Register of Citizens, NRC, debates, and multiple instances of violence, creating serious internal security challenges. Way forward, enhancing center-state relations. Foster consensus on internal security issues through bodies like the National Integration Council and Development Council. Strengthening counterterrorism efforts. Establish a centralized institution to curb internal terrorist funding and enhance coordination. Reforming policing. Recruit to achieve the UN-prescribed police population ratio, improve training, and implement judicial reforms. Effective border management. Form a border management commission to streamline policies and strategies, addressing coordination gaps. Promoting international cooperation. Secure cooperation on counterterrorism, extradition treaties, and conduct coordinated operations like Operation Sunrise with Myanmar. Advancing research and technology. Establish specialized institutions for research on ethno-cultural studies, social media impacts, and cybersecurity, enhancing future planning and response capabilities. Piracy in Indian Ocean Region, IWAR. Article 101 of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, defines piracy as acts of violence, detention, or depredation committed for private ends on the high seas or outside any state's jurisdiction. These acts, carried out with the intent of personal gain, may involve seizing another ship, its cargo, or kidnapping its passengers or crew. Piracy is considered a serious maritime crime and is subject to international laws and conventions. The Maritime Anti-Piracy Act, 2022, defines piracy as any illegal act of violence, detention, or destruction performed by the crew or passengers of a private ship or aircraft against a ship, aircraft, person, or property for private objectives. Fact-wise, the Indian Ocean is the third largest water body of the world that has vital sea lanes of communication crisscrossing it, and which feeds Asia's largest economies. More than 80% of the world's seaborne trade and oil transits through Indian Ocean choke points through the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Indian Ocean region, and has around 40% of the total world population. Impacts of piracy, risk of attack and being hostage. When ships are attacked by pirates, crews suffer the stress of being fired upon with guns and rocket-propelled grenades, and those captured can be held hostage for months. Post-traumatic stress. Piracy victims can suffer from post-traumatic stress. Some pirates are holding crew members in solitary confinement and abusing them. Shipping industry issue. The costs are soaring and now operators face rising insurance premiums for a high-risk area that now covers most of the Indian Ocean and one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Anti-piracy infrastructure development costs. It includes installing preventative measures and protection on board, employing private security personnel, as well as ransom payments. Blockade and its economy. All ships would sail around the Horn of Africa if banned. This would increase travel times, transit expenses, oil prices, and the world economy. Measures taken. At national level, operational measures. Naval ships with armed helicopters patrol piracy-prone areas. Indian naval and shore guard ships have been stationed in piracy-prone locations near the coast. Organizational measures. Sharing commercial ship risk information improves maritime security. In 2018, India opened an Indian Ocean International Fusion Center, IFC, in Gurugram. Institutional measures. India's Sagar policy is a regional framework that reinforces its net security responsibility in the Indian Ocean, IR. International measures. India has often reaffirmed its dedication to upholding all nations' rights in accordance with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. Other measures. International Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Rim Association. Enhanced technical surveillance of coastal and offshore areas by O Coastal Surveillance Network, O National Maritime Domain Awareness Project, O National Command Control Communication and Intelligence Network, O National Automatic Identification System, O National Committee for Strengthening Maritime and Coastal Security. At international level, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS establishes the legal framework for combating piracy. The UN Security Council and General Assembly emphasize the importance of international cooperation in addressing piracy and armed robbery at sea, highlighting UNCLOS's role in combating maritime threats. Operation Prosperity Guardian. The United States initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational security initiative aimed at ensuring security in the Red Sea. Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against the Safety of Maritime Navigation, 1988. This multilateral treaty aims to ensure appropriate action against individuals committing unlawful acts against ships. It was adopted in 1988 at the SUA Convention in Rome. Combined Maritime Forces, CMF. The CMF is a multinational naval partnership focused on defeating terrorism, preventing piracy, fostering regional cooperation, and promoting a secure maritime environment. It includes 39 member nations, including India. Maritime Anti-Piracy Act 2022. The act defines piracy as any violent act of robbery or kidnapping committed for personal gain by a private ship's crew or passengers on the high seas against another ship, its crew, passengers, or cargo. It also includes acts of incitement, facilitation, and voluntary participation in operating a pirate vessel, ship, or aircraft. Where does the act apply? The act applies to the high seas, including India's exclusive economic zone, EEZ, and all international waters beyond the jurisdiction of any other country. Key provisions. Definition of piracy. The act defines piracy as any illegal act of violence, detention, or depredation committed for private ends on the high seas. This includes inciting or facilitating such acts and voluntary participation in pirate operations. Extradition. Offenses of piracy are considered extraditable. This means accused pirates can be transferred for trial to countries with which India has extradition treaties. If no treaty exists, reciprocity, similar treatment, may be used. Designated courts. The central government, in consultation with relevant judicial authorities, will designate specific courts for speedy trials of piracy offenses. Authorized personnel. Only authorized personnel can arrest pirates and seize their vessels. Disposition of seized property. Courts have sole authority to order the disposal of seized ships and property. Concerns. Death penalty. The act allows the death penalty for piracy, which some argue violates the Supreme Court's directive of using it only in the rarest of rare cases. This raises concerns about fairness and compatibility with fundamental rights, Articles 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution. Unclear definition of aiding piracy. The act lacks clarity on what constitutes helping piracy, potentially leading to confusion and misuse. Extradition challenges. The act presumes guilt under certain conditions, which might conflict with other countries' extradition processes. For example, some countries may not extradite someone presumed guilty until they have the opportunity to prove innocence. Cybersecurity gap. The act does not address the growing threat of cyber attacks on ships. Way forward. Strengthening of the Coast Guard. CG. Coast Guard leadership requires strengthening the CG. To clarify security agencies' functions, the Coast Guard Act must be amended. Lawful bodies, government ministries, port trusts, state maritime boards, non-major ports, private terminal operators, and other stakeholders must clearly define their statutory roles and basic port security standards. Lawful bodies, government ministries, port trusts, state maritime boards, non-major ports, private terminal operators, and other stakeholders must clearly define their statutory roles and basic port security standards. Multiple agencies. The central government must address the problems of coordination arising out of the interactions of multiple agencies, with overlapping jurisdictions and delayed responses. Legislative framework. Comprehensive legislation to place systems and processes for the protection of India's maritime infrastructure, covering both the shipping and port sectors. Surveillance and interagency coordination. The authorities must deploy coastal radar chains and AIS stations quickly and require AIS on power-driven vessels over 10 m. National Commercial Maritime Security Policy Document. Its marine security strategy. It must also publish a national commercial maritime security strategy for efficient, coordinated, and effective port and shipping infrastructure protection. Reinforce coastal regulation zone regulations. Tourism, shrimp farming, and industrial advocacy groups are eroding CRZ law without consulting experts or the public, environmentalists worry. Combating maritime terrorism is a matter of public concern that calls for a vigilant, determined approach to securing and obtaining oceanic lines. Making significant assumptions for the age of opportune and significant insight. Strong interagency participation. And an integrated approach that can create a framework of effective law enforcement in maritime waters. Conclusion. From state-sponsored terrorism to transnational criminal networks, the threats posed by external actors are diverse and constantly evolving. Effective responses require cooperation and coordination at the national, regional, and international levels. This entails strengthening border security, enhancing intelligence sharing mechanisms, and fostering diplomatic relations to counter external interference. Previous year questions. What are the maritime security challenges in India? Discuss the organizational, technical, and procedural initiatives taken to improve maritime security. 2022. Analyze the multidimensional challenges posed by external state and non-state actors to the internal security of India. Also discuss measures required to be taken to combat these threats. 2021. In 2012, the longitudinal marking for high-risk areas for piracy was moved from 65 degrees east to 78 degrees east in the Arabian Sea by the International Maritime Organization. What impact does this have on India's maritime security concerns? 2014 UPSC Offline Foundation course, based on CTR model. GS classes optional classes. As CSAT classes * 24/7 library. M. Any other relevant features. W with 3 years validity. PW0IS 500. For extra discount. Starts from G47200. W. Carol by. Apply coupon code. Our offline centers. Ethics and Essay Crash Course 2024. 60+ hours. Ethics discussion in question ans. Form AT. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length tests. W. If evaluation. R. Theme-wise essay coverage. H. Evaluation by faculty. Coverage of 150+ ethics and 50+ essay questions. QO any doubt sessions. W. If faculty. Batch starts 24th June for extra discount. 992-061-3613 OnlyIAS. Role of media and social networking sites. Media encompasses all channels of communication, ranging from printed paper to digital data. It serves to bridge the gap between the government and the people, often referred to as the fourth pillar of democracy. A social media platform is a web-based or mobile-based application that enables the creation, access, and exchange of user-generated content. Examples include Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Fact-wise. Internet users. In India, only 692.0 million people have access to the internet, which spends approximately 2.6 hours daily on social media platforms. Social media users. India will have roughly 470.1 million monthly active social media users by the end of 2022, with a 4.2% annual growth rate in 2021 to 2022. Female, 26.5%, male, 73.5%. User distribution, 398 million users ages above 18 using social media, 42.2% of the total population. Social media's social networking aspect. Social media social networking definition. Online platforms and tools that allow users to create and share content, as well as interact with others. The process of building and maintaining online relationships with others who share common interests or goals. Focus content creation and sharing. Building and maintaining relationships with others. Examples: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, Twitter chats. Purpose: reach a broader audience, engage with. Target demographic. Connect and communicate with others, share information and ideas, collaborate on projects. Features: content sharing, commenting, liking, following, messaging. Group creation, messaging, discussion forums, event creation. Importance for businesses. Allows businesses to reach a broader audience and engage with customers. Helps businesses build relationships with customers and other businesses. Relationship to social networking. Social media platforms often provide the tools and features necessary for social networking to occur. Social networking often takes place on social media platforms, but can also occur offline or on other digital platforms. Role of social media in national security. Social media affects many areas of life, including national security. Social media's role in national security has grown with its use. Social media gathers intelligence, spreads information, and monitors risks. It can also spread propaganda, persuade, and recruit criminals. Benefits of social media in national security. Intelligence gathering. Intelligence organizations use social media to find persons, networks, patterns, and events that can be used. For instance, internet research. Easy engaging with citizens. During riots and violence, law enforcement can reach the most people on social media to calm the situation and correct misinformation. Data mining. Social media metadata such as username, current activities, and locations of suspects can be used by law enforcement agencies to forecast events like flash mobs and protest violence. Policing. Social media is an effective tool for policing. It is helping the police department to speed up the investigation process, connect the public, make people aware of various rules and regulations, etc. Ease of investigation. With the help of social media profiles of criminals and victims, it becomes easy for law enforcement agencies to investigate and gather evidence for various criminal activities. Challenges. Threat of social media for national security. Communal violence. The spread of fake news or videos on social media has increased the rate of communal violence, including mob lynchings and attacks on migrant populations. Anti-national disinformation. Anti-national groups, such as certain YouTube channels operating from Pakistan, use social media to spread disinformation and fake news. Terrorist propaganda. Groups like ISIS leverage social media, e.g., Facebook, WhatsApp, to disseminate their ideology and incite violence, as seen after the death of Hizbul commander Burhanwani, leading to unrest in Kashmir. Terrorist recruitment and cyberterrorism. Social media serves as a recruitment tool for terrorists and facilitates cyberterrorism. An NIA investigation revealed ISIS's use of platforms like Telegram to recruit Kerala youth, while social networks are exploited for cyber threats like the Sova Android Trojan. Deepfakes. Advances in AI and ML enable the creation of synthetic videos or deepfakes, which can amplify societal divisions, polarize communities, and suppress dissent. Criminal activity and money laundering. Social media platforms are used for various criminal activities, including money laundering. Revolutions and false propaganda. It has been feared all over the world that social media platforms are used to trigger a violent revolution and protest against the government, e.g., the Jasmine Revolution in Tunisia. Regulation of social media. The government is balancing social media regulation with privacy, data protection, and free speech and expression. A regulatory framework that protects users and upholds democracy is the challenge. Present provisions and regulations for communication networks. Constitutional safeguards. Article 19(1) guarantees freedom of speech and expression, with reasonable restrictions under Article 19(2). For national security and public order. Legal framework. Information Technology Act, 2000. Penalizes cybercrimes like hacking and data theft. OIT, Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code, Rules, 2021. Regulates social media intermediaries and introduced PIB's fact-checking unit in 2023. Official Secrets Act, 1923, protects sensitive government information. Prevention of Money Laundering Act, 2002, addresses financial crimes. Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, 1967, deals with terrorist propaganda. Press Council Act, 1978, investigates journalistic ethics violations. Broadcasting Act, 1990, regulates broadcast content. National Security Act, 1980, empowers preventive detention. Defense of India Act, 1971, allows press regulation for national security. Other provisions. Cybercrime Investigation Cell, CCAC investigates cybercrimes. National Security Council, NSC advises on cybersecurity. Cyber Coordination Center, CyCoord coordinates cybersecurity efforts. CERT-In, provides cybersecurity alerts and advisories. Press Council of India, PCI ensures journalistic ethics. TRAI, regulates telecommunications content. Information and Broadcasting Ministry, regulates broadcasting and information industries. Other steps taken by India. Delhi Declaration of UNSC Counterterrorism Committee addressed concerns over the increased use of cyberspace and information communication technologies, ICT, including social media, for terrorist activities. Banning blocking anti-national content. Instances include the recent ban on 6 YouTube channels by PIB for propagating anti-national content. Strengthening existing infrastructure. Efforts include initiatives like the e-surveillance project such as NatGrid, Central Monitoring System, CMS, Internet Spy System Network and Traffic Analysis System, NETRA, of India, and the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, NCIC, of India. Challenges of regulating social media privacy concerns. Government access to private user data contradicts privacy rights and platform promises, highlighted by controversies such as the Cambridge Analytica scandal, where the personal data of millions of Facebook users was harvested without consent. Freedom of expression. Regulating social media raises challenges in distinguishing genuine dissent from content that threatens national security, as seen in debates over regulating speech that incites violence or promotes hate speech. Anonymity and fake profiles. Anonymity allows users to spread hate speech and engage in fraudulent activities, exemplified by cases of online bullying or financial scams perpetrated by fake profiles. Encryption. Social media encryption hampers tracing and monitoring of messages, posing regulatory challenges, as evidenced by debates over access to encrypted messages in cases of criminal investigations or national security threats. Technological evolution. Rapid changes in social media technology require adaptive regulation to remain effective, as seen in ongoing efforts to regulate emerging technologies like deepfakes or augmented reality filters. Accountability issues. Fixing intermediary liability poses regulatory challenges, as platforms like Twitter or YouTube face criticism for their handling of content moderation and enforcement of community guidelines. Jurisdictional complications. Regulating platforms like Facebook, operating under foreign companies, faces jurisdictional hurdles, as demonstrated by challenges in enforcing regulations across international borders and differing legal frameworks. Way forward. Use of technology. For social media regulation, artificial intelligence can track patterns of repeat offenders and hateful keywords that disrupt law and order. Authentication of information. Every social media and traditional agency must verify national security-sensitive and law-breaking information. National social media policy. The government needs a national social media policy to balance national and internal security and protect freedom of expression as social media grows and affects more people. Experiments like Social Media Lab. An initiative like Social Media Lab by Mumbai Police, which tracks suspicious activities on social media platforms to take necessary preventive action, should be replicated in other parts of the country. Self-regulation. Self-regulation by social media platforms can reduce misuse. They should label fake news, block suspicious accounts, and other actions. Effective regulation will require a multifaceted approach involving stakeholders from different sectors, including government, civil society, social media companies, and users themselves. The goal of social media regulation should be to strike a balance between protecting individual rights and safeguarding public interests, while at the same time ensuring that regulation does not limit freedom of expression or stifle innovation. Information Technology Act, 2000, IT Acted is the primary legislation establishing a legal framework for electronic governance. It governs various aspects of electronic communication, including social media platforms. Section 69A of IT Act, 2000 empowers the government to restrict public access to information under specific circumstances: sovereignty and integrity of India, defense of India, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, and public order. For preventing incitement to the commission of any cognizable offense related to the aforementioned conditions. Section 66A of the IT Act, 2000 made it a punishable offense for any person to send offensive information using a computer or any other electronic device. Supreme Court struck down the provision as unconstitutional and as violation of free speech in 2015 in the Shreya Singhal versus Union of India case. Social media exploitation. Social media exploitation refers to the unethical and often illegal use of social media platforms for personal gain or malicious intent. It can take many forms, including spreading false information, cyberbullying, identity theft, and hacking. This can have serious consequences such as influencing political opinions, inciting violence, and undermining public trust. To address this issue, it is important to strengthen privacy and security protections, educate individuals on safe social media practices, and implement regulations to hold those who engage in social media exploitation accountable. New rules related to social media. The Information Technology, Intermediary Guidelines, and Digital Media Ethics Code, Rules, 2021 Key Features, Prohibition on Unlawful Information. Social media companies are prohibited from hosting or publishing any unlawful information. If such information is hosted or published, the government can take down such information within 24 hours. The user will be given a notice before his content is taken down. Traceability. The government can direct messaging platforms to tie the identity of the user with the message transmitted by him or her for strengthening traceability. Compliance report. The IT Rules 2021 call for social media companies to publish a monthly compliance report. Classification of social media platforms. A. Social media intermediaries, platforms that have a limited user base. B. Significant social media intermediaries. These are the platforms with a large user base. The significant social media intermediaries have to follow a few additional measures like: O. These platforms should have a physical contact address in India. O. Appointing a chief compliance officer, nodal contact person, and a resident grievance officer in India. All of them should be Indian residents. O. Nodal contact person will do 24/7 coordination with law enforcement agencies. The resident grievance officer must acknowledge the complaint within 24 hours and resolve it within 15 days of receipt. Note: the 2023 amendment to these rules mandates that online intermediaries, such as social media platforms like Facebook and internet service providers like Airtel, must prevent the dissemination of inaccurate information regarding the Indian government. They are required to eliminate content identified as false by fact-checking units to uphold legal immunity from third-party content. However, the execution of these amended provisions was recently halted by the Supreme Court. New rules related to digital media and OTT platforms. Code of Ethics. A code of ethics has been prescribed for OTT platforms and digital media entities. Classification of content. The streaming platforms, like Netflix and Amazon Prime, will have to self-classify content into 5 age-based categories: U, Universal, 7+, 13+, 16+, and A, Adult. Age verification. They need to have suitable parental locks for 13+ content and a robust age verification system for accessing adult content. Adherence to the norms of journalistic conduct of the Press Council of India and the Program Code under the Cable Television Networks Regulation Act. A 3-level grievance redressal mechanism has also been established. O-Level I. Self-regulation by the publisher's O-Level II, self-regulating body. This body shall be headed by a retired judge of the Supreme Court or a High Court or independent eminent person. O-Level L. Oversight mechanism. IMB Ministry will formulate an oversight mechanism and establish an interdepartmental committee for hearing grievances. This body will also have censorship and blocking powers. Social media and democracy. Social media has had a profound impact on democracy, transforming the way citizens interact with governments and participate in the political process. By providing a platform for individuals to share their views and opinions, social media has helped facilitate political activism and mobilization. Positives. Citizen-led government. Social media enhances government accountability by allowing direct questioning and critique by citizens. Increased public engagement. It enables public participation in governance through policy input and identifying gaps. Rapid information spread. Social media provides real-time updates on political developments. Voice to the voiceless. It amplifies concerns of marginalized groups, ensuring they are heard. Community building. Platforms unite like-minded individuals around shared political interests. Protecting free expression. Social media allows direct communication on government strategies, strengthening free speech. Behavioral changes. Campaigns like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan use social media to promote social causes. Negatives. Hate speech and trolling. Social media can spread hatred and indecent language, undermining democratic values and stifling dissent. Fake news and election influence. Spreading fake news polarizes society and compromises free and fair elections. Digital divide. Social media is mostly used by digitally literate individuals, creating new inequalities. Lack of privacy. Platforms access users' personal information, eroding privacy rights. Radicalization and echo chambers. Social media can polarize groups, leading to radicalization and limited constructive dialogue. Way forward. Integration with traditional media. Traditional media should verify and counteract fake news. Higher journalism standards. Social media journalists should adhere to ethical standards. Voluntary guidelines for political parties. Political parties should establish guidelines to prevent misuse. Regulatory measures. The government should regulate social media to prevent misuse and ensure fair use during elections. Promote diverse perspectives. Platforms should expose users to a wide range of viewpoints. Fake news, yellow journalism, false news, commonly referred to as fake news or misinformation, is deliberately created or disseminated to cause harm. In instances of misinformation, the element of intent is often absent. Fake news can be propagated through any media, print, electronic, and social. Fake news can be related to anything, including commercially driven sensational content, nation-state-sponsored misinformation, highly partisan news sites, social media itself, satire, or parody causes, lack of media integrity. Some outlets spread fake news for higher TRPs without verification. Political propaganda. Fake news is often created to sway public opinion against political opponents. Sensationalism. Media platforms use sensational fake news to boost TRPs and revenue. No proper regulation. Despite recent attempts, social media remains largely unregulated, allowing fake news to proliferate. Lack of awareness. Many people lack digital literacy and fail to verify sources. Confirmation bias. People often seek information that confirms their biases rather than finding the truth. Profit motives. Some create fake news for profit, using clickbait headlines and ads. Internet usage. The widespread use of the internet and social media amplifies the spread of fake news. Social media algorithms. These algorithms prioritize popular or controversial content, spreading misinformation quickly. Legal remedies to tackle fake news. Indian Broadcast Foundation regulates broadcasting to combat fake news. Press Council of India ensures journalistic ethics and addresses media complaints. IPC 153A and 295 penalizes actions promoting disharmony or religious offense. Broadcasting Content Complaint Council, BCCC manages TV content complaints for accuracy. Defamation suit, legal recourse against false information dissemination. IT Act, governs online content to curb fake news. Contempt of court laws, maintain judicial respect and accuracy in reporting. Constitution, safeguards rights and balances free speech with responsibilities. Challenges, data encryption. WhatsApp's encryption makes it hard to decrypt messages and stop fake news. Difficult to trace source. Rapid, random message spread complicates origin tracking for law enforcement. Global platform. Fake news often originates abroad, making legal action difficult. Manipulation. Fake news can manipulate public opinion, especially in elections. Legal and ethical issues. Balancing free speech and censorship is challenging. Security threats. Fake news can spread false national security information or incite violence. Digital literacy. Many users lack skills to verify information, amplifying fake news spread. Mechanisms and initiatives to identify real news and fake news. Fact-checking websites. Several fact-checking websites have been established in India, such as Alt News, BoomLive, and Fact Checker. In social media tools, these tools include fact-checking labels, WhatsApp forwarding limits, and algorithms that detect and flag potentially false or misleading content. Media literacy programs. Several media literacy programs have been established in India, such as the Media Awareness Project and the Internet and Mobile Association of India's Digital Literacy Campaign. Journalistic standards. Journalistic standards and codes of ethics are designed to ensure that journalists adhere to a set of principles when reporting on news stories. Independent news organizations. Several independent news organizations have been established in India, such as The Wire, The Quint, and The Print. These organizations provide unbiased and accurate news reporting. Government initiatives. The Indian government has introduced several initiatives to combat fake news, such as the fact-checking portal called Fact Checker and the PIB Fact Check Initiative. Global strategies to combat the issue. Various approaches have been adopted worldwide to combat the issue. Singapore has implemented stringent criminal laws against online misinformation and foreign interference, alongside legislative efforts to mandate the removal of harmful content by platforms. The European Union has formulated a self-regulatory code of practice and enforced content moderation obligations on major platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. India is also tackling the spread of online misinformation through initiatives like the Digital India Bill, building upon the IT Rules 2021, which mandate intermediaries to take reasonable steps to curb the dissemination of blatantly false information. Way forward, data encryption. WhatsApp's encryption makes it hard to decrypt messages and stop fake news. Difficult to trace source. Rapid, random message spread complicates origin tracking for law enforcement. Global platform. Fake news often originates abroad, making legal action difficult. Manipulation. Fake news can manipulate public opinion, especially in elections. Legal and ethical issues. Balancing free speech and censorship is challenging. Security threats. Fake news can spread false national security information or incite violence. Digital literacy. Many users lack skills to verify information, amplifying fake news spread. Media literacy, fact-checking, independent journalism, ethical reporting, technology solutions, and government regulations can reduce fake news and promote a more informed and democratic society. Deepfakes. Deepfakes are AI-generated fake videos, pictures, and audio. The term originated in 2017 from a Reddit user who posted explicit celebrity videos. This technology uses a machine learning technique called Generative Adversarial Network, GN, to replicate movements and facial expressions from source material and new content. India does not have specific laws or regulations that ban or regulate the use of deepfake technology. Recently, MeTY stated that deepfakes are the latest and most dangerous form of misinformation that social media platforms must address. Challenges posed by deepfakes: erosion of trust in democratic processes. Deepfakes present doctored content as fact, altering public perception and creating a democratic deficit. An example is the Capitol Hill violence in 2021, incited by deepfake media, undermining elections and trust in democratic systems. Liar's dividend. Deepfakes allow undesirable truths to be dismissed as fake, letting leaders replace real media with fabricated content, as seen with Donald Trump deepfake videos. This blurs the line between reality and fake, leading people to dismiss actual events as fake. Rise in cybercrimes. Cybercriminals use deepfake technology for phishing, financial fraud, and identity theft, with a 230% increase observed. For instance, a UK energy company CEO is tricked into transferring €220,000 using deepfake audio, posing significant financial and security risks. Means of hybrid warfare. Countries use deepfakes to spread misinformation and conduct espionage. The European Union calls this foreign information manipulation interference, with China using deepfakes of injured Indian soldiers to escalate tensions. Crimes against women. Deepfakes attack women's dignity, often in pornographic forms. A report by AI company Dtrace found over 90% of deepfake videos are pornographic, significantly harming women's reputation and privacy. Fueling radicalization and violence. Non-state actors like ISIS and Al-Qaeda use deepfake videos to incite anti-state sentiments, such as fake videos showing armed forces committing crimes, increasing radicalization and violence. Tracking deepfakes through technology. IP address tracking identifies the unique number assigned to every internet-connected device. Open source intelligence. OSINT gathers and analyzes information from public sources. Metadata analysis examines data that describes other data, like file creation or modification details. Facial recognition analyzes inconsistencies in facial features or movements. Content recognition algorithms detects irregularities in audio-visual elements. Way forward, social media responsibility. Platforms should develop technology to detect and report deepfakes, such as watermarking AI-generated content. Example, Microsoft's Video Authenticator. Blockchain-based verification. Use blockchain to trace the origin and modification history of media, discouraging malicious deepfakes. Digital India Act. Include penal provisions for malicious deepfakes, drawing lessons from China's regulations. Public awareness. Promote awareness of the dangers of fake videos and encourage responsible sharing with the pause, think, and share principle. Bletchley Declaration. Implement principles to address AI risks and lead in finalizing a global AI regulatory framework. Mob violence and communal violence. In social media, there is a correlation between social media and communal violence, as social media can contribute to the spread of rumors, propaganda, and hate speech that can incite violence between different communities. In 2018, the NCRB added a new category of mob lynching to its annual report on crime in India. According to the report, there were 97 incidents of mob lynching in 2018, resulting in the deaths of 109 people. The NCRB report noted that rumors, fake news, and morphed images videos circulated through social media and messaging apps were major factors contributing to mob lynching incidents. Factors responsible for communal violence. Historical factors. British rule and rulers like Aurangzeb had discouraged harmonious association and peaceful coexistence. British policy of divide and rule accompanied by the communal electorate by GOL Act 1909, 1919, 1935. Background of partition. Two-nation theory and partition of the country based on religion made people more conscious about religion. Psychological factors. Years-long grudges and feelings of resentment amongst the community leads to media and social media. The spread of fake news, rumors, and misinformation through traditional and social media can also contribute to communal violence by spreading false information and inciting hatred and violence. Political factors. Religious vote bank politics. Politicians and criminals collaborate due to a corrupt criminal justice system, inciting a political leader's speech to win religious support. International influences. Pan-Islamic movements have also been mobilizing anti-India jihad sentiments in the country. Recent incidents. 1. Delhi riots. In February 2020, communal violence broke out in parts of Delhi, leading to the deaths of over 50 people and injuring hundreds. The violence was primarily between Hindu and Muslim communities. 2. Bengaluru riots. In August 2020, violence broke out in Bengaluru over a social media post that was deemed to be offensive to a particular religious community. The violence led to several injuries and the deaths of 3 people. Supreme Court stand on mob lynching. In July 2017, in the case of Thompson S. Poonawalla v. UOI, the Supreme Court emphasized the state's sacrosanct duty to safeguard citizens' lives. The court aptly characterized mob lynching as a horrendous act of mobocracy. Way forward, awareness and education. Creating awareness and educating people about the dangers of communalism and how social media can exacerbate the situation is essential. This includes educating people on how to identify and report hate speech and misinformation. Effective monitoring. Social media platforms must monitor and quickly remove hate speech and misinformation. This includes removing posts, suspending accounts, and prosecuting offenders. Collaboration. Preventing communal violence requires collaboration between social media companies, law enforcement, civil society organizations, and others. This collaboration can involve sharing information, developing joint initiatives, and pooling resources to address the issue. Community engagement. Understanding and tolerance between communities require community engagement. Community meetings, interfaith dialogues, and cultural events can promote understanding and respect for different beliefs and cultures. Communal violence and social media have a complex relationship. While social media can act as a catalyst for communal violence, it can also be a powerful tool for preventing it. Effective measures such as awareness, education, monitoring, early warning systems, collaboration, community engagement, and accountability are necessary to prevent communal violence in the age of social media. Conclusion. In conclusion, the role of media and social networking sites in internal security challenges is evolving and complex. It is imperative for stakeholders to adopt a balanced approach that respects freedom of expression, upholds ethical standards, and harnesses the transformative power of media and social networking sites for the greater good. Only through concerted efforts can we mitigate the risks and maximize the benefits of media and social networking sites in addressing the complex challenges of internal security in the contemporary era. Previous year's questions. Mob violence is emerging as a serious law and order problem in India. By giving suitable examples, analyze the causes and consequences of such violence. 2017. Use of the internet and social media by non-state actors for subversive activities is a major concern. How have these been misused in the recent past? Suggest effective guidelines to curb the above threat. 2016. Religious indoctrination via social media has resulted in Indian youth joining ISIS. What is ISIS and its mission? How can ISIS be dangerous to the internal security of our country? 2015. Discuss the advantage and security implications of cloud hosting of servers vis-a-vis in-house machine-based hosting for government businesses. 2015. The diverse nature of India as a multi-religious and multi-ethnic society is not immune to the impact of radicalism which is seen in her neighborhood. Discuss along with strategies to be adopted to counter this environment. 2014. What is a digital signature? What does its authentication mean? Give various salient built-in features of a digital signature. 2013. What is a social networking site and what security implications do these sites present? 2013. 8. Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the security of information and its communicating channels as applied to computing devices such as computers and smartphones, as well as computer networks such as private and public networks, including the internet as a whole. According to the Information Technology Act of 2000, cybersecurity means protecting information, equipment, devices, computer resource, communication device, and information stored therein from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction. The basics of cybersecurity include understanding the different types of cyber threats, learning how to safeguard your devices and networks from attacks, and implementing best practices to mitigate the risk of cybercrime. Fact-wise, Portland's Institute report ranked India at 61st out of 131 countries in the Network Readiness Index 2022, NRI 2022. Report with a score of 51.19, up from 49.74 in 2021. India is the third most breached country in the world. Source, Surfshark. In the past 20 years, 2002 to 2022, 17.3 billion accounts were leaked globally, and a striking 295 million of them belong to users from India. Source, Surfshark. Cybercrime will cost companies worldwide an estimated $10.5 trillion annually by 2025, up from $3 trillion in 2015. Source, Cybersecurity Ventures. Report by government. 13.91 lakh cyber attacks in India in first 6 months of 2022 3,700 cyber attacks a day. Source, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Types of cyber threats. Cybercrime. Any unlawful act where a computer or communication device or computer network is used to commit or facilitate the commission of a crime. Cyber espionage. The use of computer networks to gain illicit access to confidential information, typically that held by a government or other organization. Cyber terrorism. These can be also defined as the intentional use of computers, networks, and public internet to cause destruction and harm for personal objectives. Cyber warfare. The use of computer technology to disrupt the activities of a state or organization, especially the deliberate attacking of information systems for strategic or military purposes. Cyberspace. As per Cybersecurity Policy 2013 of India, cyberspace is a complex environment consisting of interactions between people, software, and services supported by worldwide distribution of information and communication technology, ICT, devices and networks. Cyber threats. These can be disaggregated into 4 baskets based on the perpetrators and their motives: cyber espionage, cybercrime, cyber terrorism, and cyber warfare. Cyber extremism. Cyber extremism refers to using technology and the internet to promote and spread radical ideologies, often resulting in online harassment, hate speech, and violence. Methods of cybercrime attacks. Phishing. It is a kind of fraudulent attempt that is made through email to capture personal and financial information. Cyberstalking. Repeated use of electronic communications to harass or frighten someone. Identity theft. It is a type of fraud in which a person pretends to be someone else and does a crime with the name of someone else. Malware. Any software designed to harm, disrupt, or steal data from a computer system or network. Ransomware. The victim is asked to pay the demanded ransom to get his device decrypted. Spoofing. It is when someone or something pretends to be something else to gain our confidence, get access to our systems, steal data, steal money, or spread malware. Worms. Worms are malicious programs that make copies of themselves repeatedly on the local drive, network shares, etc. Trojan horse. It is a destructive program that looks like a genuine application. Unlike viruses, Trojan horses do not replicate themselves, but they can be just as destructive. E.g. recently, Nuclear Power Corporation OnlyIAS Ltd. confirmed that malware named Track had infected its system at Cadanculum nuclear power plant. Zero-click attack, an attack that takes control of a device by exploiting software, hardware, or network vulnerabilities without user intervention. The attack starts automatically and covertly when the code interacts with your device. Example: Pegasus attack. Cyber sabotage, intentional acts of disrupting or damaging computer systems, networks, or digital information for political, ideological, or financial gain. Types of attacks. Distributed denial of service, DDoS, a type of attack that overwhelms a website or network with traffic from multiple sources, making it unavailable to legitimate users. E.g. 2020 Google attack from Chinese ISPs, 2020 Amazon Web Services DOS attack, SQL injection, a technique used by attackers to exploit vulnerabilities in web applications by injecting malicious SQL code, enabling them to steal, modify, or delete sensitive data. Man-in-the-middle, MITM, attack, a type of attack where the attacker intercepts communication between two parties, allowing them to eavesdrop, modify, or steal data. Bluebugging refers to a hacking technique that allows unauthorized access to a Bluetooth-enabled device such as a smartphone or a computer. Logic bomb, a string of malicious code inserted intentionally into a program to harm a network when certain conditions are met. It explodes when triggered. Keywords: connectivity revolution, data disaggregation, secret treaty, proactive diplomacy. Components of cybersecurity: application security. It encompasses measures or countermeasures that are taken during an application's development process to protect it from threats that can come through flaws in the app design, development, deployment, upgrade, or maintenance. Information security. It is related to the protection of information from unauthorized access to avoid identity theft and to protect privacy. Network security. It includes activities to protect the usability, reliability, integrity, and safety of the network. Disaster recovery planning. It is a process that includes performing risk assessment, establishing priorities, and developing recovery strategies in case of an attack. Cloud security. The protection of cloud-based infrastructure, services, and data from security threats, such as unauthorized access, data breaches, and cyber attacks. Identity and access management. The management of digital identities and access to resources, ensuring that only authorized users have access to sensitive information and resources. Incident response. The process of responding to and managing security incidents, such as data breaches, cyber attacks, and other security threats. Risk management. The identification and mitigation of cybersecurity risks through risk assessments, vulnerability testing, and other measures. Confidentiality. The ability to keep sensitive information private and secure from unauthorized access. Security awareness and training. The education and training of employees, contractors, and other stakeholders on cybersecurity best practices, policies, and procedures. Need and importance of cybersecurity: protection from cyber threats. Cybersecurity protects against malware, phishing attacks, and ransomware, which can steal data, damage computers, and disrupt critical infrastructure. Compliance with regulatory requirements. Failure to comply with cybersecurity regulations can result in financial penalties, legal liability, and reputational damage in many industries. Safeguarding personal and business data. Cybersecurity protects personal and business data from theft and misuse, ensuring that confidential information remains secure and protected from unauthorized access. Preserving trust and reputation. Cybersecurity is crucial to maintaining customer, partner, and stakeholder trust and reputation, as a single security breach can damage a company's brand and cost it business. Maintaining business continuity. Cybersecurity is essential for maintaining business continuity by preventing disruptions caused by cyber attacks and other security incidents. Protecting intellectual property. Cybersecurity helps protect intellectual property, including trade secrets, patents, and other sensitive information, from theft and misuse. Ensuring national security. Cyber attacks can damage energy, transportation, and communication systems, threatening public safety and national security. Cybercrimes, financial frauds. As banking services are shifting towards online platforms, cyber frauds related to banking are also increasing. For instance, in March 2020, an attack on the City Union Bank's SWIFT system led to unauthorized transactions totaling $2 million. Child pornography. The internet is being highly used by its abusers to reach and abuse children sexually, worldwide. The explosion of internet usage has made children viable victims of cybercrime. Cyberbullying or stalking. It occurs when someone engages in offensive, menacing, or harassing behavior using technology. E.g., sending sexually explicit messages or images through a social networking site, email, or text message. Copyright infringement. Online piracy is truly a menace to the cyber world. Online copyright infringement is done not just by people with ill intentions, but also people who are not even aware they are committing a crime. Misuse of social media and fanning intolerance, instigating tensions, and inciting riots. Posting inflammatory material that tends to incite hate crimes. Identity theft. Identity theft involves stealing someone's name, phone number, address, bank account number, Aadhaar number, credit debit card number, etc. Cyber espionage. Activities aimed at stealing confidential information for strategic advantage pose significant threats to India's national security, foreign policy, and economic development. For example, in 2020, Operation Sidecopy, a cyber espionage campaign attributed to a Pakistani threat actor, targeted Indian military and diplomatic personnel through malware and phishing emails, cyber phishing. Fraudulent attempts to steal money and sensitive data like usernames, passwords, and credit card numbers by impersonating a trustworthy entity via electronic communication. Jamtara village in Jharkhand was notorious for cyber phishing. Women get trapped to be a victim of cybercrimes, and the online podiums are now the new platform where a woman's privacy, dignity, and security are increasingly being challenged every moment. Cyber warfare. Fifth domain of warfare. Cyber warfare comprises organized units delineated by national borders, engaging in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. It utilizes computers to launch attacks on other computers or networks via electronic methods. Often referred to as the fifth dimension of warfare, alongside land, sea, air, and space, cyber warfare holds significant prominence. E.g., Stuxnet virus attack, which was a highly sophisticated cyber attack on Iran's nuclear program. Hackers and other individuals trained in software programming and exploiting the intricacies of computer networks are the primary executors of these attacks. The Snowden revelations have shown that cyberspace could become the theater of warfare in the 21st century. According to the Global Cybersecurity Outlook report indicated, 125% of cyber attacks increased between 2021 and 2022, and this trend goes as well for 2023. Features. Cyber war vis-a-vis traditional war, independent theater of war. Cyberspace is an independent theater of war, capable of disrupting these facilities, and they cannot be prevented by the security services in isolation. Borderless. Cyberspace is inherently international even from the perspective of national interest. Therefore, to protect national interest, a country's government must ensure and work towards their security policy. Disguised attacker. In cyberspace, it is very easy for an attacker to cover his tracks and even mislead the target. This difficulty in identifying the perpetrators makes it difficult to retaliate as a deterrent. Tools for asymmetric warfare. Special features. Borderless of cyber war compared to anonymity, difficult to trace. Independent traditional war. ASE theaters. J of war. Low cost of attack. Contactless war. The evolution of technology impacts the nature of conflict and war. Amongst the recent aspects of the conflict is no contact war, wherein there is no physical or kinetic action across borders. Rapid deployment. Cyber attacks can be carried out quickly and remotely, making it easier for attackers to strike at any time and from any location. Low cost. Cyber attacks are often less expensive than traditional warfare, as they don't require expensive military hardware and equipment. Wide range of targets. Cyber attacks can target a wide range of systems, including critical infrastructure, government agencies, military installations, financial institutions, and private companies. Cyberterrorism. Cyberterrorism refers to deliberate, politically driven assaults targeting information systems, software, and data, leading to violent outcomes. It can also be defined as the utilization of computer network resources to disrupt crucial national infrastructures, such as energy and transportation systems, or to exert pressure or instill fear within a government or civilian populace. Cyberterrorism can also be used as the use of computer network tools to shut down critical national infrastructures, such as energy, transportation, government operations, or to coerce or intimidate a government or civilian population. Groups such as G-Force and Dr. Nuker have defaced or disrupted service to several major entities in India, such as the ZTV Network, the Indian Institute of Science, and the Babha Atomic Research Center. Methods of attacks. Most popular weapon in cyberterrorism is the use of computer viruses and worms. Yet these attacks can be classified into three different categories of physical attack, using conventional methods like bombs, fire, etc. to harm the cyber infrastructure. Syntactic attack, modifying system logic to delay or unpredictably damage computer infrastructure. This attack uses ransomware, trojans, and viruses. Semantic attack. During the attack, the information keyed in the system during entering and exiting the system is modified without the user's knowledge to induce errors. Data diddling, phishing, DDoS. Threat from hostile countries. Pakistan. According to a report of Black Lotus Labs, a Pakistan-based hacker targeted the critical infrastructure of the power sector and one government organization in India earlier this year using a new malware called Remote Access Trojan, RAT. China. Red Echo and ShadowPad. In November, the government was apprised of a malware threat in segments of its power infrastructure malware that was last month linked to a Chinese state-backed firm. A Chinese hacker group known as Stone Panda had identified gaps and vulnerabilities in the IT, infrastructure, and supply chain software of Bharat Biotech and the Serum Institute of India. Cyber espionage, stealthy malware to hack military and corporate data systems for plans and intelligence. In 2009, Chinese hackers attacked PMO computers. In August 2015, security firm FireEye revealed an intense activity of hackers based in China particularly interested in entities and organizations linked to the Indian government as well as in information on Tibetan activists. Certain report, 35% of cyber attacks on Indian sites from China between April-June 2018. Vulnerabilities of India to cyber threats. India boasts a significant and expanding internet user base, with over 52% or 759 million individuals accessing the internet monthly in 2022, making it the world's second-largest online market after China. Projections indicate a surge to 900 million internet users by 2025, underlining the nation's rapid digital growth. The Global Risk Survey 2023 highlights cyber risks as the foremost threat faced by Indian organizations, with 38% of respondents expressing high or extreme vulnerability. Cybersecurity incidents in India have seen a quadruple increase within a year, according to Certain, 2017 to 2018, with notable breaches including those affecting SBI, police exam applicants, Air India, and Domino's India. Detection of threat %. Server SECU righty STA Kesariat AN. A LLTME high, W with servers being used to store financial, employee, proprietary, and other sensitive data. India at risk 68% of organizations. WRH by cyber attacks in the last year. OFWHICH 76.3% were in India. On an average, the organizations affected by cyber attacks WR struck at least twice. Today, IT managers need to focus on protecting business-critical servers to stop cyber criminals from getting onto the network. Cross-border cyber attacks. WhatsApp spyware attack. In May 2019, Pegasus spyware targeted WhatsApp users, including Indian human rights activists and journalists. The software was connected to an Israeli cyber warfare organization, but its targets are unknown. Chinese cyber espionage campaign. Chinese hackers targeted Indian defense and private companies in September 2020. Tropic Trooper, a new spyware, was used by the organization to steal sensitive data from computers. Key reasons behind the vulnerabilities: lack of unified efforts. The absence of unified efforts undermines the effectiveness of India's cybersecurity architecture in assessing and addressing threats in a coordinated manner. Workforce shortage. Despite India's abundant young IT talent, there's a shortage of skilled professionals in specific areas like cybersecurity. Limited access to secure devices. Fewer than 1% of mobile phone users in India have access to devices meeting high security standards, reflecting the affordability gap in secure technology. Imported technology threat. Cybersecurity infrastructure in India heavily relies on equipment and technology sourced from global markets, posing potential security risks. Awareness deficiency. Both individuals and corporations in India lack awareness regarding cyber fraud, laws, and regulations, highlighting a crucial gap in understanding cybersecurity issues. Cyber attacks in India. Delhi AIMS server compromise. The servers of Delhi AIMS were recently compromised by a ransomware cyber attack, putting the personal data of millions of patients at risk. Air India cyber attack. February 2022, Air India experienced a significant cyber attack compromising around 4.5 million customer records, including passport, ticket, and credit card information. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. 2017's hack of India's largest power distribution firm disrupted Mumbai's electricity supply. In 2020, Kudankulam, India's largest nuclear power plant, was hacked. Cyber attacks on transportation system. Ransomware disrupted Hyderabad's metro rail service for hours in 2019. Indian Railways ticketing system was hacked in 2020. Cyber attacks on healthcare system. In 2020, a ransomware attack hit the servers of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, one of India's largest pharmaceutical companies, disrupting its operations. Ransomware Report 2022. CERT-IN, the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, recently released its ransomware report for the year 2022. Here are the key highlights. Ransomware incidents surged by 53% in 2022 compared to 2021. Besides financial motives, geopolitical conflicts also played a role in influencing ransomware attacks this year. Ransomware attacks spread across critical sectors, exhibiting increased frequency and complexity. Locket was the most widespread in India, trailed by Macop and DJVU-stop ransomware. Additionally, new variants like Vice Society and Blue Sky emerged in 2022. Macop and Phobos ransomware families primarily targeted medium and small organizations, while DJVU-stop variants were used for attacks on individuals. The Ransomware as a Service (RaaS) ecosystem is gaining prominence, signifying a shift in the ransomware landscape. Pegasus spyware. Pegasus works by sending an exploit link, And if the target user clicks on the link, the malware or the code that allows the surveillance is installed on the user's phone. A presumably newer version of the malware does not even require a target user to click a link. Once Pegasus is installed, the attacker has complete access to the target user's phone. Pegasus can send back the target's private data, including passwords, contact lists, calendar events, text messages, and live voice calls from popular mobile messaging apps. The target's phone camera and microphone can be turned on to capture all activity in the phone's vicinity, expanding the scope of the surveillance. Critical infrastructure describes the physical and cyber systems and assets that are so vital to a country that their incapacity or destruction would have a debilitating impact on national security and the economic and social welfare of a state. The complex interactions among various industrial functions of critical infrastructure and the exchange of information leads to interdependencies. A minor disruption at one point could have a rippling effect across multiple infrastructures. A malware infection in the IT network of the Kudankulam nuclear power plant, KKMPP, located in Tamil Nadu was first reported on social media on October 28, 2019. Types of threats to critical infrastructure: internal threats. It is one or more individuals with the access and/or inside knowledge of a company, organization, or enterprise that would allow them to exploit the vulnerabilities of that entity's security, systems, services, products, or facilities with the intent of causing harm. Defense space sensitive government banking organizations * critical information. Finance. Water and infrastructure public power supply * health. E-governance communication. External threats. This external threat includes crippling CII, espionage, cyber electronics warfare, cyber terrorism, and foreign government agents. Importance of critical infrastructure's essential services. Critical infrastructures provide essential services that are necessary for the functioning of society, such as energy, water, transportation, and communication. Public safety and national security. National and public safety infrastructures can disrupt life, property, and the economy. Economic impact. Critical infrastructures are also essential for the functioning of the economy. Disruptions to critical infrastructures can cause economic losses and affect supply chains, leading to further economic impacts. Interconnectivity. Critical infrastructures are often interconnected, with disruptions in one infrastructure affecting others. Public safety. Critical infrastructure is also essential for maintaining public safety and national security. For example, communication infrastructure is critical for emergency response and law enforcement, while energy infrastructure is necessary for maintaining military readiness. National security. Critical infrastructures are often targeted by cyber attackers and terrorists, making them vulnerable to sabotage and espionage. Figure 8.6. Types of critical infrastructure. Depend on critical infrastructure. These effects of cyber attack on critical infrastructure, public safety impact. Critical infrastructure cyber attacks can interrupt power, water, and transportation, endangering public safety. Disruptions can kill or injure. A ransomware attack on Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company in 2020. In 2020, it was reported that a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group had targeted Mumbai's power grid system. National security impact. Critical infrastructure cyber attacks can affect national security. State-sponsored hackers and terrorists routinely attack key infrastructures, compromising sensitive data and disrupting crucial systems. Social impact. Disruptions to critical infrastructure can lead to social unrest and instability, as people are unable to access essential services and supplies. This can lead to panic, unrest, and civil disorder. Psychological impact. Cyber attacks on key infrastructure can affect individuals and communities psychologically. Rapid fear and uncertainty can cause widespread anxiety and misery. Issues and challenges. Capability asymmetry. India faces vulnerabilities in both hardware and software cybersecurity tools, leaving its cyberspace open to attacks from various actors. Insider threats. Individuals within critical infrastructures, including employees, contractors, and supply chain partners, pose significant risks to cybersecurity. Information sharing hurdles. Protecting critical infrastructure is hindered by the reluctance of both private and public sectors to share information about vulnerabilities in their systems. Lack of deterrence policy. India lacks a credible cyber deterrence strategy, enabling low-scale cyber operations such as espionage and infrastructure disruption. Vulnerability of smart systems. Industrial control systems, equipped with smart sensors and communication technology, are increasingly susceptible to cyber attacks. Complexity and aging infrastructure. Securing complex and aging critical infrastructures is challenging and costly, as upgrades are often expensive and time-consuming, leaving systems vulnerable to cyber threats. Way forward. Adopting standards. India should adopt BS industrial cybersecurity standards to enhance cybersecurity measures. Enhanced funding. Increased budget allocations and robust infrastructure are essential for strengthening cybersecurity. Regulatory strengthening. India should implement strong regulations in sectors like power, drawing inspiration from NERC policies. Comprehensive cybersecurity policy. India needs a holistic cybersecurity policy covering broader issues beyond sensitive networks like Aadhaar and banking. Training and awareness. Investment in training programs and awareness campaigns is crucial for developing a skilled cyber workforce and educating stakeholders about cybersecurity best practices. Implementing best practices, secure configurations, regular patching, access controls, and network segmentation are cybersecurity best practices for critical infrastructure operators. Cybersecurity framework in India government has taken several steps to acquire and increase capacity in the field of cybersecurity. They fall under the legal framework, institutional framework, and other measures. Legal framework. Information Technology Act 2000, as amended in 2008, the Information Technology Act 2000 regulates the use of computer systems and computer networks and their data. The Act gives statutory recognition to electronic contracts and deals with electronic authentication, digital signatures, cybercrimes, the liability of network service providers, etc. Digital signature has been replaced with the electronic signature to make it a more technology-neutral act. It elaborates on offenses, penalties, and breaches. It outlines the justice dispensation systems for cybercrimes. National Cybersecurity Policy 2013, creating a secure cyber ecosystem. The policy develops a strong cybersecurity framework with strong legal, regulatory, and institutional mechanisms to secure and resilient cyber ecosystem. Building a skilled workforce. The policy promotes research, development, and public-private partnerships to train cybersecurity professionals. Strengthening critical information infrastructure. The policy recognizes the importance of critical information infrastructure and provides measures to strengthen and protect them against cyber attacks. Promoting international cooperation. International cybersecurity cooperation is encouraged in the policy. Raising public awareness. Public education campaigns about cybersecurity risks and best practices are encouraged by the policy. Establishing a national nodal agency. A national nodal agency would coordinate and oversee policy implementation and be the main cybersecurity contact. Enhancing law enforcement capabilities. The policy equips law enforcement with tools, training, and resources to prevent, detect, and respond to cybercrimes. National Digital Communication Policy 2018. A new NDCP 2018 was unveiled to replace the National Telecom Policy 2012 to cater to the current needs of the digital communication sector. It aims to attract $100 billion worth of investments and generate 4 million jobs in the sector by 2022. The policy envisages 3 missions. O. Connect India, for creating a robust digital communications infrastructure. O. Propel India, for enabling next-generation technologies and services through investments, innovation, and IPR generation. O. Secure India, for ensuring sovereignty, safety, and security of digital communications. 2. Institutional Framework, National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, NCCC. It screens communications metadata entering the country to detect real-time cyber threats and collaborates with law enforcement agencies to gather intelligence. India's Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT-IN, is mandated under the IT Amendment Act 2008 to serve as the national agency in charge of cybersecurity. Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center and Cyber Warrior Police Force. These combat cyber threats, child pornography, and online stalking under the newly created Cyber and Information Security (CS) Division. National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, NCIIPCIT, is designated as the national nodal agency in respect of critical information infrastructure protection. Cyberswachhta Kendra (CSK-MITY) launched the Cyberswachhta Kendra Botnet Cleaning and Malware Analysis Center for analysis of malware and botnets that affect networks and systems. The Cyberdome Project, the Kerala Police's innovative cybersecurity center, helps law enforcement fight cybercrime. Capacity building, training, and research improve state cybersecurity. Recent developments in India and cybersecurity. Recently, multiple organizations such as RBI, SEBI, and CERT-IN have issued various guidelines pertaining to cybersecurity. RBI's Draft Master Directions on Cyber Resilience and Digital Payment Security Controls for Payment System Operators (PSOs) coverage. The draft directions encompass governance mechanisms for identifying, assessing, monitoring, and managing cybersecurity risks. Aim, to ensure that authorized non-bank PSOs are resilient against both traditional and emerging information systems and cybersecurity risks. Responsibility. The Board of PSOs holds the responsibility for ensuring adequate oversight over information security risks. CERT-IN's Guidelines on Information Security Practices for Government Entities. These guidelines are issued under the authority conferred by Section 70B of the Information Technology Act 2000. They are applicable to all ministries, departments, and offices specified in the first schedule to the Government of India, Allocation of Business, Rules, 1961. Key Guidelines. O. Prompt reporting of security breaches within 6 hours of detection. O. Mandatory cybersecurity audits every 6 months. O. Automatic logout of employees after 15 minutes of inactivity. O. Administrative access to systems permitted only with approval from the Chief Information Security Officer. SEBI's proposed Consolidated Cybersecurity Framework for SEBI-regulated entities, REIS. The framework aims to provide a unified structure for addressing cyber risks incidents. It is based on the 5 concurrent and continuous functions of cybersecurity: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, as defined by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. These functions serve as the foundation for establishing robust cybersecurity protocols. All residential are required to formulate an up-to-date Cyber Crisis Management Plan, CCMP, and implement comprehensive incident response management plans along with respective standard operating procedures, SOPs. Challenges to cybersecurity in India: digital data threat. Cybercriminals exploit online transactions, data mining firms profit, and intellectual property is targeted. Lack of robust law enforcement. India's cybersecurity approach is ad hoc, with ineffective implementation despite numerous agencies and policies. Cyberterrorism. Politically motivated attacks against information and systems result in violence. Cyber warfare. Nation-states or international organizations attempt to damage another's computer systems or networks. Infrastructure vulnerabilities. Critical information infrastructure lacks adequate protection measures. Shortage of specialists. India lacks cybersecurity experts despite having a large internet user base. Coordination challenges. Overlapping functions among agencies lead to poor coordination in cybersecurity efforts. Lack of awareness. Many individuals and organizations are unaware of cyber threats, increasing vulnerability. Way forward: research and development. Investments should be made in R&D to develop more innovative technologies to address increasing cybersecurity threats. PPP model for cybersecurity. The private sector is an important partner in providing critical information infrastructure, e.g., the telecom sector is mostly governed by private players, so the public-private partnership model should be used. Policy and governance. Implementing a strong policy is crucial. Clear duties and responsibilities help departments and stakeholders work together. Awareness. A periodic awareness campaign by the government and big private organizations should be conducted to aware people of cybersecurity threats. Invest in cybersecurity infrastructure. Governments and organizations should invest in robust cybersecurity infrastructure, including firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and anti-malware software. Global initiatives. Budapest Convention. The sole multilateral agreement on cybersecurity tackles internet and computer crimes by striving to unify national laws, enhance investigative capabilities, and promote international collaboration. World Economic Forum Cyber Risk Framework. The fundamental tenets of the World Economic Forum's Partnering for Cyber Resilience initiative include: recognition of interdependence. All parties have a shared interest in fostering a common, resilient digital ecosystem. Role of leadership. Encourage executive-level awareness and leadership of cyber risk management. Integrated risk management. Develop a practical and effective implementation program that aligns with existing frameworks, Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers. ICANN coordinates and ensures the smooth and secure functioning of the cybernetic framework. Paris Call. It is a statement of consensus related to the growing concerns about cyber threats. It is a set of common principles agreed upon by like-minded countries, private sector entities, and international civil society organizations. Ground Zero Summit. It is the largest collaborative platform in Asia for cybersecurity experts and researchers to address emerging cybersecurity challenges and demonstrate cutting-edge technologies. Global Cyber Alliance Cybersecurity Development Platform. A platform that provides small and medium-sized businesses with affordable cybersecurity solutions. EU Cybersecurity Act. A regulation that aims to strengthen the EU's cybersecurity capabilities by establishing a certification framework for digital products and services. Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, GFC, an international platform for governments, the private sector, and civil society to share knowledge and best practices in cybersecurity. Commonwealth Cyber Declaration, a declaration signed by Commonwealth countries committing to collaborate on improving cybersecurity and addressing cyber threats. The International Counter-Ransomware Initiative, ICRI, global public-private cooperation combats ransomware. Countries, law enforcement, IT companies, and others collaborate to prevent, identify, and respond to ransomware attacks. Digital Personal Data Protection, DPDP, ACT, 2023. The DPDP Act is a legal framework introduced in India to safeguard personal data, ensuring it is shared only with consent. It regulates digital personal data processing and outlines provisions for privacy protection in the digital age. Applicability within India applies to digital personal data processing within India, collected online or digitized offline. Outside India applies to processing digital personal data outside India if it involves providing goods or services to data principals in India. Evolution. Based on the report of the expert committee chaired by Justice B.N. Sri Krishna, the Act evolved from the Personal Data Protection Act of 2019. The Digital Personal Data Protection Act, 2023, was passed by both houses of Parliament after several iterations and consultations. Key stakeholders: data principal, DP, the data owner, who must give written consent for data processing. Consent can be withdrawn or restricted at any time. Data fiduciary, an entity that collects, stores, and shares data, acting as a consent manager to facilitate consent management. The government can designate significant data fiduciaries based on systemic significance. Data processor, an entity processing data on behalf of a data fiduciary. In some cases, both roles can be held by the same entity. Data protection officer, DPO, an individual appointed by a data fiduciary to ensure compliance with the Act. Other provisions, citizens' rights, include the right to information, correction and erasure, grievance redressal, and nominating another person to exercise these rights upon death or incapacity. Data Protection Board of India, DPI, an independent adjudicatory body for resolving privacy-related grievances and disputes, with the authority to impose penalties. Appeals can be made to the High Court, which can also initiate action suo moto. Civil courts cannot interfere with matters under this Act. Penalty for infringement. No criminal penalties for noncompliance. Financial penalties range from Rs. 250 crores for data fiduciaries or processors to Rs. 10,000 for data principals. B. and Sri Krishna Committee recommendations establish an independent data protection authority with powers to enforce data protection laws and impose fines. Businesses and government should obtain consent explicitly from individuals before collecting their personal data. Consent needs to be free, informed, and specific. Individuals should have the right to access, correct, and delete their personal data held by businesses and government. Businesses collecting personal data must register with the Data Protection Authority and report data breaches within 6 hours. Critical personal data, such as health records, financial data, biometric information, etc., deserve a higher level of protection. Children's data requires special protection, and parental consent is required to collect such data. Businesses must implement appropriate data security safeguards, including encryption, anonymization, etc. The committee recommended a balanced approach to data localization by requiring critical data to be stored within India, while allowing free flow of non-critical data. It suggested establishing an appellate tribunal to hear appeals against orders of the Data Protection Authority. The committee also recommended data protection provisions relating to social media intermediaries and online profiling. National Intelligence Grid, NATGRID. NATGRID is an attached office of the Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA, is the integrated intelligence grid which connects databases of core security agencies. It was proposed after the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. It will help intelligence and law enforcement organizations counter terror by maintaining national and internal security. NATGRID will connect 10 user agencies to 21 organization databases. Case by case, central agencies can use it. Significance of the NATGRID, real-time information. It will alleviate a crucial deficiency, lack of real-time information, that hindered terror detection. Secure centralized database, to feed sensitive data from 21 data sources, including banks, credit cards, visa, immigration, train and plane travel, and spy organizations. Advanced technologies, like big data and analytics, will be used to study and analyze huge amounts of data from various sources to track suspected terrorists and prevent terrorist attacks. Legal procedure to access information. It will connect data-providing organizations and users besides developing a legal structure through which information can be accessed by law enforcement agencies. NATGRID is an intelligence sharing network that creates a seamless and secure database for information on terrorists, economic crimes, and similar incidents. To have the network, NATGRID collates data from the standalone databases of the various agencies and ministries of the Indian government. It will also have access to the Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and Systems, a database that links crime information, including first information reports, across 14,000 police stations in India. NATGRID will track suspects and prevent terrorist attacks with real-time data. It will have access to classified information like immigration, banking, individual taxpayers, air, and train travels. NATGRID is essentially a tool that will help security agencies to locate and obtain relevant information on terror suspects from pooled data of various organizations and services in the country. National Cybersecurity Strategy 2020. Over the last few months, it has been reported that Solar India Industries Limited, which provides defense-related equipment, and AIMS, a crucial healthcare and research institution, have both been targeted and compromised by cyber attackers. The National Cybersecurity Policy 2013 document was India's first formal policy document dedicated exclusively to cybersecurity. Significance of the strategy: large-scale digitization of public services. India's digitization efforts, recognized globally for innovation and scale, are modernizing public services. Supply chain security. With rapid industry digitization and Make in India initiatives, robust supply chain security solutions are essential. Increased digital usage post-COVID. Critical infrastructure, including finance, power, and manufacturing, is rapidly digitizing, necessitating enhanced cybersecurity. Critical information infrastructure protection. Coordinated, sophisticated solutions are needed to defend against cyber attacks on critical information infrastructure by state and non-state actors. Digital payment. The digitization of payment and financial transactions is a key driver of the digital economy. protecting national security and promoting digital trust, strengthening cybersecurity to safeguard national security and build trust in digital transactions, while fostering international cooperation and supporting the Digital India Initiative. Facial recognition technology. Facial recognition is a type of technology that uses biometric data and machine learning algorithms to identify or verify the identity of an individual based on their facial features. To empower the Indian police with information technology, the government has approved the implementation of the National Automated Facial Recognition System (NAFRS). National Automated Facial Recognition System (NAFS). NAFRS is to be used by police pan-India and will be issued by the National Crime Records Bureau (NCRB). It would be a mobile and web-based application hosted in Delhi to help in crime prevention and detection and fast-track document verification. It is supposed to be interlinked with other existing databases like Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and Systems, CCTNS, Integrated Criminal Justice System, ICJS, state-specific database systems, and the Koyapaya portal. Need authentication. It is used for identification and authentication purposes with a success rate of almost 75%. Increased security. It can help to identify terrorists or other criminals. Faster processing. Face recognition takes only seconds. Thus, it enables quick and efficient verification of a person's identity. Reduced crime. The sole knowledge of the presence of a face recognition system can serve as a deterrence, especially to petty crime. Force multiplier. In India, where there are just 144 constables per 1 lakh citizens, this can act as a force multiplier. It neither requires too much workforce nor regular upgradation. Hence, this technology coupled with the present workforce in place can act as a significant change. Challenges. Cybersecurity risks. The use of facial recognition technology also raises cybersecurity risks, such as the potential for data breaches or hacking attempts. Accuracy and bias. Facial recognition technology is not always accurate, and there are concerns about potential bias in the algorithms used to analyze facial features. There have been instances where facial recognition technology has misidentified individuals, particularly those from certain demographic groups. Infrastructural costs. Big data and AI are expensive. Data storage requires massive network and data storage facilities, which India lacks. Violation of privacy. The government plans to address privacy through legal frameworks like a data privacy regime, but its goals with such technology conflict. Reliability and authenticity. The reliability, admissibility, and standards of the data collected may be used in a criminal trial. Absence of data protection law. FRT systems. In the absence of data protection laws that would mandate necessary safeguards in the collection and storage of user data is also a point of concern. Way forward. Need for a clear law, a strong and meaningful data protection law, statutory authorization of NAFRS, and deployment guidelines are needed to protect civil liberties and democracy from authoritarianism. Required expertise in the field. The data collected from social media profiles has risk involved related to the authenticity of the data. Adequate safeguards, such as penalties, along with enhanced accountability of the law enforcing bodies and adequate oversight, to minimize the potential for misuse and abuse of facial recognition technology. Conclusion. In conclusion, it is critical to address the evolving threats posed by cyber attacks to ensure the internal security of nations. From the proliferation of malware and ransomware to the sophistication of cyber espionage and state-sponsored cyber warfare, the landscape of cyber threats is constantly evolving, presenting unprecedented challenges for governments, organizations, and individuals alike. By sharing intelligence, best practices, and technological resources, countries can enhance their collective resilience against cyber attacks and ensure a safer and more secure digital environment for all. International Counter-Ransomware Initiative (CRI). The International Counter-Ransomware Initiative (CRI) is a global coalition of governments, international organizations, and private sector companies that aims to combat the threat of ransomware attacks. Launched in April 2021, the initiative is co-led by the United States and is supported by over 30 countries and organizations. The CRI seeks to improve coordination and information sharing among its members, enhance prevention and protection measures, and promote the prosecution of ransomware criminals. Kavach 2023 is a joint initiative of the All India Council for Technical Education, AICD, and the Bureau of Police Research and Development, BPR&D, launched in February 2021. The aim of the initiative is to provide cybersecurity training to police personnel across India. Overall, Kavach 2023 is a positive step towards improving the cybersecurity capabilities of police personnel in India and will help in the fight against cybercrime in the country. Previous your question. What are the different elements of cybersecurity? Keeping in view the challenges in cybersecurity, examine the extent to which India has successfully developed a comprehensive national cybersecurity strategy. 2022. Keeping in view India's internal security, analyze the impact of cross-border cyber attacks. Also discuss defensive measures against these sophisticated attacks. 2021. Discuss different types of cybercrimes and measures required to be taken to fight the menace. 2020. What is the Cyberdome project? Explain how it can be useful in controlling internet crimes in India. 2019 data security has assumed significant importance in the digitized world due to rising cybercrimes. The Justice B. N. Sri Krishna Committee report addresses issues related to data security. What, in your view, are the strengths and weaknesses of the report relating to protection of personal data in cyberspace? 2018. Discuss the potential threats of cyber attack and the security framework to prevent it. 2017 use of internet and social media by non-state actors for subversive activities is a major concern. How have these been misused in the recent past? Suggest effective guidelines to curb the above threat. 2016. Discuss the advantage and security implications of cloud hosting of server vis-a-vis in-house machine-based hosting for government businesses. 2015. Considering the threats cyberspace poses for the country, India needs a digital armed force to prevent crimes. Critically evaluate the National Cybersecurity Policy, 2013 outlining the challenges perceived in its effective implementation. 2015. What is digital signature? What does its authentication mean? Give her various salient built-in features of a digital signature. 2013. What is social networking site and what security implications do these sites present? 2013 cyber warfare is considered by some defense analysts to be a larger threat than even Al-Qaeda or terrorism. What do you understand by cyber warfare? Outline the cyber threats which India is vulnerable to and bring out the state of the country's preparedness to deal with the same. 2013 S5 UI by Physics Wallah. Mains Wallah Q&A Bank. Our offline centers. Carol Bagh Mukherjee Nagar Lucknow Patna. INNNN, ODDQONM. One-stop solution for mains answer writing. Set of 4 GS booklets. Examples and case studies enriched in material. FTP and LVIS. Mains Wallah. Q&A Bank. General Studies 2. Wallah. Mains Wallah PYQs. G. On LVIS Mains Wallah. 1000 plus UPSC PYQ-based questions. Topic-wise subject compilations. Comprehensive answers with model approach. Lee. I. Or IITF. 2014 to 2023. Current Affairs Integrated Model Answers. PYQ's General Studies 2 in Decoding the Decade. MH. 3.0. Year-wise subject coverage. Comprehensive answers with model approach J. Our offline centers. Carol Bagh Mukherjee Nagar 0 in 0 in 0 in 0 in Q in 0. NNN Lucknow. Pwanlias. Calm. AI9 Money Laundering. ITS prevention and black money laundering is a process that involves disguising the proceeds of illegal activities as legitimate funds, intending to make the money appear to come from a legal source. Money laundering has far-reaching consequences, including the financing of terrorism, organized crime, corruption, and destabilization of financial systems. UN Vienna 1988 Convention Article 3.1 describes money laundering as the conversion or transfer of property, knowing that such property is derived from any offenses, for the purpose of concealing or disguising the illicit origin of the property or of assisting any person who is involved in such offenses to evade the legal consequences of his actions. According to FTF, the estimated amount of money laundered globally in 1 year is 2 to 5% of global GDP, or up to $2 trillion. Stages or process of money laundering. The money laundering process is generally done in 3 stages to finally release funds into the legal financial system. It is not necessary that all money laundering goes through 3 stages. These stages may occur as separate phases or simultaneously or may overlap with each other. How these basic steps have been used is dependent on available money laundering and the requirement of criminal organizations. Placement. Introduction of funds. It is the stage of introducing funds raised through criminal activities into the legal financial system via various financial instruments and institutions. Most vulnerable stage. This is the most vulnerable stage of money laundering as criminals are holding cash in bulk, and there is always a chance of coming on the radar of law enforcement agencies. Transfer to the legal financial system. In this stage, money is put into the financial system or retail economy or smuggled out of the country through banks, traveler's checks, postal orders, etc. Layering. Structuring stage. Money structuring conceals laundering. It breaks money by doing multiple small transactions in banks with different names. Complex transaction. Laundering generally uses multiple complex transactions to disguise the audit trails and maintain as much distance as possible between the source of illegal money and its present status. Use various techniques. Launderers use wire transactions through electronic fund transfer in offshore banks, the sheer volume of daily transactions, and buying high-value assets like cars, bungalows, diamonds, etc. Integration. Reintroduction into the financial system. It is the final stage by which illegal funds are reintroduced into the legal financial system and appear to originate from legitimate sources. Used for buying luxury. Most redemptions involve buying luxury assets like homes, jewelry, or businesses to avoid law enforcement. Difficult to recognize. Due to lack of documentation and use of loopholes in law, it becomes very difficult to catch laundering at this stage. Keywords: layering, reintroduction into financial system, round-tripping, cash-intensive business, flourishing organized crime, Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence. Various techniques used for money laundering. Hawala. Hawala is an alternative or parallel remittance system outside traditional banking and financial channels. Round-tripping. In this, criminal money is deposited into controlled foreign-based organizations, preferably in tax haven countries like Mauritius, where anti-money laundering laws are weak. Then money is shipped back in the form of foreign investment. Shell companies. These are the companies established only for the conversion of dirty monies. Companies did not have any business operations and disguise the true owner of the company. Third-party checks. Third-party checks are paid to the payee, who then transfers it to another person. P-notes. P-notes are derivative instruments issued by registered foreign portfolio investors to their overseas investors to enable them to invest in the Indian market without retraction with SEBI. Cryptocurrency. It is a digital currency without any central regulatory authority. Cryptocurrency is now becoming a choice for criminal activities due to its non-regulatory nature. Structural deposits. It is also called smoothing, where money is broken into smaller deposits. It is used to beat suspicious money laundering reporting. Cash-intensive business. Criminals set up a cash-based business like salons, restaurants, or casinos to hide their illegal cash. Casino. In this method, individuals use the money to buy chips in a casino and play for a very small time, and then convert chips into cash again with receipts to show that money is earned from gambling. Salaries in cash. Some companies or businesses may hire many unregistered employees and then pay them in cash so that dirty money can be diverted from making payments without being noticed by law enforcement agencies. Trade-based laundering. This involves using trade transactions to transfer funds across borders and disguise the source of the funds. Credit card laundering. This involves using stolen credit card information to purchase goods or services that can then be resold for cash, effectively laundering the funds. Implications and consequences of money laundering. Financial institutions' liability. Money laundering reduces trust in financial systems. Tax revenue reduction, estimated at 2 to 3% of India's GDP, impacting social programs. Exchange rate volatility. Currency instability deters foreign investment. Threat to financial stability. Endangers both financial sector and external stability. Organized crime support. Fuels illicit activities, destabilizing society. Social impact. Increased inequality. Money laundering worsens income distribution, exacerbating poverty. Rise in antisocial activities. Criminal activities like trafficking and fraud increase. Human trafficking. Illicit networks exploit humans for labor and sex work, prioritizing money over lives. Political impact. Government trustworthiness loss. Inability to control crime erodes public trust. Political instability. Money launderers wield political influence, upsetting democratic balance. Security impact. Organized crime rise. Fuels terror funding, arms dealing, and cyber crimes. Terrorism and Naxalism. Funds activities of terrorist and Naxalite groups. Cybercrimes. Exploits technology for illegal activities, including online gambling and cryptocurrency transactions. Challenges to tackle money laundering. Legal and regulatory frameworks. Legal and regulatory frameworks vary across different countries and regions, and regulatory gaps or weaknesses can make it easier for money launderers to exploit the system. Cross-border coordination and cooperation. Money laundering is a global phenomenon which needs global coordination, but the support of the tax haven countries Panama and Mauritius, which support money laundering, make it difficult for others to take appropriate action against money laundering. Technological advancements and use of cooperation. Money technology like digital currency, electronic fund transfer for money laundering, and its global nature make it very challenging to track money launderers. Detection and investigation of money laundering activities. The network of money laundering is so vast and organized that it is very difficult to trace it due to its global and complicated nature. Cultural and social barriers to combating money laundering. Cultural and social norms can also pose challenges to combating money laundering, such as the acceptance of cash-based transactions in some cultures. Lack of resources and capacity building in relevant institutions. Law enforcement agencies and other organizations may lack the resources and expertise needed to effectively tackle money laundering, highlighting the need for capacity building and resource allocation. Linkages between terrorism and money laundering. Terrorism and money laundering have a complex and interconnected relationship. Terrorist organizations require funding to operate and carry out attacks, and money laundering is one of the key ways in which they can obtain and move their funds without detection. In turn, money laundering can fuel and support terrorism by providing a steady stream of funds to finance their activities. Terrorism often requires a significant amount of funding to carry out attacks, and money laundering is one of the primary methods used to finance terrorist activities. Money laundering aids terrorism in several ways, such as hiding the source of funds. Terrorist organizations often obtain funds through illegal means, such as drug trafficking, arms dealing, and extortion. Money laundering helps them to disguise the source of these funds and make them appear legitimate. Facilitating the transfer of funds. Terrorist organizations operate in multiple countries and need to move funds across borders. Money laundering provides a means for them to transfer funds without detection by authorities. O. Financing terrorist activities. Money laundering allows terrorists to use funds for their operations without arousing suspicion. They can use these funds to purchase weapons, conduct training, and carry out attacks. O. Undermining law enforcement efforts. Money laundering makes it difficult for law enforcement agencies to track the flow of funds and disrupt terrorist activities. O. Perpetuates global instability, fuels terrorism, posing ongoing threats to security and stability worldwide. Terrorism and money laundering are complex issues that require a comprehensive and coordinated response from governments, financial institutions, and law enforcement agencies. It is essential to have a strong legal and regulatory framework in place, along with effective international cooperation, advanced technology, and sufficient resources to combat these threats. Framework for Prevention of Money Laundering. Statutory frameworks. O. Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. It is a comprehensive and dedicated law against money laundering in India. Recent amendments have further empowered the Act by widening the definition of proceeds of crime and providing authority to the Enforcement Directorate to arrest the accused without a warrant under certain conditions. O. The Smugglers and Foreign Exchange Manipulators Act, 1976. The Act provided for the forfeiture of illegally earned properties of smugglers and foreign exchange manipulators. O. Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act, 1985. This act provides a penalty for illegally derived property from the sale or trade of narcotics. O. Foreign Exchange Management Act, 1999. Act provides management of foreign exchange with provisions like exchange through authorized persons like authorized dealers or money changers so that manipulation of money can be prevented. O. Benami Transaction Prohibition Act, 1988. This act is to curb fraudulent transition by the name of the fake owner and with faulty sources of money. Institutional Framework. O. Enforcement Directorate, ED has the responsibility for the investigation of crime related to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. O. Finance Intelligence Unit. It is established for analyzing and processing information related to suspected financial transactions. International Cooperation. O. Financial Action Task Force, FTF established for effective coordination, implementation, and regulation of law related to money laundering and terror financing. FTF has provided recommendations for the effective implementation of the Money Laundering Act. O. Vienna Convention, 1988. It is the first international instrument adopted in 1988 to address the issue of the proceeds of crime and requires the state to establish money laundering from drug trafficking as a criminal offense. O. The Council of Europe Convention, 1990. It was held in 1990 to frame a common international policy on money laundering and facilitate international cooperation for the investigation of various organized crimes. It also provided a common definition for money laundering. O. Mutual Legal Assistance Treaties. MLATs are agreements between countries that allow for the exchange of information and evidence in criminal investigations. They facilitate cooperation between law enforcement agencies in different countries and can help to track the flow of illicit funds. O. United Nations Global Program Against Money Laundering. It is a global program providing in-depth assistance to countries to build and strengthen their anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism capacity. O. International Money Laundering Information Network. It is an internet-based network administered by the UN Office of Drug and Crime, which provides support and assistance to the government and various other organizations to fight against money laundering. O. International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Interpol facilitates cooperation among law enforcement agencies across borders to combat transnational crime, including money laundering. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, 2002. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, was enacted in India in 2002 to combat money laundering, which is the act of disguising the proceeds of illegal activities as legitimate funds. The PMLA is an important legal framework that is aimed at preventing and combating money laundering, as well as the financing of terrorism. Provisions of the PMLA. Definition of money laundering. Section 3 of the PMLA defines money laundering as an act of directly or indirectly concealing or aiding in the concealment of the proceeds of crime or knowingly acquiring, possessing, or using such proceeds. Punishment for money laundering. The Act provides for punishment ranging from rigorous imprisonment for 3 to 7 years and a fine up to Rs. 5 lakhs to imprisonment for 10 years and a fine up to Rs. 5 crores, depending on the amount involved. Criminalizes money laundering and provides for punishment. The PMLA makes money laundering a criminal offense and provides for stringent punishment, including imprisonment and fine. Investigation and seizure powers. The Act empowers various authorities, such as the Enforcement Directorate, to investigate money laundering cases and to seize and confiscate property involved in money laundering. Obligation to report suspicious transactions. The Act imposes an obligation on banks and other financial institutions to report suspicious transactions to the authorities. Obligations of banking companies, financial institutions, and intermediaries. The Act places obligations on banks, financial institutions, and intermediaries to maintain records of all transactions and furnish information to the ED on suspicion of money laundering. Reporting entity. Section 12 of the Act defines a reporting entity as a banking company, financial institution, intermediary, or any other person carrying out a designated business or profession. Appointment of an adjudicating authority. The Act provides for the appointment of an adjudicating authority to adjudicate on matters relating to the confiscation of property. Recent amendments in PMLA, clarification on proceeds of crime. The definition of proceeds of crime now encompasses not only property derived from scheduled offenses but also any property obtained through related or similar criminal activities. Redefining money laundering. Formerly dependent on another crime, known as the predicate offense or scheduled offense, money laundering is now treated as a standalone crime. Amendment to Section 3 of PMLA. Under this amendment, individuals can be charged with money laundering if they are directly or indirectly involved in the proceeds of the crime, as specified in Section 3 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA. Involvement in money laundering. The amendment expands the scope of involvement in money laundering to include activities such as concealment, possession, acquisition, use, projecting as untainted property, and claiming as untainted property. Recognizing the continuing nature of the offense, the amendment stipulates that involvement in the offense of money laundering continues until the individual ceases to benefit from activities related to money laundering, emphasizing its ongoing nature. Concerns: violation of fundamental rights. Under Section 19 of the PMLA, the ED is not mandated to disclose the contents of the ECR similar to an FIR while arresting a person. Violates the accused right to be informed of the charges under Article 21. Expansion beyond original scope. Initially targeting drug money, PMLA now covers unrelated issues like copyright, straying from its original aim. Punitive measures. Applying PMLA to already covered offenses like corruption overlooks crime severity, treating all offenses equally. Contrary to legal principles. Contrary to the Anglo-Saxon principle of presumption of innocence, the PMLA presumes guilt until proven otherwise, undermining fundamental legal principles recognized by international bodies like the FTF. Uncontrolled authority discretion. The PMLA grants authorities unchecked discretion to initiate prosecutions based solely on the registration of an FIR related to a scheduled offense, leading to selective and arbitrary application of the law. Additionally, the ED's policing powers without state consent go against the federal structure of the Constitution. Constitutional concerns. Post-2019 amendments have blurred the distinction between money laundering and scheduled offenses, allowing the ED to investigate the commission of scheduled offenses without state consent, contravening principles of federalism integral to the Constitution. Stringent bail provisions. The bail provision in Section 45 of the PMLA denies bail unless the judge is convinced of the accused innocence, creating a significant hurdle for bail seekers at all levels of the judiciary. The bail provision of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, Section 45, in Nikesh Tarachand Shah v. Union of India, 2018 in this case. The bail provision of the PMLA Act was held unconstitutional as a violation of Article 14 and Article 21. Restoration of the provision by the Parliament. Parliament restored the provision with certain amendments. Upheld by the judiciary. In Vijay Madamlal Chaudhary v. Union of India, 2022, the Supreme Court upheld that this provision is reasonable and has direct nexus with the purposes and objects of the PMLA Act. Judges said that inclusion of a particular offense in the schedule comes within the domain of the legislative policy. Supreme Court on Prevention of Money Laundering Act challenge on provisions. The constitutionality of various provisions of the PMLA were challenged before the Supreme Court on the following grounds. The conditions for bail were disproportionately stringent. The power conferred on the ED to issue summons, record statements, make arrests, and search and seize property was wide and open to misuse. There was a total lack of procedural safeguards. Rejection by the Supreme Court. The challenge was rejected by the Apex Court in its judgment in Vijay Madamlal Chaudhary v. Union of India, July 2022. Grounds. Underpinning the decision is the belief that India's commitment to the international community to deal sternly with the offense of money laundering is sacrosanct, and even excels considerations of fundamental rights. Review petition. A review petition has been filed against the judgment and is pending before the court. Way forward. Procedural improvements. ESSER reports should be provided to the accused once offenses are finalized, ensuring transparency and fairness in legal proceedings. Operational efficiency. PMLA should prioritize enhancing conviction rates over being a tool for harassment, especially given the current rate of approximately 0.5%. Clarification of terms. Clear definitions of terms like proceeds of crime and guidelines for recording statements by investigating officers are necessary to ensure consistency and legality in procedures. Review of scheduled offenses. Re-evaluation of scheduled offenses from various legislations is crucial as their inclusion has widened the law's scope, potentially diverting the ED's focus from investigating serious crimes. While the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, may have been well-intentioned, the inclusion of minor, non-serious offenses in the schedule to its disregard for personal liberty. The PMLA raises questions about its compliance with fundamental rights and due process of law. The PMLA requires amendment to bring it in conformity with constitutional principles and ethos. Amendment to the Prevention of Money Laundering Maintenance of Records Rules, 2005. The Ministry of Finance notified the 2023 Amendment to the Prevention of Money Laundering Maintenance of Records Rules, 2005. Key changes. Beneficial ownership definition tightened. Individuals or groups with a 10% ownership stake in a client of a reporting entity now qualify as beneficial owners, down from the previous threshold of 25%. Expanded due diligence requirement. Reporting entities must now disclose beneficial ownership beyond KYC norms and register nonprofit organizations on the DARPON portal of NIDI AI-YAC. Definition of politically exposed persons (PEPs) widened. PEPs now include individuals with prominent public roles in foreign countries. Nonprofit organizations definition broadened. The definition now includes a wider range of entities or organizations constituted for religious or charitable purposes. FATF recommendations on money laundering, risk assessment, and risk-based approach. Identify, assess, and understand money laundering and terrorist financing risks. Apply a risk-based approach for prevention and regulatory mechanisms. National cooperation and coordination. Establish dedicated policies and designated authorities for implementation. Criminalization of money laundering. Criminalize money laundering based on international conventions. Confiscation and provisional measures. Adopt measures allowing enforcement agencies to confiscate proceeds from money laundering without requiring a criminal conviction. Criminalizing terrorist financing. Criminalize financing of terrorists and terrorist organizations as per the Terrorist Financing Convention. Targeted financial sanctions. Implement targeted financial sanctions, such as freezing funds and assets, to comply with UN Security Council resolutions on terrorism. Cryptocurrency. Under law, cryptocurrency is a form of digital currency where transactions are verified and records are maintained through decentralized systems utilizing cryptography rather than centralized authorities. This decentralized nature makes cryptocurrencies more susceptible to criminal activity and money laundering. Cryptocurrency and money laundering. Tracking difficulty and anonymity challenges. Cryptocurrency transactions pose challenges in tracking due to their inherent anonymity, particularly prevalent on the dark web. Reintegration through OTC brokers. Illicit funds are often reintegrated into the financial system through over-the-counter (OTC) brokers, facilitating the laundering process. Cross-border movement of crypto holdings. Crypto holdings are frequently moved across borders to foreign jurisdictions, complicating efforts by law enforcement agencies to trace and seize illicit assets. Investment risks due to lack of fundamental value. Cryptocurrencies lack intrinsic value, exposing investors to heightened risks and making them vulnerable to financial losses. Utilization of techniques such as crypto mining and online gambling. Various techniques, including crypto mining and online gambling, are employed to facilitate illicit activities within the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Strengthen the FATF global framework. System of mutual evaluation. Increase capabilities for effective recovery of criminal assets. FATF strategic priorities for 2022 to 24. Leverage digital transformation. Enhance international beneficial ownership transparency. Ensure sustainable funding. Recently, the government issued a notification bringing transactions involving crypto assets under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA. Implications for crypto. Indian crypto exchanges are now obligated to report any suspicious activity related to buying or selling cryptocurrency to the Financial Intelligence Unit, India, FIUGND. FIUGND is tasked with receiving, processing, analyzing, and disseminating information concerning suspicious financial transactions to law enforcement agencies and overseas FIUs. If FIUGND identifies wrongdoing in its analysis, it will notify the Enforcement Directorate, ED. Under the PMLA, the ED possesses discretionary powers to search and seize suspected property without judicial permission. This measure is anticipated to assist investigative agencies in taking action against crypto firms. Measures such as enhanced KYC protocols, improved regulatory oversight, and international collaboration are imperative to thwart the potential misuse of cryptocurrencies for money laundering and terrorist financing. Black money. There is no specific definition of black money in the economy, but it is called by several different terms like the parallel economy, illegal economy, or irregular economy, etc. In simplest terms, black money can be considered as money that is hidden from the tax authorities. The source of black money can be legal or illegal. Fact-wise, total undisclosed credits amounting to 20,353 rupees crore have been detected with respect to 930 India-linked entities in the Panama and Paradise paper leaks. According to a secret study commissioned by the Finance Ministry concluded in 2014 that about 90% of unaccounted wealth, or black money, was lying within India and not outside. Generation of black money. Ways and means. Sources. Both legitimate and illicit sources can produce black money. Beyond the government's specified taxation threshold and outside of the jurisdiction of the taxing authorities, legally earned money is immediately regarded as illicit. Tax evasion. When a business or person hides revenue or fails to record tax transactions, they are engaging in criminal activity. Tax avoidance. It is a legal method for minimizing tax owed by an individual or company by claiming tax concession. Illegal source of earning. The majority of black money is produced and used for criminal pursuits like smuggling, the trade in weapons, extortion, corruption, and money laundering. Sources of black money, underreporting of income. Small businesses often avoid issuing authentic purchase bills to evade documentation of transactions, leading to undervaluation of income. Real estate manipulation. Builders exploit fluctuations in real estate values to undervalue transactions, reducing capital gain tax and stamp duty liabilities. Shell companies. Entities with no genuine operations are used to funnel revenue under multiple names, evading taxes and fostering the creation of black money. Non-governmental organizations. NGOs' limited compliance with financial reporting requirements raises concerns about misuse of funds and tax evasion under the guise of charitable activities. Tax havens. Nations with lax regulation and low taxation are exploited by multinational corporations to exploit international tax loopholes, channeling income through shell companies to minimize tax liabilities. Hawala system. Informal money transfer system utilized by various groups, including criminals, businesspersons, and non-residents, for illicit financial activities such as money laundering and terrorist financing. Participatory notes. P-notes instruments used for investing in the Indian market without regulator registration, offering anonymity and facilitating the generation of black money without detection. Challenge of curbing black money. Political challenge. Interference and resistance. Political nexus patronizes criminals, hindering law enforcement. States' authority. State autonomy in taxation and regulation poses challenges to uniform enforcement. Economic challenge. Complex financial transactions. Tax evasion through minimal tax rates on long-term gains. Globalization. Anti-money laundering regulations hinder cross-border transactions. Cash-based economy. Predominance of cash transactions complicates tracking for tax officials. Limited regulatory resources. Inadequate capacity of bodies like CVC and CBI hampers enforcement. Real estate laundering. Real estate remains a loophole in anti-money laundering laws. Legislative challenge. Ineffective legislation. Previous laws failed to address black money issues comprehensively. Loopholes. Taxation concessions enable massive generation of black money. Administrative challenge. Corruption and bribery. Bureaucratic corruption allows evading legal action. Weak financial intelligence. Lack of digitization and non-quantifiable data hinder effective monitoring. Consequences of black money on economy. Regressive distribution of income. Growth of the black economy causes the regressive distribution of income in the society. When the black money grows faster, the rich become richer and the poor become poorer. By way of the concentration of income and wealth in a few hands, black money widens the gap between the rich and the poor, becomes ineffective. Money movement. In general, people tend to keep black money in the form of gold, real estate, and other hidden assets. Such money does not enter the main economy and is thus typically kept out of circulation. Increased inflation. Unreported black money injection into the economy causes an increase in inflation, which disproportionately affects the poor. Additionally, it widens the gap between the rich and the poor. Capital flight. Scarce capital in India flees to tax havens to avoid domestic norms and regulations. It stops the economy's process of capital formation. Any illicit funds brought back to India must be in foreign currencies to increase the country's forex reserves. National security. As we've already seen, criminals and anti-state activities are funded by black money. Numerous criminal acts can be supported by the use of black money. Corruption. It has both a cause and an impact related to black money. Political backing is necessary to manage this money on a large scale, and it is often believed that politicians profit the most from this system. Non-effective monetary policy. It is difficult for the RBI to formulate. Estimating the amount of black money in the economy is impossible, and the government continues to ignore it. Parallel economy. Parallel economy is hidden and includes economic activities that remain unmeasured and unreported by current techniques of monitoring economics. Activities under the parallel economy are not under the purview of tax authorities, hence no tax has been paid for it, which results in a loss of revenue to the government. According to the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, the parallel economy accounted for almost 75% of the GDP in 2013. Reasons of parallel economy. Increase in black money. A parallel economy has emerged as a result of the growing amount of black money caused by tax law loopholes and the failure of the government to stop black money creation through illicit means. Higher tax rate. A higher tax rate encourages people to avoid paying taxes, which results in more money flowing into the black market. Lack of trust in government. People typically believe that widespread corruption will prevent the government from using their tax dollars wisely, therefore they start to avoid reporting their taxes. Ineffectiveness of laws. The rules of India do not work well enough to encourage people to pay their taxes immediately, preferring to focus on giving the public discounts that have led to numerous tax-dodging loopholes. Measures taken to curb black money generation and ITS flow. Legislative measures. Tax rationalization. The government has done various tax reforms like rationalization of tax slabs, tax deduction at source (TDS), which reduce tax avoidance at least in the formal sector of the economy. Voluntary Disclosure Scheme, 2016. Many times the government comes up with a voluntary disclosure scheme that gives a chance of reporting black money without getting penalized. The Comptroller and Auditor General of India condemned the scheme in his report as abusive and a fraud on the genuine taxpayers of the country. Prevention of Money Laundering Act, 2002. This act curbs money laundering so that black money cannot be easily converted into white money by using various means like hawala, shell companies, etc. Benami Transaction Prohibition Act, 1988. This act bans all benami transactions and also empowered the government to recover the benami property without paying any concession. Recently, the government has also come up with the Benami Transactions Prohibition Amendment Act, 2016 with stringent measures against holding benami property. Lokpal and Lokayukta Act, 2013. Corruption is one of the major sources of black money. Hence, curbing corruption by establishing a dedicated agency for reporting corruption at the central and state levels could reduce corruption as well as black money creation in the country. Black Money, Undisclosed Foreign Income and Assets, and Imposition of Tax Act, 2015. The act aims to give one-time opportunity to Indians to provide information about undisclosed foreign assets and income in a time-frame manner. After completion, off-time frame holders of black money come under severe penal and prosecution measures as per law. The Smugglers and Foreign Exchange Manipulators, Forfeiture of Property, Act, 1976. It includes punishment for smugglers and manipulators' illegally acquired property as well as for issues related to and incidental to those activities. Institutional Measure. Central Board of Direct Taxes, CBDT. The Ministry of Finance has a specific agency that is responsible for upholding the Indian direct tax laws. In addition, it is an organization that mostly deals with black money in India. Enforcement Directorate. According to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, it is an agency that handles the investigation and prosecution of money laundering cases and has the power to seize the proceeds of crime. Financial Intelligence Unit. It was created in order to improve and coordinate regional, national, and worldwide efforts to combat one of the main uses of black money, the financing of terrorism. Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. It was established by India's Ministry of Finance's Department of Revenue. In terms of smuggling prevention in India, it is the chief agency of Indian Customs. Other institutions. Other organizations including the CBI, the Serious Fraud Investigation Office, the National Intelligence Agency, and state intelligence and police departments also look into other offenses involving money, corruption, and terrorism that may be directly connected to black money. International Measures. OG, 20 countries. The OECD Base Erosion and Profit Shifting (BPS) project has broad G20 backing, as does automatic tax information exchange between nations. Double taxation avoidance agreements. In order to discuss tax-sharing arrangements for taxable income falling within each nation's authority, many nations are stepping forward to join this agreement. Multilateral Convention of Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. The convention facilitates international cooperation for a better operation of national tax laws and also respects the fundamental rights of taxpayers. Financial Action Task Force. The global agency responsible for monitoring money laundering and terrorism financing is the Financial Action Task Force, FTF. The intergovernmental organization creates global norms with the intention of stopping these unlawful actions and the damage they do to society. Other measures. Project Insight. The Income Tax Department launched Project Insight, an information technology-based initiative, to support its non-intrusive information-driven strategy for enhancing tax compliance and making efficient use of the information at hand. PAN for transaction. Another strategy used by the government to make it more difficult to conceal transactions is to require the reporting of PAN for transactions exceeding 2.5 lakhs, prohibit cash receipts of 2 lakhs, and impose fines equal to the number of such receipts if a person violates the provision. Operation Clean Money. Operation Clean Money was introduced in 2017 to collect, compile, and analyze data on cash transactions, make extensive use of information technology and data analytics, tools for identifying high-risk cases, swiftly e-verify suspect cases, and take appropriate enforcement actions, such as searches, surveys, inquiries, determining income, levying taxes, penalties, etc., and filing complaints with the authorities in the appropriate cases. Way forward. Legislative overhaul. Implement effective legislation to prevent bribery, facilitate citizen redressal, and curb the transfer of black money abroad. Skilled workforce. Provide specialized training to financial market regulators to enhance their ability to conduct thorough financial investigations. Electoral integrity. Empower the Election Commission to combat the use of black money in elections and collaborate with other financial enforcement agencies for intelligence sharing. Technological advancements equip agencies with advanced technology to counter emerging threats such as cryptocurrency and prevent the proliferation of black money sources. Digital transaction promotion enhance digital literacy and trustworthiness of digital transactions to encourage their adoption and reduce reliance on cash transactions. Smuggling in India Report 2021-22. The report was recently released during the 65th Foundation Day celebrations of the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, DRI. Key highlights. The report showcases emerging smuggling trends during the pandemic. Record seizures of heroin, gold, cocaine, and other contraband were reported. Myanmar has emerged as the primary transit corridor for gold smuggling, replacing the Middle East due to disruptions in international air traffic. Narcotics smuggling shifted from passenger routes to cargo routes due to political changes in Afghanistan. Increased seizures of fake Indian currency notes, FICN, using Bangladesh and Myanmar as staging points. Smuggling syndicates employ sophisticated concealment and extraction methods, posing challenges. Challenges also include the use of cryptocurrency, dark net, and physical smuggling of foreign currency due to disruptions in traditional hawala settlements. Counterfeit currency notes. The Ministry of Finance reports a significant reduction in the value of counterfeit currency within the banking system. Fact-wise, counterfeit currency value in the banking system dropped from $43.47 crore in 2016-17 to approximately $8.26 crore in 2021-22, marking an 80% decrease. Conversely, the amount of fake currency seized by law enforcement agencies has risen. National Crime Records Bureau (NCRB) data shows an increase from $28 crore in 2017 to $92 crore in 2020. There's a surge in fake Indian currency notes, FICN, seizures, with Bangladesh and Myanmar acting as conduits to infiltrate FCN into India. Measures to combat counterfeit notes. Legal provisions. Counterfeiting is punishable under sections 489A to 489E of the Indian Penal Code and falls within the ambit of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UPA, 1967. RBI's anti-counterfeiting measures. Integration of security features like watermark, security thread, latent image, and microlettering into Indian banknotes. Ongoing enhancements of banknote security features. Public awareness initiatives. Deployment of note sorting machines. Establishment of forged note vigilance cells in banks. Regular training programs. Government initiatives to tackle fake currency circulation. FCN Coordination Group for Intelligence Sharing among security agencies. Establishment of terror funding and fake currency cell within the National Investigation Agency, NIA. Capacity building programs for law enforcement agencies. Demonetization of $1,000 and $500 currency notes. Collaboration with neighboring countries. Training programs for police officers in Nepal and Bangladesh on combating currency smuggling. Joint task force with Bangladesh for information exchange and analysis of FCN smugglers. Way forward, introducing digital currency to dent the circulation of fake notes, law enforcement considerations for formulation of new laws and their enforcement. Conclusion. In conclusion, understanding and addressing the complexities of money laundering, its prevention, and the eradication of black money are crucial components in safeguarding our nation's internal security. By implementing robust measures, fostering international cooperation, and promoting transparency, we can fortify our defenses against illicit financial activities. It is imperative for policymakers, law enforcement agencies, and citizens alike to remain vigilant and proactive in combating this pervasive threat. Through concerted efforts and a unified stance, we can strive towards a more secure and prosperous future for our society. Previous your questions. Give out the major sources offered funding in India and the efforts being made to curtail these sources. In the light of this, also discuss the aim and objective of the No Money for Terror, NMFT, conference recently held at New Delhi in November 2022. 2023. Discuss how emerging technologies and globalization contribute to money laundering. Elaborate measures to tackle the problem of money laundering both at national and international levels. 2021. India's proximity to two of the world's biggest illicit opium-growing states has enhanced her internal security concerns. Explain the linkages between drug trafficking and other illicit activities such as gun running, money laundering, and human trafficking. What countermeasures should be taken to prevent the same? 2018. Money laundering poses a serious threat to country's economic sovereignty. What is its significance for India and what steps are required to be taken to control this menace? 2013 10 Security Challenges in their management. India has 15,106.7 kilometers of land border sharing with 7 countries: Bangladesh, China, Pakistan, Nepal, Myanmar, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and a coastline of 7,516.6 including island territories. India's borders are complex, featuring a variety of extreme geographical landscapes, including deserts, fertile lands, swampy marshes, and tropical evergreen jungles. The Department of Border Management, under the Ministry of Home Affairs (MHA), is responsible for securing most of India's borders. Their primary objectives include preventing infiltrations, curbing drug smuggling, and facilitating trade and the safe movement of people. Border management. Border management is a security function that calls for coordination and concerted action by various government agencies within our country. The aim is to secure the frontiers and safeguard the nation from the risks involved in the movement of goods and people from India to other countries and vice versa. The Department of Border Management in the Ministry of Home Affairs focuses on the management of the international land and coastal borders, strengthening of border policing and guarding, creation of infrastructure such as roads, fencing and flood lighting of the borders, and implementation of the Border Area Development Program, BDP. Principle of deploying forces. Deployment of forces along the borders is based on the principle of one border, one force, guarding force, BGF. The Indian Navy is responsible for overall maritime security, including coastal and offshore security. Indian Coast Guard has been additionally designated as the authority responsible for coastal security in India's territorial waters, including areas to be patrolled by the coastal police. Approach and practices of border management vary from one border to another, based on the security perceptions and relationship with the neighboring country. Issues affecting the management of Indian borders. Accessibility. Hostile elements have access to the latest technology, unprecedented use of money power, organizational strength, maneuverability, and a wide choice available for selecting theater of action for surprise strikes. Lack of proper demarcation. There is a lack of proper demarcation of both maritime and land borders in many places leads to conflicts. Porosity of borders. International borders with Pakistan and Bangladesh run through diverse terrain including deserts, marshes, plains, and mountains. Contested international borders. A history of mistrust and constant border skirmishes with Pakistan along the loch makes India highly susceptible to cross-border terrorism. Lack of critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure such as observation towers, bunkers, border floodlights, etc. is lacking in many border areas, which also prevents the deployment of high-tech equipment. Poor intelligence and resource efficiency. Security forces are ill-equipped to handle border management given poor intelligence capabilities and severe resource deficiency. Ethnic conflicts and separatist movements. The situation has worsened due to the changed demographic profile of many border states and the shift in the ethnic balance of communities as a result of illegal migration. Keywords: hot pursuit. Enabling effective communication and coordination. Hostile elements. Poor intelligence and resource efficiency. India-US Bonami. Shadow of Doklam episode. Border protection grid. Joint operations centers. Maritime domain awareness. Cargill inadequacies. India-Pakistan border. India shares a 3,323 kilometers long boundary with Pakistan, stretching across extreme climatic conditions from the hot Thar Desert in Rajasthan to the cold Himalayas in Jammu and Kashmir. The India-Pakistan boundary can be categorized into three sections. Radcliffe Line. This section is 2,308 kilometers long and extends from Gujarat to parts of Jammu district in Jammu and Kashmir. Line of control, lock spanning 776 kilometers. This line runs through parts of Jammu, Rajouri, Pinch, Baramulla, Kupwara, Kargil, and some areas of Leh. It was established following the wars in 1948 and 1971 between India and Pakistan. Actual ground position line, AGPL. This 110 kilometers section runs from NJ 9842 Peak to Indira Col in the north, covering the Siachen Glacier. Challenges along the border disputes. Sir Creek dispute. Sir Creek is a 96 kilometers tidal estuary that opens into the Arabian Sea and divides the Gujarat state of India from the Sindh province of Pakistan. Pakistan's position. Sir Creek forms the boundary between the Indian state of Gujarat and the Pakistani province of Sindh. It has been a subject of dispute between the two countries, often leading to clashes between security forces. But it is Pakistan's claim over Junagadh, a part of coastal Gujarat, which brings up an interesting slice of history. Pakistan claims the entire Sir Creek, with its eastern bank defined by a green line and represented on a 1914 map, belongs to it. India's position. India says that the green line is an indicative line and feels the boundary should be defined by the mid-channel of the creek as shown on a map dated 1925. What next? It may be designated as a zone of disengagement or a jointly administered maritime park. Alternatively, given the creek's ecological sensitivity, both countries could designate the area as a maritime, sensitive zone. A transboundary management approach to Sir Creek can address the plight of poor fishermen, who routinely get detained across the border if they drift across the disputed demarcation. Siachen dispute. It is located in the eastern Karakoram range in the Himalayan mountains, just northeast of the point NJ 9842 where the line of control between India and Pakistan ends. In 1984, India launched Operation Meghdoot to capture the 76.4 km long glacier on the Saltoro Ridge. Reason of dispute. Ambiguous wording that exists in the Karachi ceasefire agreement of 1949 following the 1947-48 war. The agreement did not delineate beyond grid reference NJ 9842, which falls south of the Siachen Glacier, and indicated that the border from NJ 9842 runs thence north to the glaciers. Significance of Siachen. Siachen sits at a very strategic location with Pakistan on the left and China on the right. So Pakistan reinterpreted the ceasefire agreement to claim the area beyond the Saltoro Ridge and beyond Siachen as its own. This would give Pakistan direct connectivity to China as well as a strategic oversight over the Ladakh region and onto the crucial Srinagar highway, posing a serious threat to India. River disputes. Both India and Pakistan since partition have experienced friction over various water conflicts. As a result, after numerous dialogues and careful negotiations, both countries signed an accord called the Indus Waters Treaty in 1960, which clearly determined how the region's rivers are to be divided. Indus Water Treaty, 1960. In response to Islamabad's intransigence about the treaty's implementation, India has sent Pakistan a notification requesting a modification of the Indus Waters Treaty, highlighting how the neighboring nation's activities have negatively impacted the pact's provisions. When Pakistan and India gained their independence, their borders were drawn directly across the Indus Basin, making Pakistan the lower riparian country and India the higher riparian. The main river and its 5 left bank tributaries, the Ravi, the Beas, the Sutlej, the Jhelum, and the Chenab, make up the Indus system of rivers. India is not the destination of Kabul, a right bank tributary. While the Chenab, Jhelum, and Indus Main are collectively referred to as western rivers, the Ravi, Beas, and Sutlej are collectively referred to as eastern rivers. Both India and Pakistan depend on their waters. Other issues. Gilgit-Baltistan issue. After the First Indo-Pak War over Kashmir, the UN resolutions created a temporary ceasefire line separating the state into Indian and Pakistani-administered regions pending a referendum. In 2020, as per reports, Pakistan has decided to elevate Gilgit-Baltistan's status to that of a full-fledged province. India opposed Pakistan's order to integrate the region of Gilgit-Baltistan into the federal structure of the country. Significance of Gilgit-Baltistan Order. The order aims to alleviate China's concerns about the unsettled status of Gilgit-Baltistan, considering China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPC, passes through the disputed region. The order has also spread discontent in pro-Indian and some other sections of people of Gilgit-Baltistan which want an independent republic in accordance with UN resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir, which require Pakistan to withdraw from Gilgit-Baltistan and transfer control to local powers. Cross-border firing, skirmishes, and ongoing tension. Repeated infiltration by Pakistan-supported terrorists as a form of proxy war. Illegal activities such as smuggling, drug trafficking, and arms trafficking, facilitated by the porous borders that traverse diverse terrains, including deserts, marshes, plains, snow-covered mountains, and winding through villages, houses, and agricultural lands. Kartarpur Corridor. As part of the celebrations for the 550th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, India and Pakistan inaugurated the Kartarpur Corridor on November 9, 2019. This corridor connects the Darbar Sahib Gurdwara in Pakistan's Narwal district with the Dera Baba Nanak Shrine in Gurdaspur district, Punjab, India. The agreement facilitates visa-free movement for Indian pilgrims, requiring only a permit to cross into Pakistan. The Integrated Check Post, ICP, of the Kartarpur Corridor at Dera Baba Nanak, Gurdaspur, has also been inaugurated. Government initiatives to protect Indian borders with Pakistan. Historical summits. Shimla Summit, 1972 followed the Bangladesh Liberation War and outlined steps for normalizing relations and principles for future interactions. Relations since the 1980s. Relations deteriorated due to events such as the Siachen conflict, Kashmir insurgency, 1989, nuclear tests, 1998, and the Kargil War, 1999. Confidence-building measures. Successful efforts included the 2003 ceasefire agreement, Delhi-Lahore bus service, 1999, and Kartarpur Corridor, 2019, though periodic terrorist attacks impeded progress. Comprehensive Integrated Border Management System, CIBMS, post-Pathankot attack. MHA implemented CIBMS for enhanced border security. Features. Utilizes thermal imagers, UGS, fiber optical sensors, radar, sonar, and smart fences to secure difficult terrains. Smart Fence Project. India's first pilot project along a 5.5-kilometer stretch of the India-Pakistan border in Jammu and Kashmir, featuring a high-tech surveillance system. National Security Guard, NSG, in J&K. Deployment of NSG commandos to train local police and paramilitary forces in counter-terror operations and oversee anti-hijack operations. Bureaucratic engagement and back-channel talks. Emphasis on back-channel diplomacy, such as DGMA-level talks, to facilitate constructive engagement with Pakistan, deemed essential for improving relations. Committees on Border Management. Madhukar Gupta recommended the use of scientific technology in border management, e.g. the use of laser fencing, ground sensors, and thermal imaging where physical fencing is not feasible due to difficult terrain. It gave separate recommendations for 4 states, as each of them has different topography and problems. Madbol Committee, pending border disputes with neighboring countries, should be resolved. The border guarding force should not be deployed for other internal security duties. Accelerated development of infrastructure along the border should be taken up, especially to wean the border population from illegal activities. A marine police force should be established along with the strengthening of the Indian Coast Guard and setting up of an apex institution for coordinating various maritime issues. Way forward, compensation. Provide prompt and appropriate compensation to border populations to address and reduce local dissatisfaction. Illegal activities. Conduct studies on patterns of illegal activities such as money laundering and implement measures to curb them. Border Management Task Force. The government established a task force on border management, chaired by Madhav Godbole. The report highlighted that effective border management is hindered by inherent problems such as disputed status, artificial boundaries, and porosity. These issues contribute to illegal migration, smuggling, drug trafficking, and the trans-border movement of insurgents. India-China border. India and China share a 3,488 kilometers long boundary that runs through the states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh. This entire boundary, known as the McMahon Line, is disputed. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, ITBP, guards the Indo-China border. Historically, India and China did not share a common boundary until China occupied Tibet in 1950, transforming the India-Tibet boundary into the India-China boundary. Since 1954, China has claimed large tracts of territory along this border, including Aksai Chin in Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Uttarakhand, and the entire Arunachal Pradesh. Boundary dispute. Western Sector Aksai Chin. This region, which originally was a part of the state of J&K, is claimed by China as part of its autonomous Xinjiang region. After the 1962 war, it was administered by China. While India claims the entire Aksai Chin territory as well as the Shaksgam Valley, Indian territory gifted to China by Pakistan, China contests Indian control over Dalit Beg Oldi. Middle sector, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Here LAC is the least controversial except for the precise alignment to be followed in the Barahoti Plains. India and China have exchanged maps on which they broadly agree. Eastern sector Sikkim to Arunachal Pradesh. In the Simla Accord, 1913-14, the boundary between Tibet and British India was defined by negotiations between British India, China, and Tibet. China accepts the McMahon Line as its boundary with Myanmar provided by the same agreement. Other issues, water disputes. China recently cut off the flow of a tributary of the Brahmaputra River, the lifeline of Bangladesh and northeastern India, to build a dam as part of a major hydroelectric project in Tibet. Doklam standoff. The Doklam issue, also known as the 2017 China-India border standoff, involved a military confrontation between the Indian Armed Forces and the People's Liberation Army of China over the Chinese building of a route in Doklam, close to the Donglang Tri-Junction Frontier, or Dongliang Chaochang. Galwan Valley clash. In 2020, Indian and Chinese armies were locked in a tense standoff at 3 points along the line of actual control, the Galwan River Valley. The hot springs area in the Pangong Lake regions of Stando FF between India and China 2020. India's infrastructure development across the LSE. China has been unnerved by India's plans to improve the border infrastructure across the LSE by 2022, and thus it triggered Chinese aggression. Reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir. China had earlier also opposed the formation of the new Union Territory of Ladakh and accused India of trying to transform the LAC unilaterally. India-US bonhomie. In recent few years, India has moved closer towards the US. On the other hand, China is engaged in a trade war with the US and facing US opposition over its actions in Taiwan, the South China Sea, Hong Kong, and current COVID-19. Shadow of Doklam episode. In a broader context, the current confrontation is also attributed to the 2017 China-India standoff at Doklam. India's strong opposition had prevented China from extending a track in the contested area at the tri-junction of India-China-Bhutan. Initiatives for border management between India and China. Border talks. The rapprochement in 1976 after the 1962 war between the two countries led to the initiation of high-level border talks in 1981, which broke down in 1987. Later it started again. Spycam project. Putting up cameras with 20 to 25 kilometers range at 50 locations in Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Sikkim and Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. India is constructing critical infrastructure to enhance troop mobility and strengthen its defensive position. Key developments include Odola Sadiya Bridge, recently inaugurated to reduce travel time for troop movements. Collaboration with Japan. India and Japan are jointly developing infrastructure projects in the northeast to bolster India's defense against China. Exemption from forest clearance. Army infrastructure projects within 100 kilometers of the line of actual control, LAC, are exempt from forest clearance requirements, facilitating faster movement of security forces. Empowerment of BRO. The Ministry of Defense has delegated administrative and financial powers to the Border Roads Organization, BRO, to expedite border road construction, leading to better resource mobilization in border areas. Ohim Vijay exercise. The Indian Army conducted its largest mountain combat exercise in Arunachal Pradesh, 100 kilometers from the LAC, demonstrating India's defensive capabilities. Second India-China Informal Summit, Mamallapuram Summit, high-level economic and trade dialogue. Both countries agreed to establish a mechanism aimed at enhancing trade and commercial relations, as well as balancing trade between them. Acknowledgement of relationship. The summit recognized that India and China are not adversaries, but two significant economic powers capable of engaging in healthy competition within a multipolar world. Way forward. Battle-ready troops. Our troops should be battle-ready, which could well entail delivering massive artillery fire in a minimal time span should the security needs at the local level so require. Border infrastructure. There should be a well-established border infrastructure along with advanced logistical support to effectively support the existing deployments and any tactical operations that we may need to undertake in the areas. Balancing border security. IDBP, a specially trained force for border guarding duties on the India-China border, should not be used by the Home Ministry for internal security duties in the Naxalite-infested areas of India, as it may lead to disturbing the balance and coherence in our deployments. Diplomatic communication improvement. There is a need to improve diplomatic communication regarding the yearly sharing of hydrological data and exchange of information regarding infrastructural development in the area for more transparency and effective solution of water disputes. India-Bangladesh border. India shares a 4,096.7 kilometers border with Bangladesh, guarded by the Border Security Force, BSEF. The border touches the states of West Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. This region is diverse, including plains, riverine areas, and hilly jungles with minimal natural barriers. It is densely populated, and cultivation often extends right up to the border. The boundary was drawn in 1947 by the Bengal Boundary Commission, chaired by Sir Cyril Radcliffe, using old district maps. Challenges. Illegal migration. The trend of illegal migration from Bangladesh into India has continued since independence. Illegal migration from Bangladesh has become a major cause of concern and a contentious issue in Indian polity. For instance, Rohingyas easily migrated to India from Bangladesh. Terrorism and insurgency. The difficult terrain and porous borders with Bangladesh have provided a congenial environment for insurgency in the northeastern states. The insurgents maintain cross-border links, procure arms, recruit and train their cadres, and indulge in unlawful activities in India. Transborder smuggling. The porosity of the border, lack of economic opportunities, poverty and underdevelopment, the attitude of the people towards petty crimes and laxity and vigilance all contribute to the escalating border smuggling of cattle, jammed saris, arms, and other essential items, human and narcotics trafficking, counterfeit currency, along the India-Bangladesh border. Transborder river dispute. Various river-sharing disputes between India and Bangladesh on transboundary rivers like the Feni River and Teesta River, construction of a dam by India on Barak River. Porous nature off-border. The Indo-Bangladesh border is highly porous and a hotspot of illegal immigration, cattle smuggling, human trafficking, and other illegal cross-border activities. Initiatives for India-Bangladesh border management. Deployment of force. The BSEF and BGB have also been raising awareness among the locals regarding crime prevention in the border area. Technologically advanced surveillance. Installation of the project like Bold QAT, Border Electronically Dominated QTR Interception Technique, and other border surveillance devices will enable BSEF to equip Indo-Bangla borders with different kinds of sensors in the unfenced land and riverine area of the Ganges and Brahmaputra and its tributaries to keep a tight vigil. Border Protection Grid. The government has announced the establishment of a Border Protection Grid, BPG, with Indo-Bangladesh border states. Land Boundary Agreement, 2015. Implements the unresolved issues stemming from the undemarcated land boundary approximately 6.1 kilometers long in 3 sectors, exchange of enclaves, and adverse possessions, which were first addressed in the 2011 Protocol. Border Infrastructure and Management, BM Scheme. BM Scheme involve implementing a number of projects for the development of border infrastructure such as border fence, border roads, border floodlights, border outposts, BOPs, helipads and foot tracks along the international borders of the country. Comprehensive Integrated Border Management System, CBMS, to improve situational awareness at different levels of hierarchy to facilitate prompt and quick response to emerging situations along the India-Pakistan border, IPB, and India-Bangladesh border, IBB. A CBMS has been conceptualized, which is the integration of manpower, sensors, networks, intelligence, and command control solutions. Way forward. More personnel deployment. More BSEF personnel should be deployed at sensitive BOPs. Manning of sensitive BOPs is now left to the platoons, although there is adequate space for the deployment of companies at BOPs. Severe punishment. Severe punishment would deter the BSEF personnel from indulging in corrupt practices. Balance of manpower and technology. It is necessary to have a judicious mix of properly trained manpower and affordable and tested technology that would yield much better results. Responsible image restoration. India must re-strengthen its relationship with lower riparian countries including Bangladesh and restore its image as a responsible upper riparian. People's participation. Greater participation of the people in border management should be ensured to make developmental plans along the border areas a success. Institutional mechanisms. To iron out tensions along the border, bilateral institutional mechanisms should be further strengthened, with frequent meetings between the authorities of India and Bangladesh. India-Nepal border. India shares a 1,751 kilometers long border with Nepal, passing through the states of Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, and Sikkim. Bihar shares the largest portion of this border, while Sikkim shares the smallest. The border with Nepal is an open border and was virtually unattended until recently, as Nepalese citizens have free access to live and work in India under a 1950 treaty between the two countries. Nepal, being a landlocked country, relies on India for its closest access to the sea, with most of its imports passing through India. Consequently, India has granted Nepal 15 transit and 22 trading points along the border. Challenges: misuse of open border. Pakistan is using open borders to carry out anti-India activities including the pushing of terrorists and fake Indian currency notes, FSCN. Maoist insurgency. Fear of the spread of Maoist insurgency and links with Maoist groups in India. Issue of land grabbing. Allegations of excesses such as intimidation and forcible grabbing of land by either side along the disputed border also surface from time to time. Trafficking. Using the open border, the anti-national elements indulge in illegal activities, such as smuggling of essential items, gun running, and drugs and human trafficking. Territorial issues. The Kalapani boundary dispute is one of the major obstacles to improving relations between India and Nepal. These borders were established by the British in 1816, and in 1947, India took over the territory over which the British had exercised territorial sovereignty. While 98% of the border between India and Nepal was marked, Susta and Kalapani were still up in the air. In 2019, Nepal published a new political map that included the Uttarakhand regions of Kalapani, Limpiadura, and Lipulekh as well as the Bihar region of Susta. Indo-Nepal border dispute. The Kalapani issue revolves around India's recent inclusion of Kalapani in the Pithoragarh district of Uttarakhand on its updated map. Kalapani sits on the eastern bank of the river Mahakali, previously known as the River Kali, which flows through the region. It serves as a meeting point for the borders of India, Nepal, and Tibet, China. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police has been stationed in the area since 1962, overseeing its security. Nepal claims Kalapani as an integral part of its territory, leading to ongoing discussions between New Delhi and Kathmandu to address this unresolved territorial dispute. Recently, Nepal has released a new political map that claims Kalapani, Limpiadura, and Lipulekh of Uttarakhand as part of Nepal's territory. Under the provisions of the Sugali Treaty, Nepal lost the Sikkim, Kimadu, Garhwal, and Western Terai flat areas. River Mechi became the eastern border with India while the River Kali, called Mahakali in Nepal, was demarcated as the northwestern border. The Treaty of Sugali also defined Gandak as the international boundary between India and Nepal. India's Stando Kali originates in springs well below the Lipulekh Pass, and the Sugali Treaty does not demarcate the area north of these streams. Administrative and revenue records going back to the 19th century show that Kalapani was on the Indian side and counted as part of Pithoragarh district, now in Uttarakhand. Initiatives Intelligence Section in SSB, establishment of a new intelligence section in SSB at the Indo-Nepal and Indo-Bhutan border to ensure better operational efficiency. Bilateral talks. Bilateral mechanisms in the form of Home Secretary-level talks and joint working groups at the level of joint secretaries exist between the two countries. Border District Coordination Committee, at the level of district officials of the two countries, has been established as a platform for discussing issues of mutual concern. Border infrastructure. The government of India has approved the construction of 1,377 kilometers of roads along the Nepal border in the states of Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar. Way forward: coordination among agencies. Security agencies of both countries should coordinate more closely and effectively for better monitoring of the border. Technology. An increased use of technology in monitoring border movement can also help to secure the open border. Committee formation. A joint boundary demarcation committee could be appointed by both countries to scientifically study the maps and come to a conclusion diplomatically. Implementation. Implementation of a comprehensive integrated border management system which includes round-the-clock surveillance via the Border Electronically Dominated Quick Response Team Interception Technique, BOLD, QT. India-Bhutan border. India and Bhutan share about 669 kilometers long boundary. The boundary is demarcated except along the tri-junction with China. Like Nepal, India's boundary with Bhutan is also an open boundary. India has a friendship treaty with Bhutan which was renegotiated in 2007 under which India has a huge stake in safeguarding the interests of Bhutan. In the Doklam dispute, India helped Bhutan to maintain its territorial integrity against Chinese aggression. Challenges: insurgency, many groups such as Bodo, ULFA, etc. Sneak into Bhutan for sanctuary despite their army driving them out. Operation All Clear. The Royal Bhutanese Army drove out the Bodo and Ulefe insurgents from its territory some years ago. The border has been relatively quiet. But still, fears are persistent about criminal and militant activity. Smuggling and trafficking. Chinese-made goods, Bhutanese cannabis, liquor, and forest products are major items smuggled into India. Livestock, grocery items, and fruits are smuggled out of India to Bhutan. Free movement of people and vehicles. Bhutan wants free movement of its citizens and vehicles once they enter Indian territory. From an internal security perspective, the illicit establishment of camps by militant outfits in the dense jungles of southeast Bhutan is a cause of concern for both nations. Environmental concerns. Migrants and infiltrators are also accused of deforestation, poaching, and wildlife smuggling. Doklam Plateau is a part of Bhutan disputed by China, which can provide China leverage to choke India's chicken neck, the narrow Siliguri corridor which links the northeast with the rest of India. In 2017, India successfully deployed its troops to counter the Chinese design to build a road in Doklam, which could have serious implications for India's security and would have also signaled to Bhutan that India can no longer protect its interests. This was the first time that India used troops to protect Bhutan's territorial interests. Initiatives, bilateral cooperation, a secretary-level bilateral mechanism in the shape of an India-Bhutan group on border management and security. Deployment offices, Sashastra Seema Bal, SSB, is the main border guarding force with some help from BSEF. Border District Coordination Meeting, BDCM, mechanism, the advanced mechanism between the bordering states and the Royal Government of Bhutan, ARGO-B, to facilitate coordination on border management and other related matters. Road construction. The Government of India has approved the construction of a 313 km road in Assam along the Indo-Bhutan border. About 60,000 Indian nationals live in Bhutan, employed mostly in the hydroelectric power construction and road industry. Checkpost development. India and Bhutan plan to set up the first integrated checkpost along the border near Jaigan. India-Myanmar border. India shares a 1,643 kilometers long border across 4 states, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram, with Myanmar. India and Myanmar permit a free movement regime, FMR, for tribes residing along the border to travel up to 16 kilometers across the border. The insurgents often take advantage of the FMR and have been crossing over to Myanmar to receive training in arms, establish safe havens, and re-enter India to carry out subversive attacks. White Elephant democratizing civil war in Myanmar. Instability in Myanmar. This is the third coup by the military in the history of Myanmar since it gained independence from British domination in 1948. Insurgency. The insurgency in Myanmar could leave the military in no position to keep delivering on its commitments to India. Chinese influence will only make things worse. Impact of Myanmar's internal situation on India. Northeastern border. The northeastern border of India with Myanmar continues to be a priority for bilateral discussions. Slow growth. It has slowed down growth in the northeast and hindered India's efforts to reach out to the dynamic economies of Southeast Asia. Immigrants. Numerous people have been compelled to flee into India. Anti-Indian rhetoric. A string of terrible events have resulted from it, signaling a rise of anti-Indian rhetoric in the northeastern region. This is making it more difficult for the center to propose new peace measures. Impact on policy. It is thought to have a negative effect on its Act East policy. Challenges. Free movement regime. FMR insurgents are misusing FMR to cross over to Myanmar and receive training and acquire arms. Weak vigilance. There is practically no physical barrier along the border, either in the form of fences or border outposts and roads to ensure strict vigil. Insurgency. Insurgents make use of the weak border vigilance and flee across when pursued by Indian security forces. Drugs menace. The location of the boundary at edge of the drugs Golden Triangle facilitates the unrestricted illegal flow of drugs into Indian territory. Heroin is the main item of drug trafficking. Lack of attention. The policymakers in Delhi have not given adequate attention to the India-Myanmar border, and as a result, it continues to be poorly managed. Free movement regime, FMR. India plans to review the free movement regime, FMR, with Myanmar and fence their shared border, sparking discussions in northeastern states. This decision addresses historical, cultural, and security considerations. What is the free movement regime? Historical context. The Treaty of Yandabu in 1826 established the current India-Myanmar boundary, separating ethnic and cultural communities. Current border. India and Myanmar share a 1,643 kilometers border, with only 10 kilometers fenced. FMR details. Established in 2018, it allows cross-border movement up to 16 kilometers without a visa, aiming to facilitate trade and access to services. Potential reasons for reconsidering the FMR: security concerns, increased infiltration, drug trafficking, arms smuggling, and insurgency activities. Socioeconomic issues, impact on cultural identity. environmental degradation, and regional dynamics influenced by China's presence. Initiatives, deployment of force. Assam Rifles has manned this border since 2002 with some help from the Indian Army. However, Assam Rifles has deployed 31 of its 46 battalions for counterinsurgency operations and only 15 battalions for guarding the border, thus functioning more like a counterinsurgency force rather than a border guarding force. Panel to study free movement regime. To stop insurgents like NSCing from misusing FMR for receiving training in arms, establish safe havens, and re-enter India to carry out subversive attacks. Setting up of integrated check posts. ICP's cabinet recently proposed to set up 13 new ICPs to encourage India's engagement with SAARC countries along with Thailand and Myanmar. ICP is able to interdict such elements while facilitating legitimate trade and commerce. Committee headed by Chairman of the Joint Intelligence Committee, JIC, Arun Ravi. 240 villages with over 2 lakh population within 10 kilometers of the Indo-Myanmar border were living without any worthwhile security cover. They are at the mercy of the insurgents. Thus, the committee will suggest measures to effectively manage the Indo-Myanmar border. Way forward. Need policy formulation. The GDI should formulate a policy to strengthen the security of the border by either giving the Assam Rifles the single mandate of guarding the border or deploying another border guarding force, such as the Border Security Force, BSF. Revision of FMR. It should initiate a revision of the FMR and reduce the permitted distance of unrestricted travel. Infrastructure development. The construction of the ICP along with other infrastructure should be expedited. Engagement. India should endeavor to meaningfully engage with Myanmar and solicit its cooperation in resolving all outstanding issues and better managing their mutual border. Coastal borders of India. India has a 7,516-kilometer coastline, of which 5,422 are on the mainland and 2,094 are on islands that are owned by 9 states and 4 union territories. 90% of the nation's trade is conducted along its coastline, which includes 1,382 islands and 3,331 coastal settlements. The coastline is home to 95 landing centers, 200 minor ports, 12 large ports, and 200 ports. Security threats from non-state actors and hostile neighbors are on the rise. This has made it necessary to adopt a more organized and comprehensive strategy with a long-term plan to modernize, update, and reinforce naval surveillance, and to close gaps in the design of coastal security architecture. Need for security of the coastal region. Maritime terrorism. Maritime terrorism includes hostage-taking, hijacking, attacking, and sinking ships as well as targeting cities and vital sites including naval bases and petrochemical storage facilities, and seizing hostages. Attacks on business areas. In Mumbai, India on November 26, 2008, the Taj Palace and Towers and the Oberoi Trident, 2 renowned hotels, as well as the Chabad House, a center for Jews, were targeted. Attacks on ports and other important facilities. Ports are highly sought-after targets for terrorists because they handle enormous volumes of transportation, particularly oil and other goods, and have densely populated areas nearby. Attacks on ships. Aside from their immense size, ships have almost no defenses, making them easy targets for terrorist organizations. Ships might be taken over, assaulted with rockets, grenades, and guns, or blown up with explosives. Piracy. Navigation on the seas is seriously threatened by piracy and armed robbery. Violence and armed robberies have been occurring in the shallow waterways of the Sundarbans. Smuggling and trafficking. Gold, electronics, narcotics, and weapons have all been smuggled along Indian beaches. Infiltration, illegal migration, and refugee influx. Large-scale refugee influxes have caused decades of political unrest in the border states due to infiltration, illegal migration, and refugee influx. Challenges in managing coastal border. Unguarded coastal. The long coastline of 7,516.6 kilometers with a diverse range of topography, and due to the remoteness, these coastal borders often remained unguarded or poorly guarded, resulted in an easy route for smuggling and infiltration. Unsettled maritime boundaries. Unsettled maritime boundaries not only pose serious security challenges, but also hinder offshore development. Physical proximity. Physical proximity of India's coasts to politically volatile, economically depressed, and unfriendly countries such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Gulf countries adds to its vulnerability. Lack of coordination. Tussle between the states and the center is a recurrent theme in the debates on failing coastal security. States often cite the inadequacy of resources as one of the largest impediments to the implementation of coastal security initiatives. Non-state actors. Highest vulnerability is penetration by non-state actors and terror attacks on cities along the coast, vital installations like atomic power plants, oil platforms, etc. Would be financially disastrous as well as might create fear and psychosis amongst the people. Various issues regarding coastal security. Maritime terrorism. The undertaking of terrorist acts and activities like hijacking, attacking, and sinking ships, sabotaging pipelines, and attacking cities and strategic installations like naval bases and petrochemical storages. Piracy and armed robbery. Piracy takes place on the high seas and, therefore, does not fall under the ambit of coastal security. However, in the case of India, the shallow waters of the Sundarbans have been witnessing acts of violence and detention by gangs of criminals that are akin to piracy. Smuggling, trafficking, and infiltration. Indian coasts have been susceptible to the smuggling of items such as gold, electronic goods, narcotics, and arms. Straying of fishermen beyond the maritime boundary. The frequent straying of fishermen into neighboring country waters has not only jeopardized the safety of the fishermen, but has also raised national security concerns. Coastal Security Architecture Post 2611 Attacks. Indian Maritime Security Strategy, IMSS, 2015 of Indian Navy. It envisages greater coordination between different maritime agencies. Securing Indian Ocean Sea Lines of Communication, SLOCs. Maritime security operations for contemporary assessments of maritime terrorism, piracy, etc. Multilateral maritime engagement, local capacity building, technical cooperation, etc. Coastal Security Scheme, CSS, it is being implemented to strengthen the security infrastructure of Marine Police Force in coastal states UTs. Strengthening the multi-layered surveillance system. Before 2008, the existing multi-layered surveillance system under the CSS was functioning only along the Gujarat and Maharashtra coasts. Joint Operations Centers, JOCs set up by the Navy as command and control hubs for coastal security at Mumbai, Visakhapatnam, Kochi, and Port Blair, are fully operational. Enhance maritime domain awareness. Through National Command Control Communication and Intelligence Network, NC3I, an overarching coastal security network which collates and disseminates data about all ships, dhows, fishing boats, and all other vessels operating near our coast. Activities in maritime zones are now more regulated. Our fishing communities are adept mariners, whose cooperation is indispensable to our maritime security. A few measures have been initiated by the GOL such as issuing multi-purpose IDs to all fishermen, seafaring services and coastal villages, uniform licensing of fishing boats, GPS and transponders for tracking. Operation Sagar Kavach. This exercise was put in Operation Post 2611 to improve coordination between security agencies, including Indian Navy, Coast Guard, and the local police. Sagar Suraksha Dal, an informal layer of surveillance, comprising the fisherman community, created following the 1993 Mumbai serial bomb blasts, has also been formalized and activated in all coastal states. Increased cooperation with littoral countries. India interacts more actively with littoral states of the IWAR and employs maritime security engagement as a cornerstone of her regional foreign policy initiatives. The Indian Navy also conducts multilateral exercises like Milan and Corpat, coordinated patrol. Electronic surveillance. Electronic surveillance provides near-gapless surveillance of the entire coastline, as well as prevents the intrusion of undetected vessels under the Coastal Surveillance Network project. Role of community in border management. The Prime Minister recently referred to villages at the border as the nation's foremost villages, emphasizing the crucial role of local residents as the country's strong guards. This highlights the significance of community engagement in border management. Importance of community engagement in border management. Ensuring secure borders. Engaging local communities enhances border security and development while fostering a sense of belonging among residents. Enhanced situational awareness. Border communities possess valuable knowledge about the area and terrain, aiding in better understanding and surveillance. Improved surveillance. Initiatives like community interaction programs by the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard educate coastal villagers on safety and security issues, improving surveillance. Upholding human rights. Involving communities helps ensure that security measures respect human rights and facilitate the free movement of goods and people. Utilizing community mechanisms. Strengthening interaction with locals can lead to the development of community-based policing for effective border management. Challenges in engaging local communities in border management. Inadequate state capacity. Border infrastructure, equipment, and law enforcement personnel often lack resources and training, hindering effective management. Alienation of border communities. Border residents may feel dissatisfied or hostile towards security forces due to perceived interference with livelihoods or disagreements over border fencing. Agitation approach. Local support for criminals may arise due to economic incentives or social pressures, complicating border management efforts. Mechanism gaps. Existing cooperation between communities and authorities may be informal and unreliable, slowing down progress. Measures to integrate local communities in border management. Tailoring approaches to local characteristics. Establishing frameworks based on local contexts fosters trust between authorities and communities. Improving community understanding. Enhancing security, basic amenities, and employment opportunities can improve relations and cooperation. Political will. Central and state governments need to share responsibility and shift focus from mere border guarding to comprehensive border management. Enhancing community relations. Implementing effective grievance redressal mechanisms for border personnel can improve community relations and cooperation. Observations of Kargil Review Committee. K. Subramaniam, 1999. NSA, there must be a full-time national security advisor. Members of the National Security Council, the senior bureaucracy need to be continually sensitized to assess intelligence pertaining to national, regional, and international issues. Inadequate surveillance capacity. Kargil highlighted the gross inadequacies in the nation's surveillance capability, particularly through satellite imagery. It highlighted the fragmented nature of communication capabilities in India and its inadequacy in funding. Restructuring of the role of paramilitary forces. The role and the tasks of the paramilitary forces have to be restructured, particularly with reference to command, control, and leadership functions. Detailed study. It recommended a detailed study in order to evolve force structures and procedures that ensure improved border management and a reduction, if not the elimination, in the inflow of cross-border illegal trade. Enhanced defense outlays. It suggested the need to enhance India's defense outlays as budgetary constraints have affected the process of modernization and created certain operational voids. Reorganization. It recommended the reorganization of the entire gamut of national security management and apex decision-making in the structure and interface between the Ministry of Defense and the Armed Forces headquarters in a holistic manner. Enhance industrial capacity. Facilitating defense exports, the better utilization of highly sophisticated industrial capacity and related manpower. Civil-military liaison mechanism. The establishment of a civil-military liaison mechanism at various levels, from the ranking command headquarters to the operational formations on the ground, is most necessary to smoothen relationships during times of emergency and stress, like war and proxy war. Shikakar Committee, 2015. Accepted recommendations. Fasten construction. Speeding up road construction and outsourcing road construction work beyond the optimal capacity of the Border Roads Organization, Bureau. EPC, mandatory to adopt the Engineering Procurement Contract (EPC) mode for the execution of all works costing more than 100 rupees crore. Procurement powers, delegating enhanced procurement powers from 7.5 rupees crore to 100 rupees crore to Bureau for domestic and foreign procurements. Other key recommendations: optimization of signals establishments. It includes radio monitoring companies, core air support signal regiments, air formation signal regiments, composite signal regiments, and merger of core operating and engineering signal regiments. Restructuring of repair echelons in the Army. It includes base workshops, advanced base workshops, and static station workshops in the field Army. Redeployment of ordnance echelons. It includes vehicle depots, ordnance depots, and central ordnance depots apart from streamlining inventory control mechanisms. Military farms and Army postal establishments. Closure of military farms and Army postal establishments in peace locations. Standard for recruitment. Enhancement in standards for recruitment of clerical staff and drivers in the Army. Increase in defense budget. India's defense budget should be in the range of 2.5 to 3% of the GDP, keeping in mind possible future threats. Intelligence School. The Military Intelligence School at Pune was converted to a tri-service intelligence training establishment. GDI Interventions in Border Management, Electronic Surveillance, National Command Control Communication and Intelligence Network, NC3I, has been launched to provide near-gapless surveillance of the entire coastline and prevent the intrusion of undetected vessels, the Coastal Surveillance Network project. It comprises of Coastal Radar Chain, CRC, Automatic Identification System, AIS, and Vessel Traffic Management and Information System, VTMS, Comprehensive Integrated Border Management Systems. CBMS. The CBMS is a robust and integrated system that is capable of addressing the gaps in the present system of border security by seamlessly integrating human resources, weapons, and high-tech surveillance equipment. Border Area Development Project, BDP, to meet the special developmental needs of the people living in remote and inaccessible areas situated near the international border. To saturate the border areas with essential infrastructure. To promote a sense of security and well-being among the border population. Integrated checkposts, ICP border outposts, BOPs, are designated entry and exit points on the international border of the country through which cross-border movement of persons, goods, and traffic takes place. A statutory authority called the Land Ports Authority of India, LPI, has been set up to oversee and regulate the construction, management, and maintenance of the ICPs. Marine Police Force. Under the Coastal Security Scheme 2005, Marine Police Force was created with the aim to strengthen infrastructure for patrolling and surveillance of the coastal areas, particularly the shallow areas close to the coast. Border Infrastructure and Management Scheme. Border Infrastructure and Management, BM, is a central sector scheme, and it has been continued over the 15th Finance Commission cycle from 2021 to 22 to 2025 to 26. Coastal Security Architecture. Post the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, the existing multi-layered arrangements have been further strengthened, and other initiatives LICIO, the National Investigation Agency, NIA, was set up in 2009 to deal with terrorist offenses. While the National Security Guard, NSG, has been created to ensure rapid response to terror attacks. The National Intelligence Grid, NatGrid, a three-tier security grid was installed with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, and the Marine Police jointly patrolling India's near seas. Way forward, integrated border management. On the lines of many developed countries, there is a need to adopt a participative and multinational integrated border management system in India. Technological use. Use of technology satellite-guided friend or foe identification system of the ISARO with a two-way messaging system in all local languages. Local community participation. Involvement of local communities including fishermen and coastal communities in the comprehensive land and coastal security plan as they're the eyes and ears of security agencies. Border trade. Enhancement of border trade with neighboring countries for the benefit of the people as flourishing border trade will promote peaceful borders in the long run. Employment opportunities. Creating local employment opportunities will prevent the pull towards illegal activities like drug or arms trafficking. Capacity building. Capacity building of the maritime police force both in terms of training as well as resources should be done at equivalence with other maritime security agencies like the Navy and Coast Guard. Coastal security upgradation. Upgradation of coastal security infrastructure with modern and advanced equipment and gadgets. Vibrant Villages Program, WP scheme. The new Vibrant Settlements Program, introduced in the budget 2022-23, would cover border settlements with a sparse population, inadequate connectivity, and infrastructure. Construction of village infrastructure, housing, tourism attractions, road connectivity, the availability of decentralized renewable energy, direct home access to Doordarshan and educational channels, and assistance with livelihood creation are just a few of the planned initiatives. The action was performed in response to Chinese model villages near the LSC. Strategic significance of Andaman and Nicobar Island, close to Malacca Strait. Andaman and Nicobar Island spans 450 nautical miles in a roughly north-south configuration and is adjacent to the western entrance to the Malacca Strait, which is a major Indian Ocean choke point. Links two subcontinents. Geopolitically, the Andaman and Nicobar Island connects South Asia with Southeast Asia. While the northernmost point of the archipelago is only 22 nautical miles from Myanmar, the southernmost point, Indira Point, is a mere 90 nautical miles from Indonesia. Important pillar of foreign policy. ANI could also become an important element of India's Act East policy of engaging with countries in the region east of India. Commercial potential. The transshipment hub at Car Nicobar could potentially be a strategic game-changer, rivaling the ports of Singapore or Colombo. Tri-service security strategy. As Andaman and Nicobar is the only tri-command structure in India, the development of military infrastructure at ANI is a key requirement in India's security strategy. Tackling China. With China's growing presence in the Indian Ocean region, militarizing the islands will provide India a first-mover advantage in dominating the region. Fact-wise, more than 60,000 commercial vessels traverse each year through the 6-degree and the 10-degree channels. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands constitute just 0.2% of India's landmass but provide 30%, 600,000 sq.km, of its exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Reason behind the militarization of Andaman and Nicobar Island, countering Chinese presence. In recent years, China strengthened its overall presence in the Indian Ocean region, IR. Examples include the deployment of a submarine at Colombo Harbor, the development of naval bases at Gwadar and Djibouti, etc. Strategic location. These islands help India to defend its vital stakes in I0R. To achieve this purpose, India has set up Andaman and Nicobar Tri-Service Command. Economically important. These islands dominate the Bay of Bengal, which contains important sea lines of communication. More than 30% of the world's seaborne trade passes through this narrow region. They comprise 30% of India's exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Buffer zone. These islands act as a buffer zone between India and the rest of the nations present in IR. Ishasan challenges lack of clarity in approach. On the matter of the strategic development of the Andamans, India's defense and foreign policy establishments have not always been on the same page, which is a hindrance to the development of security infrastructure on the islands. Lack of infrastructure and communication. After several years, an undersea cable link between India's mainland and the islands remains incomplete. Recently, in order to enable faster delivery and more reliable telecom services to Andaman and Nicobar Island, a submarine optical fiber cable, OFC, connecting Chennai and Port Blair was laid. Islands are inhabited. Of the 572 islands that make up the Andaman and Nicobar group, only 37 are inhabited. The absence of a human presence on hundreds of these islands has made them vulnerable to narcotic smuggling, intrusion by foreign vessels, and other incursions. Geographic factors. Heavy rainfall restricts building activity to 6 months a year, and the distance from the mainland adds to the cost of construction as all material must be shipped to the islands. Sensitive ecology. Environmentalists warn that the recent infrastructure projects, as planned by Niti Aayog such as hotels, resorts, and a transshipment hub at Campbell Bay, could devastate the fragile ecology of the Andaman. Already many islands are facing significant damage from the climate crisis. Roll-off technology in border management. India has around 15,106.7 kilometers off-border with varied terrain. Climatic conditions and relationship with some of the neighboring countries further increasing the complexity and criticality of border management. Thus, there is a need to expand the range of external information sources by upgrading border management through technology-driven and intelligence-based. The entire fence along the 700 kilometers stretch of LC will be converted into a smart fence. Significance: upgrading existing system. Technology can be integrated with the existing systems to facilitate better detection and interception by the man behind the machine. Checking infiltration. It can be helped to detect infiltration via land, underwater, air, and tunnels by deploying closed-circuit television cameras, thermal imagers, and night vision devices, etc. Facilitate cross-border trade. Blockchain technology can help quickly and securely process transactions. It also makes it much easier to identify and trace illegitimate trade. Improved intelligence inputs and surveillance. The remote sensing satellites, radar satellites, and satellites with synthetic aperture radar (SAR) sensors are capable of providing day and night all-terrain and all-weather inputs. Advanced technology. The fence will be integrated with LiDAR sensors, infrared sensors, and cameras, among others. Way forward. Smart border management aims to modernize our country's existing border management by improving the quality and efficiency of border crossing processes. It will further promote the mobility between India and other countries in a secure environment while contributing to the fight against terrorism, drug trade, smuggling, illegal activities, and other serious crimes. Monitoring and surveillance systems act as force multipliers to the armed forces personnel who have been deployed at our border areas to guard against any intrusion or threats. There is a greater need to deploy systems that are automated and smart, thus reducing the dependency on manual controls currently required by our border management agencies. It is imperative that the border management agencies develop and embrace these new innovations and, at the same time, put more focus on capacity building and change management. Border infrastructure is essential for any country in order to claim its territorial integrity and sovereignty. With China and Pakistan, India has long-running territorial and boundary conflicts, as well as porous borders and challenging terrain. Imperative to national security. India's border is vulnerable to political instability, cultural radicalism, and patronage of terrorism arising from the neighboring countries. Matching neighboring countries' infrastructure. Developing matching infrastructure along the border like that of China's. It laid roads, railway lines, and communication networks, including fiber optics along the border. Socioeconomic needs. For developmental needs and well-being of people living in border areas. Enhancing mobility. Tactical and strategic mobility is impeded by a lack of infrastructure, resulting in the predictability of operations. Controlling illegal activities. For facilitating legitimate trade and travel along with supervision to control smuggling, trafficking, crime, terrorism, and illegal migration can increase. Asserting territorial integrity. As seen in the case of the Doklam and Galwan Valley clash, the development of border infrastructure is essential to assert a country's territorial integrity. Limitations. Poor implementation. In 2017, CAG pointed out that of the 73 roads allotted in border areas, only 22 roads were completed by March 2016. Similar was the case with 14 strategic railway lines. Lack of monitoring resulting in defective construction of roads, including faulty design, poor riding conditions, inadequate drainage facilities, etc. Multiple authorities managing the border. India has Army, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, Border Security Force, and Assam Rifles for border management, unlike China, which has one command for its security forces managing the border, indicating cohesiveness. Lack of unity of command. Management becomes slightly inefficient because in some places the Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA, is responsible, and in other places the Ministry of Defense, MOD, is responsible. Steps initiated. Border Area Development Program, BDP. The main objective of the BADP is to meet the special developmental needs and well-being of the people living in areas situated near the international boundary. Border Infrastructure and Management, BM, which includes 60 projects like construction of roads, schools, primary health centers, helipads, promotion of border tourism, etc. Completion of Indo-China border roads. Of 61 roads planned in first phase, 36 have been constructed. Creation of National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, NHIDCL Hidkal took over several projects from BRO to address delays in execution. Smart fencing and smart walls in India. On the border between India and Pakistan, 10 kilometers, and India and Bangladesh, 61 kilometers, 2 pilot projects of the Comprehensive Integrated Border Management System, CSE, have been finished, totaling around 71 kilometers. Way forward. Public-private partnership, PPP. This will save government resources and allow best practices, innovation, and knowledge without threatening the country's security and sovereignty. Better coordination within services and between services involving armed forces, ministries, and other stakeholders responsible to provide border infrastructure services. In-country collaboration, all country stakeholders, district border forces, community policing, border residents, etc. will collaborate in country. Changes in organizational structures, transformation of BRO with changes in organizational structures and construction practices. Capacity building of defense forces to maintain their own safety, minimize liability, and ensure that the forces understand and fulfill their mission of national security. More technological usage, investing in transport and telecommunications networks to increase connectivity with surrounding nations. Upgrading technology to improve the border security personnel's capacity to patrol and watch over the border area. Conclusion. Navigating the complex landscape of security challenges demands a multifaceted approach that acknowledges the ever-evolving nature of threats. Vigilance, adaptability, and cooperation are paramount in managing these challenges effectively. It is imperative to continuously assess and refine strategies in response to emerging threats, ensuring that security remains a cornerstone of societal well-being. Embracing innovation while upholding fundamental principles of justice and human rights will undoubtedly fortify our defenses against an array of contemporary security risks. Previous year questions. What are the maritime security challenges in India? Discuss the organizational, technical, and 2022 procedural initiatives taken to improve the maritime security. 2022. For effective border area management, discuss the steps required to be taken to deny local support to militants and also suggest ways to manage favorable perception among locals. 2020. Analyze internal security threats and transborder crimes along Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Pakistan borders, including line of control, LOC. Also discuss the role played by various security forces in this regard. 2020. Cross-border movement of insurgents is only one of the several security challenges facing the policing of the border in northeast India. Examine the various challenges currently emanating across the India-Myanmar border. Also, discuss the steps to counter the challenges. 2019. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is viewed as a cardinal subset of China's larger One Belt One Road initiative. Give a brief description of CPEC and enumerate the reasons why India has distanced itself from the same. 2018. The terms hot pursuit and surgical strikes are often used in connection with armed action against terrorist attacks. Discuss the strategic impact of such actions. 2016. Border management is a complex task due to difficult terrain and hostile relations with some countries. Elucidate the challenges and strategies for effective border management. 2016. International civil aviation laws provide all countries complete and exclusive sovereignty over the airspace above the territory. What do you understand by airspace? What are the implications of these laws on the space above this airspace? Discuss the challenges which this poses and suggest ways to contain the threat. 2014. The diverse nature of India as a multi-religious and multi-ethnic society is not immune to the impact of radicalism which has been in her neighborhood. Discuss along with the strategies to be adopted to counter this environment. 2014. How illegal transborder migration does pose a threat to India's security. Discuss the strategies to curb this, bring out the factors which give impetus to such migration. 2014. In 2012, the longitudinal marking of the high-risk areas for piracy was moved from 65 degrees east to 78 degrees east in the Arabian Sea by the International Maritime Organization. What impact does this have on India's maritime security concerns? 2014. China and Pakistan have entered into an agreement for development of an economic corridor. What threat does it dispose for India's security? Critically examine. 2014. How far are India's internal security challenges linked with border management, particularly in view of the long porous borders with most countries of South Asia and Myanmar? 2013. Gamified practice approach for flow, B as learning. Information nuggets followed by practice questions. Includes 10 years PYQs and 1,200 practice questions. Main Smarts Booster Series. Last-minute revision booklets. Value addition immaterial. Probable topics coverage. Art of Answer Writing Booklet. Art of Essay Writing Booklet. OnlyIAS. 11 linkages between organized crime and terrorism. Introduction. Organized crime and terrorism, although distinct in their objectives and methodologies, often intersect and collaborate, blurring the lines between illicit activities and violent extremism. Understanding the nature of their connection is paramount for law enforcement agencies, policymakers, and security professionals tasked with combating these threats effectively. From the financing of terrorist operations through illicit means to the trafficking of weapons, drugs, and humans, the symbiotic relationship between organized crime and terrorism manifests in various forms. Furthermore, the convergence of criminal and terrorist networks complicates efforts to disrupt their activities, as they exploit vulnerabilities in legal and regulatory frameworks across borders. Organized crime, according to Interpol, organized crime is any group with a corporate structure whose main goal is to make money through illegal means, frequently subsisting on intimidation and corruption. The Organized Crime Convention does not define organized crime, as organized crime's illicit activities are often changing and a definition would quickly become outdated. Organized crime networks can be as small as within a locality conducting extortion and could become as large as involving transnational crime syndicates and conducting all kinds of activities ranging to drug trafficking, arms smuggling, terrorism, money laundering, etc. Organized crime can be further classified into two categories: traditional organized crime, illicit liquor trade, betting, robbery, gambling, etc. And non-traditional organized crime, money laundering, circulation of fake currency, hawala transfer, etc. Characteristics of organized crime: continuity, endures through members' lives, resistant to leadership changes. Organization, structured as interconnected, hierarchically ordered offices. Membership, limited to individuals sharing specific traits, requiring loyalty proof. Crime, financed through criminal conspiracy, relying on murder, intimidation, and bribery. Violence, utilized to instill fear, safeguarding economic interests. Power profit goal, aimed at maximizing profits, corrupting politicians for political power. Common features, these include seeking financial profit illegally, precise operations, insulated leadership, responding to public demand for illicit goods, corruption protection, and utilizing intimidation or force for safeguarding activities. Transnational organized crime that crosses international borders is referred to as transnational organized crime. It involves people and groups who organize and carry out unlawful operations across international borders. United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, UNTOC. The Organized Crime Convention also lays out a definition for the transnational aspect of organized crime. UNTOC is also known as the Palermo Convention since it was adopted in Palermo in Italy in 2000. The convention in its Article 3 defines an offense as transnational in nature if it is committed in more than one state, it is committed in one state but a substantial part of its preparation, planning or control takes place in another state, it is committed in one state but involves an organized criminal group that engages in criminal activities in more than one state, it is committed in one state but has substantial effects in another state. Social support, a case study of the Bombay underworld, V.K. Saroff. Gangsters tend to be younger, 66% are between the ages of 19 and 28. 26% are between the ages of 29 and 38. And 6.5% are above the age of 40. 42.5% completed secondary school, 29% completed primary school, and 5% completed college. Most come from underprivileged origins and were drawn into crime because of financial challenges. Types of organized crime: cybercrime, fraud, hacking, virus distribution, DDoS attacks, and intellectual property crimes are common cybercrimes. Identity theft, forgery of official documents like passports and social security numbers is prevalent. Counterfeiting, offers high rewards with lower risks compared to drug trafficking. Extortion, organizations often extort money from businesses, fueling insurgency in regions like Northeast India. Human trafficking, involves exploitation of individuals, especially women and children, for sexual or labor purposes. Drug abuse and trafficking, India's proximity to opium-producing regions leads to drug trafficking issues. Smuggling, India's vast coastline and open borders make it susceptible to large-scale smuggling. Light arms proliferation, linked to criminality, armed conflicts, and terrorism, with devastating socio-economic impacts. Money laundering and hawala, used to obscure the origin of illicit money through tax evasion and exchange regulation violations. Contract killing, professional gangs are hired for monetary gain to carry out contract killings. Illegal immigration, driven by unemployment and higher wages abroad, leading to large-scale migration. Prostitution and human trafficking, underworld involvement in the lucrative sex trade contributes to human trafficking. What is hawala? Hawala is a method of transferring money without physically moving the funds. According to Interpol, it is defined as money transfer without money movement. Hawala operates as an alternative remittance system outside traditional banking channels. It relies heavily on trust and the balancing of accounts among hawala brokers, with no need for promissory notes. For example, if a construction worker in Dubai wants to send money to his nephew in Mumbai, he would go to a hawala broker, hand over cash in dirhams, and receive a secret code. His nephew would then go to a broker in Mumbai, provide the code, and receive the equivalent amount in rupees. Golden Crescent, one of Asia's two drug superhighways, known as the Golden Crescent, is situated at the intersection of Central, South, and Western Asia. The network's moniker, Golden Crescent, comes from the mountain ranges that extend into neighboring Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Golden Triangle, the confluence of the Ruak and Mekong rivers, which separates the boundaries of Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos, is where the Golden Triangle is situated. It was recognized as one of the world's top opium growers with the Golden Crescent from the 1950s until the Golden Crescent surpassed it in the early 21st century. Factors responsible for exacerbating organized crime: government policy. The actions of organized crime groups are often correlated with the prevailing political ideologies. Example: We currently have the IPL betting scandal, which has emerged as the preferred pastime of organized crime groups. These groups are making enormous sums of money for themselves by using the government's restriction on betting in the nation. Evergreen activities that provide a consistent source of income for these gangs because they're always relevant. Example, extortion, money laundering, contract killing, smuggling of weapons, kidnapping, and drug trafficking are a few examples. Criminalization of politics. These gangsters use the wealth and support they receive because of their wealth to fund their own political campaigns. Example, the relationship between the political class and the gangsters benefits both sides since the political parties use the gangsters' resources to establish their presence and increase their power. Poor cooperation. India's organized crime problem is compounded by law enforcement inefficiency. Since agencies have different agendas and operate in silos, sharing information and coordinating activities is difficult. For instance, the 2008 Mumbai terrorist attacks were made possible by a lack of coordination between the Mumbai police and the Maharashtra Anti-Terrorism Squad ATS. Limited resources. Indian law enforcement agencies lack personnel and equipment, hindering organized crime fights, the CBI. Technology. Organized crime organizations in India are leveraging technology increasingly to carry out their illicit activities, making it challenging for law enforcement to locate and stop them. For instance, cybercriminals utilize sophisticated ways to steal money and private information from people and businesses. Corruption. Corruption is a major issue in India and frequently plays a role in organized crime. In exchange for bribes, corrupt police officers and government officials defend organized crime gangs. For instance, the Indian mining mafia frequently pays off officials to endorse illicit mining. Inadequate legal framework. Because it only targets people and not criminal organizations or corporations, the current law is insufficient. Conspiracies begin in the shadows, making it challenging to establish them in court. Difficulties in obtaining evidence. Organized criminal organizations are separated from law enforcement by their hierarchical organizational structure, which poses difficulty in obtaining evidence. Cases of organized crime's impact on the political system. South American drug cartels. South American drug cartels significantly destabilized governments by financially supporting local guerrilla groups, such as the Sendero Luminoso in Peru and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC. These groups share a common animosity toward the government and trade protection for money and arms supplies with the cartels. Sicilian Mafia. The Sicilian Mafia exerts influence over local businesses and banks through their economic power and access to cash. They corrupt politicians, judges, and law enforcement officials, often resorting to assassinations of public figures who resist their influence. Issues challenges in combating organized crime. No specific law. India does not have any specific law to deal with organized crime. It depends on various provisions of IPC and other laws which are scattered. Anonymity of leadership. As organized criminal groups are structured in a hierarchical manner, it becomes difficult to identify these leaders. Also, such groups keep changing their leadership to avoid law enforcement agencies. Lack of resources. According to the Constitution, the police is a state subject. But many states are not able to invest resources to deal with organized crime. No central agency. India does not have any central agency to coordinate with state agencies for combating organized crime. Transnational presence. Some of the crimes are planned outside the country. Tough terrain in India's neighborhood provides safe havens for these organized criminals. Poor criminal justice system. There are 3 crore pending cases in the Indian judiciary. The delayed justice and poor investigation by police also give the opportunity for these organized criminals to exploit the system. Understanding linkages of organized crime with terrorism. Financial nexus. Terrorism relies on organized crime for funding, with activities like money laundering and drug trade being primary sources of finance. Transnational facilitation. Organized crime provides a platform for terrorists to operate across borders, facilitating their expansion into new territories. Network utilization. Terrorist groups leverage established criminal networks for money transfers and logistics support, arms supply. Organized crime groups supply weapons and explosives to terrorists in exchange for protection or other illicit goods. Mutual collaboration. Terrorists and criminals engage in mutual partnerships, with criminals aiding terrorists in destabilizing countries and targeting security forces. Communication channels. Organized crime networks serve as communication channels for terrorists, aiding in coordination and intelligence gathering. Fund mobilization. Terrorist groups raise funds through activities like drug trafficking and arms smuggling, often using criminal networks as intermediaries. Counterfeit currency exchange. Terrorists exchange counterfeit currency for weapons and supplies through collaboration with organized criminals. Responsible factors for linkages. Activities complement each other. Terrorists seek solutions from organized criminal groups to fund their cause and get arms, as well as new trafficked recruits, while organized criminal groups get ready-made clients and couriers to carry drugs, arms, human beings, and money laundering. Misgovernance. While terrorist groups seek political control, which ultimately undermines the state's security, stability, and social and economic development, which in turn may create or maintain the conditions for organized criminal groups to flourish. Poor infrastructure and unemployment. Most of the northeastern states lack an infrastructural development where connectivity is a major issue, and moreover, due to lack of job opportunities, youth becomes easy recruits of terror groups and criminals who find this as fast money medium. Unfenced borders and lack of infrastructural facilities. Unfenced and open borders, especially in the eastern and northeastern part of India, facilitate a fertile ground for illicit trades of arms, drug, and human trafficking between the regions. Growing IT environment. Growth in information technologies have created easy bonding between terror groups and organized criminals to carry out operations underground. Initiatives by Government of India, setting up of anti-trafficking nodal cell. MHA has set up an anti-trafficking nodal cell to act as a focal point for communicating various decisions and follow up on actions taken by the state governments to combat human trafficking. Rehabilitation Center for Women and Children. Through the Ujjwala program, the Ministry of Women and Child Development funds NGO-run shelter and rehabilitation services for women and children for sex trafficking victims, and the Swadhar program for women in difficult circumstances. NACRD for intelligence gathering. The national and state investigating agencies engaged in tackling organized crimes such as NA and state criminal investigation departments. The anti-narcotic cells in states. Laws governing organized crimes in India, Indian Penal Code, IPC, criminal conspiracy. IPC Section 120A addresses criminal conspiracy, imposing penalties including the death penalty and fines. Organized crime-specific law, Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, COCA, enacted in 1999 due to high organized crime rates in Mumbai. COCA targets organized criminal activities. National Security Act, NSA, 1980, authorizes detention of individuals acting against India's security or foreign relations. Prevention of Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act, NDPS, 1988, regulates drug trafficking to combat organized crime. Foreign Exchange Management Act, FEMA, 2000, aims to update foreign exchange laws and promote international trade. Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, 2002, targets money laundering activities linked to organized crime. Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UPA, 1967, empowers authorities to address threats to India's integrity and sovereignty. International Initiatives OUNSC Resolution 2482 urges member states to address links between terrorism and organized crime. OUN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, UNTOC, a global agreement formed in 2000 to combat transnational organized crime. UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, UNTOC 2000. The convention represents a major step forward in the fight against transnational organized crime and signifies the recognition by member states of the seriousness of the problems posed by it, as well as the need to foster and enhance close international cooperation to tackle those problems. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNOC, is the custodian of the UNTOC. National Policy on Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic. UNOC's World Drug Report. The World Drug Report 2022 was published by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, UNOC. India has developed both a transit point and a final destination for heroin and hashish made in the Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent over the past 3 decades. Substances 2014. Better medical access. In 2014, a key amendment was made to the NDPS Act, 1985 to allow for better medical access to narcotic drugs. Removing state barriers. The 2014 amendment essentially removed state barriers in transporting and licensing drugs classified as essential narcotic drugs and made it centralized. Production of concentrate of poppy straw, CPS, to enable India to retain its status as a traditional supplier of opiate raw material, ORM. Consumption reduction. Gradual reduction of consumption of poppy straw by addicts. Use of satellite imageries to detect illicit crops of poppy and cannabis and their subsequent eradication and development of alternate means of livelihood for cultivators. Private sector production, allowing them to produce alkaloids from opium, which are at present produced only by government opium and alkaloid factories, GOFs. Access. Adequate access to morphine and other opioids is necessary for palliative care. A time-bound plan of action in response to the recommendations of the International Narcotics Control Board. Second, dark recommendations on combating terrorism, need for a comprehensive anti-terrorist legislation, a comprehensive and effective legal framework to deal with all aspects of terrorism needs to be enacted. The law should have adequate safeguards to prevent its misuse. Need for a proper definition of terrorism. There is a need to define more clearly those criminal acts which can be construed as being terrorist in nature. Confession before a police officer. Confession before the police should be made admissible as recommended in the Report on Public Order. Measures against financing of terrorism. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA, may be suitably amended at an early date to expand the list of predicate offenses to widen its scope and outreach. Role of citizens, civil society, and media in combating terrorism. Way forward, strengthening of criminal laws. A comprehensive criminal law to counter the menace of organized crime is the need of the hour. Witness Protection Program. In cases of organized crime and terrorism, the witnesses are reluctant to depose in open court for fear of reprisals at the hands of criminal syndicates terrorists. Confiscating proceeds of crime. The main object of organized crime is the acquisition of money, and through money, power. Multilateral arrangements applied in which terrorist organization and organized criminal networks and their link can be broken by intelligence, local police, and with the help of central government departments. Common database for enforcement agencies. Common database be built up and stored in a computer accessible to all enforcement agencies through networking of the computers. Conclusion. The convergence of organized crime and terrorism amplifies the threats posed to societies worldwide, as these groups exploit vulnerabilities in governance, law enforcement, and border control mechanisms to further their agendas. Previous year question. Discuss the types of organized crimes. Describe the linkages between terrorists and organized crime that exist at the national and transnational levels. 2022. Also, suggest measures required to be taken to eradicate the menace of terrorism. 2021. Terrorism is emerging as a competitive industry over the last few decades. Analyze the above statement. 2016-12 Various security forces and agencies and their mandate in India. Security forces and agencies refer to the various organizations that are responsible for ensuring the safety and security of the country and its citizens. These forces include the military, paramilitary, and law enforcement agencies that operate under the command and control of the government. These agencies are responsible for maintaining law and order, preventing and investigating crimes, combating terrorism, and protecting the country's borders. The major security forces and agencies in India include the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, Border Security Force, BSEF, Central Industrial Security Force, CISF, National Security Guard, NSG, Intelligence Bureau, IB, Research and Analysis Wing, RAW, and Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI. Security forces dealing with external threats. India faces a range of external threats, including military threats from neighboring countries, terrorist threats from groups based in Pakistan and other countries, geopolitical threats arising from tensions with neighboring countries, cyber threats from state and non-state actors, and maritime security threats due to the country's long coastline. The Defense Forces, Indian Armed Forces, are the chief force responsible for the security of the country, and they come under the authority of the Ministry of Defense. However, if the need arises, they can be supplemented with the Central Armed Police Forces, CPF-2. Indian Armed Forces, the GI is responsible for ensuring the defense of India and every part thereof. The responsibility for national defense rests with the Cabinet. This is discharged through the Ministry of Defense, which provides the policy framework and wherewithal to the armed forces to discharge their responsibilities in the context of the defense of the country. The Indian Armed Forces comprise 3 divisions: Indian Armed Personnel. The Indian Army's HQs in New Delhi and functions under the Chief of Army Staff, COAS, who is responsible for the command, control, and administration. Indian Navy Personnel. The headquarters of the Indian Navy is in New Delhi and is under the command of the Chief of the Naval Staff, an Admiral. Indian Air Force Personnel. The Indian Air Force was officially established on October 8, 1932, and on April 1, 1954. Feature Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force. Primary role: defend national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Safeguard maritime interests and ensure security. Defend airspace and deter aerial threats. Warfare: land warfare, conventional. Counterinsurgency, counterterrorism. Naval warfare, submarine, surface, aviation. Aerial warfare, offensive, defensive, reconnaissance. Deployment primarily land-based, border posts, forward areas. Ships, submarines, and coastal stations. Air bases and deployable air units. Area of operation. Land borders, within the nation. Territorial waters, exclusive economic zone, easy, open seas. Airspace can be deployed overseas. Additional roles: internal security assistance, humanitarian assistance. Power projection, deterrence. Strategic reach, rapid deployment, airlift, disaster relief, peacekeeping missions. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, naval diplomacy. Humanitarian aid, aerospace dominance, peacekeeping missions, air support and logistics. Specialization: mountain warfare, armored corps, infantry, mechanized infantry. Marine warfare, anti-submarine warfare, aviation, carrier-based, land-based. Fighter jets, attack helicopters, transport aircraft, air defense systems. The Agnipath Scheme. The Agnipath Scheme, approved by the Union Cabinet, is a significant recruitment reform aimed at modernizing the human resource policies of India's armed forces. About the Agnipath Scheme. Introduction. The Agnipath Scheme is a major defense policy reform designed to introduce a new era in the human resource management of the 3 services of the Indian Armed Forces. It is based on the tour of duty (TOD) concept, which was proposed about 2 years ago for selecting officers and Jawans for limited vacancies. Recruitment details. Age group: The scheme targets youth aged between 17.5 to 23 years. Agnaviers. Those selected under this scheme will be called Agnaviers and will serve for a period of 4 years. They will form a distinct rank, separate from existing ranks in the armed forces. Post-service opportunity. After 4 years, Agnaviers can apply for permanent enrollment in the armed forces. Up to 25% of each batch will be retained based on objective criteria, including their performance during the engagement period. Concerns related to the scheme: cohesion and training. The short duration of service may not be sufficient to build the required cohesion and camaraderie among soldiers, which typically develops over a longer training period. Attractiveness. The scheme might not attract the best candidates, who may prefer more permanent roles in the police or paramilitary forces. Employment security. The lack of a continued employment guarantee after 4 years could be demoralizing for potential recruits. Viability. The scheme is untested, with no independent studies, pilot projects, or test runs conducted to assess its feasibility and impact. Societal impact. There is a concern that demobilized Agnaviers, frustrated by unfulfilled ambitions of a long military career, might be vulnerable to joining crime syndicates or radical political groups. Regional balance. Recruitment on an all-India basis might lead to a regional imbalance within the military, with the possibility of northern states becoming overrepresented. Recommendations and way forward. Integration with other reforms. The scheme should be linked to broader manpower management reforms, focusing on the optimization and restructuring of forces. Educational and selection criteria. Raising the educational qualification to 10+2 and implementing a more stringent all-India merit-driven entrance examination with psychological tests could help in creating a more tech-savvy and efficient armed force. Maintaining regimental ethos. It is crucial to ensure that the regimental ethos of the Indian Army is not disrupted by the new scheme. Service period and re-enlistment. Consider extending the initial service period and making re-enlistment of at least 50% of Agnaviers mandatory, as suggested by some veterans. The Agnapath scheme represents a bold step towards modernizing the recruitment process for the Indian Armed Forces, but it must address several critical concerns to ensure its success and sustainability. Integrated Theater Command, ITC. Recently, a bill was introduced in Parliament to empower the government to set up integrated theater commands and provide administrative and disciplinary powers to their commanders. Current situation. The Indian Armed Forces currently have 17 commands. There is one joint command in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Indian Army has 7 commands including Northern, Southern, Western, Eastern, Central, Southwestern, and Army Training Command. There are 7 commands in the Air Force: the Western, Eastern, Southern, Southwestern, Central, Training, and Maintenance Commands. There are 3 commands in the Navy: Western, Eastern, and Southern. Each command comes under the 4-star military commander. Advantage of ITC, Unified Command. Of the 3 services under one designated commander will allow for prompt and precise decision-making and will remove unnecessary tri-services one-man-up ships. Optimum utilization. Theater-specific weapon systems, command, control, and communication equipment, and combat support elements will optimize resources. Availability of the resources. The logistic resources to procure, maintain, and pre-position our equipment for quick mobilization and effective use in the anticipated short-duration, high-intensity war. Coordination among the forces. The theater commands will improve coordination, intelligence sharing, advice, and operation in each theater. Views against ITC. No previous experience. There has been no occasion, during actual warfare, when the 3 services have not operated with commendable cooperation. Overseas wield. Faraway land wars and medium to high-intensity wars are a distant possibility. Present system of communication. With improved communication networks, 3 organizations can collaborate and plan without considering distance. Domain specialist. The integrated force commander may not know enough about the other 2 services components under his command to use them effectively and at the right time. Way forward. Political will. Experience from the USA, Russia, and China shows that the decision to create ITC will have to be a political one, which will then be executed by defense forces. Need for a proper command. With the current defense secretary set to retire and no full-time minister in charge shows the great need. Consensus making. Experts highlighted the need for all stakeholders to cooperate to take the thematicization forward. Restructuring Department of Military Affairs. The CDS will have operational control over all the integrated commands when they are fully functional. This will be in his role as the CDS, and not as permanent chair of CSC. Women role in combat in a landmark judgment. The SC has upheld a Delhi High Court order of 2010 that seeks to grant permanent commission to women officers at par with their male counterparts. With immediate effect, in addition to permanent commissions in 10 arms and services of the Indian Army, women officers will also be eligible for command positions in their respective units, as applicable to their male counterparts. Combat role. Combat roles are those that involve engaging and fighting the enemy either in person or by using specialized equipment. There are more than 3,500 women in the military, but frontline combat roles were off limits to them until 2015 when they were inducted into the fighter stream in Indian Air Force, IF. Challenges for women, societal issues, composition of male officers, predominantly drawn from a rural background. With prevailing societal norms, troops are not yet mentally schooled to accept women officers in command of units. Physiological challenges, motherhood, child care, and psychological limitations are vital factors, which have a bearing on the employment of women officers in the Army. Family issues, military families sacrifice and commit beyond the call of duty, affecting children's education and spouses' careers. No consultation with the women officers, the government decided without consulting the women officers in the Army. Lack of data. No data or survey has been presented by the government which can substantiate their arguments that male troops will not accept women officers. Right to choose. The government should let the women decide whether she wants to enroll in the commanding role, then it is a matter of the training and the conditioning that can be achieved. Against the Constitution. According to the Supreme Court, the absolute exclusion of women from command appointments in the Indian Army is against Article 14 and unjustified. Way forward. Commanding position. It is controversial to give women a commanding role in the 10 streams where they have worked since 1992 and received a permanent commission in combat. Data. Collection of data on the ground to analyze the sentiments of male troops regarding women's role in commanding positions. Infrastructure. In the Navy and Army, more women in command will require infrastructure upgrades. Indian naval ships only accommodate men due to limited space. Similar training. Along with the commanding role, women should also be provided with the same level of training which male officers get. A woman should be equally equipped to handle the extraneous psychological and physical process which a male officer goes through. Level playing field. It ensures that women can overcome their histories of discrimination with the surest of responses based on their competence, ability, and performance. Conclusion. A woman should be equally equipped to handle the extraneous psychological and physical process which a male officer goes through. It is important to stop pushing the romantic notion of women in combat roles and start thinking from a practical point of view, keeping reality in mind. Chief of Defense Staff. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, is the highest-ranking military officer in India and is the principal military advisor to the government. The post was created in 2019 to integrate the 3 branches of the Indian Armed Forces, namely the Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force. Roles and responsibilities. The CDS serves as the principal military advisor to the government and is responsible for advising the government on all military matters, including defense strategy, military operations, and procurement. Significance. The creation of the post of CDS is a significant step towards greater integration of the Indian Armed Forces. It is expected to enhance the jointness of the 3 services, improve coordination and synergy among them, and lead to more efficient decision-making. The CDS will play a crucial role in modernizing the armed forces and in ensuring the security of the country. The CDS will also represent the Indian Armed Forces at the national and international levels and will act as a point of contact for foreign military officials. Security forces dealing with internal threats. Central Armed Police Force, CPF, formerly referred to as the paramilitary forces. 7 main armed police forces are in existence. Each of these forces has its function. They function under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and each of the forces is led by an IPS officer with the notable exception of the Assam Rifles, which is headed by an Army officer of the rank of Lieutenant General. There are many divisions of CPF: Assam Rifles, Border Security Force, BSEF, Central Industrial Security Force, CISEF, Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, ITBP, National Security Guard, NSG, Sashastra Seema Bal, SSB, MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs and MOD, Ministry of Defense, feature Assam Rifles National Security Guard, NSG, Sashastra Seema Bal, SSB, Border Security Force, BSEF, Central Industrial Security Force, CISF, Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, ITBP. Primary role: counterinsurgency and border security, Indo-Myanmar border. Counterterrorism operations. Border guarding, land borders. Border security, land borders. Industrial security and airport security. Internal security and VIP security. Border security, India contribution of paramilitary forces. China border. Established 1835, oldest CPF, 1984, 1963, 1965, 1963, 1939, 1962. Control, dual control. MHA plus mod. MHA. Specialization: warfare in mountainous terrain, counterinsurgency. Counterterrorist tactics, hostage rescue. Border patrolling, counterinfiltration. Border security, counterinfiltration. Industrial security, VIP protection, airport security. Internal security, counterinsurgency, VIP protection. Border security, India-China border. Deployment: Northeast India, Myanmar border. All India, focused response. Indo-Nepal and Indo-Bhutan border. India-Pakistan, India-Bangladesh border. Major industrial installation and airports. All India, China border. Conducting area domination exercises. Paramilitary forces conduct area domination exercises to ensure that law and order are maintained in their areas of operation. These exercises involve patrolling and conducting searches to deter criminals and militants. Intelligence gathering. Paramilitary forces also gather intelligence on criminal and terrorist activities in their areas of operation and share this information with the police and intelligence agencies. Supervision and training. Paramilitary forces supervise and train police to improve law enforcement and counterterrorism. They assist police with technical and operational matters. Border management and first line of defense, safeguarding the security of the borders of India and promoting a sense of security among the people living in border areas is the primary role. It also prevents transborder crimes, smuggling, unauthorized entry into or exit from the territory of India, and prevents any other illegal activity. VIP protection. For VIPs other than the PM, who is provided SPG, the government has mandated the National Security Guard, NSG, Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, and the Central Industrial Security Force, CISF, to provide security cover. UN peacekeeping operations. Thousands of security personnel have been deployed in these operations pooled from the Indian Army and paramilitary forces. Anti-Naxal operations. States which are affected by Naxals are provided with paramilitary troops to combat the situation and restore law and order. States like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, among others, have been provided by Center CRPF troops for anti-Naxal operations. Supporting the police. In areas of insurgency, terrorism, or communal violence, paramilitary forces assist the police. They help police fight criminals and militants by providing resources and workforce. Disaster management, international or domestic. When called to assist civil authorities, especially after natural or man-made disasters, the Indian Armed Forces have always performed well. Issues of paramilitary forces. Coordination challenges. Poor coordination with state police and other security agencies hampers effectiveness. Morale and personnel management. Low morale and inadequate recognition lead to high attrition rates and personnel management concerns. Training and equipment shortages. Inadequate training infrastructure and delays in combat-ready equipment provision cause skill gaps and hinder operational readiness. Overburdened responsibilities. Primary tasks of countering insurgency and border security are compromised by additional responsibilities. Bureaucratization and cadre management. Leadership dominated by deputations undermines cadre morale and effective management. Working conditions and politicization. Poor facilities, politicization, and forced political roles impact soldiers' well-being and operational effectiveness. Steps taken. Free air travel, from Jammu to Srinagar and back on duty leave, and on duty from Delhi to Srinagar and back. Risk and hardship allowances, for CPF personnel deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, LWE affected districts. Operational casualty certificate. The CPF personnel wounded during an operation and admitted to a hospital would be considered on duty during the period of their treatment. Allotment of LPG. CPF martyrs dependents are now equal to AF martyrs. The Oil Product Agency has an 8% quota from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Modified Assured Career Progression. MACE promotions are released regularly to eligible personnel as and when vacancies arise. To improve gender equality in the paramilitary, the government permitted the reservation of 33% of women at the constable rank in CRPF and CISF. It also set a 15% share in the Border Forces BSEF, SSB, and IBP for women. HC Order. In 2015, Delhi HC ordered the government to give pay upgrades to Group A officers of paramilitary according to the 6th Central Pay Commission. Grievance Redressal Mechanism. The Grievance and Feedback Management System for Grievance Redressal of CAF's personnel was launched in 2017 by the Home Ministry. It is centrally maintained by BSEF Way Forward, transparent policies about transfer and leave of CAFs and AR personnel. The hospitalization period due to injuries while on duty is treated as on duty. Frequent communication and grievance redressal. Regular interaction of officers with troops to find out and redress their grievances. Increased communication between Jawans and officers to boost morale. Improving living conditions for troops, providing adequate recreational entertainment, sports, communication facilities, etc. Housing and accommodation. Family accommodation at last posting in any state, J&K, and LWE affected areas. Improve satisfaction by allotting more housing. Ending IPS hegemony. The nature of the duty of CPF is more like that of the armed forces, and it would make more sense to bring more officers from the armed forces on deputation. Conclusion. CAF personnel gives a semblance of the existence of government administration even in the remotest corners of the country. Their versatile experience can be utilized to the nation's advantage. However, there is a need to address the underlying issues that affect the efficient working of CAFs. Related topics. Indian Coast Guard, ICG. ICG is a multifarious force, undertaking concurrent operations and being the first responder for any developing situation at sea. The Indian Coast Guard is into law enforcement, search, and rescue in the sea. Establishment and functions. The Coast Guard Act, 1978 established it on August 18, 1978. Non-military functions. Challenges in respect to ICG, problem of coordination, the involvement of different agencies and ministries at the center, state and local levels invariably leads to coordination problems, although several efforts have been made to create greater synergies between them, like formulation of standard operating procedures, SOP, the conduct of joint coastal security exercise, setting up coordination committees. Workforce shortage, acute shortage of workforce in police stations, only 25% of the sanction. Per training, lack of a dedicated training academy for the ICG. Discontent in fishers communities. The coastal security architecture relies on fishers as its eyes and ears, so it hinders its operation. Geographical challenges, difficult terrain, seasonal weather patterns, administrative lapses, etc. all contribute towards introducing gaps in surveillance in the monitoring mechanism. Administrative challenges, delays in land acquisition and support infrastructure, such as barracks and staff quarters at several locations. Monitoring mechanisms, below par state-level monitoring mechanisms. Lack of clarity among various stakeholders about their roles in ensuring coastal security. Initiatives of ICG, Coastal Surveillance Network. India Coast Guard has established a comprehensive coastal surveillance network along the entire coastline of India, covering over 7,500 kilometers. The network comprises static radars, coastal radar chains, automatic identification systems. Joint operations with Navy and Air Force. India Coast Guard has been conducting joint operations such as Kavach with the Indian Navy and Indian Air Force to enhance maritime domain awareness and improve response times to any maritime security threat. New patrol vessels. India Coast Guard has commissioned several new patrol vessels in recent years, including offshore patrol vessels, interceptor boats, and fast patrol vessels. Coastal security exercise. The India Coast Guard regularly tests and improves coastal security with state governments, local law enforcement agencies, and the fishing community. Community outreach programs. Indian Coast Guard has launched several community outreach programs to create awareness about maritime security and safety. Way forward. Surveillance and interagency coordination. Beyond expediting the installation of coastal radar chains and AIS, automatic identification system, stations and ensuring broad access to information. Stronger involvement of coastal police. Instead of setting up a coastal border security force with no legal powers, the authorities must move to strengthen and better integrate the coastal police into the littoral security architecture. Strengthening of the Coast Guard. Ambiguities from the Coast Guard Act need to be removed to ensure all security agencies are clear about the roles and responsibilities they are expected to perform. National Commercial Maritime Security Policy Document. The government must promulgate a National Commercial Maritime Security Policy Document to articulate its strategic vision for maritime security. Police reforms and modernization in India. State police forces oversee upholding law and order and conducting criminal investigations, while central forces support them with intelligence and problems relating to internal security, such as insurgencies. About 3% of the budgets of the federal and state governments are spent on police. Fact-wise. Strength of the force. The vacancies 542,091 need to be filled up so that the police population ratio improves and comes closer to international standards. The United Nations recommended standard is 222 police per lakh persons. Police per lakh of population. In comparison to the total sanctioned police strength, the police per lakh of population ratio PPR is 193.9, down from 195.3 the year before. These numbers include civil, military, and special military reserves. PPR in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands is 1,269, which is the highest. Area per police person. In 2019, there are 1.25 police officers per square kilometer. Ladakh has a ratio of 64.97 police officers for every 100, whereas Lakshadweep has a ratio of 46.11. Working hours. For civilians, staff members of police stations must remain on duty for 11 hours or more per day. Constitutional and legal basis for organization of police. Constitution. Police is a state subject falling in List 2, State List, of the 7th Schedule of the Constitution of India. Government role. The state governments in each state are primarily in charge of filling open positions on the police force there. The center also sends advice to the states on how to fill these positions and make the necessary changes to the police administration to live up to public expectations. Keywords: technosci and trained. Smart policing. Citizen-friendly policing. From police state to welfare state. Police Performance and Accountability Commission. Issues with present functioning of police, accountability of police. Both the central and state police forces come under the control and supervision of the political executive, i.e., central or state government. The second ARC, 2007, has noticed that this control has been misused in the past by the political executive for undue influence on police personnel and have them serve personal or political interests. Vacancies and an overburdened force. A high percentage of vacancies within the police forces exacerbate an existing problem of overburdened police personnel. According to the UN recommended standard is 222 police per lakh people. India's sanctioned strength is 181 police per lakh people. Custodial torture and death. Despite 1,727 such killings being documented in India between 2001 and 2018, just 26 police officers were found guilty of custodial violence, according to data from the National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB. Fake encounter, extrajudicial killing e.g., in the 2019 Hyderabad encounter killings, Supreme Court constituted a commission of inquiry headed by one of its retired judges, Justice V.S. Sirpurkar, to inquire about the alleged encounter of the deceased suspects. Constabulary-related issues. The constabulary constitutes 86% of the state police forces. A constable's responsibilities are wide-ranging and are not limited to basic tasks. Qualifications and training. A low-rank officer is expected to have some analytical and decision-making capabilities and the ability to deal with people with tact, understanding, and firmness, which is lacking. Promotions and working conditions. The second ARC have noted that the promotion opportunities and working conditions in the police force are poor and need to be improved. Crime investigation. Law Commission and the second ARC have noted that state police officers often neglect this responsibility because they are understaffed and overburdened with various kinds of tasks. Police infrastructure. The CAG and the BPRD have noted shortcomings on several of these fronts. Underutilization of funds for modernization. There has been a persistent problem of underutilization of modernization funds. Various committees established for police reforms. Gore Committee on Police Training, 1971-73. This police reform was set up to review the training of the police from the constabulary level to IPS officers. National Police Commission in 1977. This police reform commission had 8 reports covering different aspects of police administration. The Ribeiro Committee, 1998, on police reforms. This police reform recommended the setting up of police performance and accountability commissions at the state level and also the constitution of a district complaints authority, replacement of the Police Act, 1861 with a new act. Padmanabhaya Committee, 2000. This police reform was constituted to study recruitment procedures for the police force, training, duties and responsibilities, police investigations and prosecution. Soli Sorabji Committee, 2005. The Vora Committee report. This police reform highlighted the nexus between the criminals, politicians and government functionaries. It stated that the network of the mafia is virtually running a parallel government, pushing the state apparatus to irrelevance, and suggested that an institution be set up to effectively deal with the menace. Report and recommendations of Second ARC, 2005, Police Accountability Mechanism, Balancing Autonomy and Control. A balance between the government's power of superintendence and the autonomy required by the police and relation between the citizens and the police. Separation of investigation from other functions and accountability of law and order. Competent prosecution and guidance to investigation. Investigation and prosecution of serious offenses involve several key elements: complete fairness and objectivity, skills, and training of the investigating team. Local police and traffic management. A municipal police service should be constituted in metropolitan cities and empowered to deal with the offenses prescribed under the municipal laws. The metropolitan police authorities. The absence of an accountability mechanism alienates the people from the police on the one hand and makes police less responsive to citizens' needs on the other. All 1 million plus population cities should have metropolitan police authorities. Prakash Singh Case, 2006. Prakash Singh Judgment by Supreme Court on Police Reforms in a Landmark Judgment. The Supreme Court in September 2006 had directed all states and UTs to bring in police reforms. The directives are: constitute a State Security Commission, SSC, ensure that the state government does not exercise unwarranted influence or pressure on the police, lay down broad policy guidelines and evaluate the performance of the state police. DGP appointments and tenure. Ensure that the DGP is appointed through a merit-based transparent process and secure a minimum tenure of 2 years. Officers' duties and tenure. Ensure that other police officers on operational duties, including superintendents of police in charge of a district and station house officers in charge of a police station, are also provided with a minimum tenure of 2 years. Separation of functions. Separate the investigation and law and order functions of the police. Police Establishment Board, PEB, set up a PEB to decide transfers, postings, promotions, and other service-related matters of police officers of and below the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police and make recommendations on postings and transfers above the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police. Police Complaints Authority, PCA, set up a PCA at the state level to inquire into public complaints against police officers of and above the rank of Deputy Superintendent of Police in cases of serious misconduct. National Security Commission, NSC, set up an NSC at the union level to prepare a panel for the selection and placement of chiefs of the Central Police Organizations, CPO, with a minimum tenure of 2 years. Police reforms by government and recent initiatives. Model Police Act adoption. The Model Police Act has been adopted by Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Punjab, Rajasthan, Sikkim, Tripura, and Uttarakhand, and they have initiated marginal reforms. Modernization of Police Forces Scheme. the scheme focuses on strengthening police infrastructure by the construction of secure police stations, training centers, police housing, residential, and equipping police stations with required mobility, modern weaponry, communication equipment, and forensic setup, etc. Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and Systems, CCTNS, gives the civil police's investigating officers the equipment, knowledge, and resources they need to efficiently investigate crimes and catch criminals. Administrative changes. On the administrative side, changes include separation of investigation from law and order, and specialized wings for social and cyber crimes are initiated in several states. Moving towards commissionerate system wherever appropriate, less concentration of power in the police, and accountability to DM at the district level. National Intelligence Grid, NACGRID, an attached office of the Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA, is the integrated intelligence grid that connects databases of core security agencies. It was proposed after the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. Smart policing. The term smart stands for S, sensitive and strict. M, modern with mobility. A, alert and accountable. R, reliable and responsive. T, trained in techno-sci. The concept was introduced by the Prime Minister during the 49th Annual Conference of Directors General and Inspectors General of Police in Guwahati on November 30, 2014. According to the PM's vision, police should have sensitivity and responsiveness of the police force to the people. Being equipped properly. Technology usage. Technology enables criminals anywhere in the world to commit crimes with speed and precision. Proper training of police personnel. Benefits of smart policing. Strict and sensitive rule of law. Free registration, multi-channel receipts, speedy investigation, reduce paperwork, deter potential offenders. Boosting capacity and infrastructure. Includes an increase in the number of police personnel in the country and improvements in recruitment, training, and service conditions. Basic amenities. Waiting area, toilets, drinking water, receptionist whom the visitors can meet, a restroom for constables, including a separate room for women constables. Technological scaling. Modernization of the control room, fast-tracking the Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and System, CCTNS, pushing for National Intelligence Grid, NACGRID. Customized approach, rehabilitation of victims, work with NGOs, open to collaboration, population segmentation, crime prevention messaging, juvenile protection, supporting handicapped population. Modern and mobile, openness to learning, customized planning, a buffet of courses, incentives for knowledge sharing, premium on expertise, use of knowledge management platforms. Modernization of police forces, MPF. The Center has approved the extension of a massive police modernization program for 5 years, up to 2025-26, with a budget of Rs. 26,275 crores to enhance the quality of forensics, policing, and weapons. Objective. The objective of the scheme is to gradually reduce the dependence of the state governments on the Army and the Central Armed Police Forces to control internal security and law and order situations by equipping the state police forces adequately and strengthening their training infrastructure. The umbrella scheme comprises 2 verticals and several subschemes as below. The umbrella scheme has 2 verticals: security-related expenditure, SRE, of specific theaters, and modernization of police forces. Central assistance for MPF. Purpose of MPF. Central assistance is provided to the state governments for weapons, equipment for forensics, information technology, communication, training, etc. Focus of MPF. The scheme is focused on facilitating targeted interventions in mobility and construction of police infrastructure, including housing, is now permitted in case of Jammu and Kashmir, insurgency-affected northeastern any states and left-wing extremism, LW, affected districts. Assistance to the 3 Himalayan states, namely Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, and Himachal Pradesh, and 8 northeastern states including Sikkim are eligible to receive financial assistance on a 90:10 center, state-sharing basis. Assistance to the other states. The remaining states are eligible for financial assistance on 60:40 center, state-sharing basis. Conclusion. In India, police and law and order come under the purview of state governments. Accordingly, each state has its own police force for maintaining law and order and investigating crimes. However, due to financial and other constraints, states have critical gaps in their policing infrastructure. Thus, the Ministry of Home Affairs has been supplementing the resources of states under the Modernization of Police Forces (MPF) scheme. Indigenization and modernization of defense sector. The defense sector is part of the critical infrastructure of the country. Hence, it is vital for the security of our country. Defense indigenization has remained the inner calling of a nation, which has the 3rd largest army, is the 8th largest military spender, and has emerged as the largest importer of weapon systems and platforms in the world. The Self-Reliance Index, SRI, which may be defined as the ratio of indigenous content of defense procurements to the total expenditure on defense procurements in a financial year, is at an abysmal 0.3. The Self-Reliance Review Committee formulated a 10-year long-term plan to transit from a dismal SRI of 0.3 to 0.7 by 2005. This would have implied that the import content of defense procurements be brought down to 30% or less. Although the Indian defense sector was open to the private industry in 2001, we still lack a clear, articulated, and laid out plan for indigenizing this $46.1 billion sector. Fact-wise, procurement from foreign sources. With the help of government actions, the expenditure on defense procurement from foreign sources, which used to account for 46% of the total expenditure from 2018 to 19 to 2021-22, has fallen to 36%. Exports. Defense exports reach a record high of over 16,000 Indian rupees crore in FY 2022-23, a rise off more than 10 times since 2016 to 17. Contract to Indian company. Bhayatam Nirbhar Bharat. 74% of contracts by the Army in 2020 to 2021 were given to Indian vendors, which is commendable. Around 194 defense technology firms, they are operating in India, developing innovative tech solutions to bolster and assist the nation's security activities. License. Up until October 2022, 366 businesses working in the defense sector had received a total of 595 industrial licenses. Present status of indigenization of defense sector procurement policy. The Defense Procurement Procedure, DPP, streamlines and simplifies the defense procurement process to support Make in India. The offset policy requires 30% of foreign defense purchases over $286.04 million to be offset domestically to boost the local defense sector. Defense Acquisition Procedure, DAP, 2020. DAP 2020 promotes domestic defense production through government-funded and industry-funded design and development programs. Defense Testing Infrastructure Scheme plans to enhance domestic aerospace and defense production with a 400 Indian rupees crore investment in modern testing facilities. Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy 2020, PEP draft policy to boost defense production and exports, focusing on aero engines, MRO, and critical technologies. Foreign direct investment, FDI in defense is allowed up to 74% via the automatic route and up to 100% via the government route. Total FDI equity inflow in defense, $15.78 million, April 2000 to December 2022. Present legal framework for defense policies, industries, development and regulation, Act, 1951, Indian Army Act 1950, India Air Force Act 1950, Indian Navy Act 1957. FDI policy and regulations under FEMA, 1999, Defense Procurement Procedure, 2016, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DPP, Need for Indigenization of Defense Sector, Defense Readiness. Despite spending $50 billion annually, India remains underprepared for modern conflicts, especially near its borders. Self-Reliance Index, SRI. The SRI is low at 0.3, indicating minimal domestic defense production. National security. Imported equipment faces maintenance, repair, and overhaul, MRO, challenges, jeopardizing operational readiness. Strategic interest. A self-sufficient defense industry is crucial for India's global power aspirations amid rising U.S.-China tensions. Reduce fiscal burden. 70% of India's imports are military-related. Indigenization is essential to cut the fiscal deficit, as India is the world's second-largest weapons importer and third-largest defense spender. Employment generation. Reducing defense imports by approximately 20-25% could create 100,000 to 120,000 highly skilled jobs, spur innovation, and foster new industries and startups. Boost exports. India, the 23rd largest defense exporter, can expand its market by selling defense equipment to neighboring countries. Challenges in indigenization of defense sector. Dispute settlement. A permanent arbitration panel is needed to resolve conflicts quickly. Land acquisition. Land acquisition issues hinder new defense businesses. Policy making. The Defense Procurement Procedure, DPP, offset requirements are ineffective. Research spending. GERD remains stagnant at 0.7% of GDP, among the lowest in BRICS. Budget constraints. Salaries, pensions, and maintenance consume most of the defense budget, limiting strategic spending. Manufacturing convergence gap. Disagreements between manufacturers and defense forces on equipment specifications. Private sector participation, low due to reliance on DRD-owned defense PSUs and lack of a permanent arbitration tribunal. Why ahead? Boost private involvement. Establish a permanent arbitration cell for fair competition. Infrastructure development. Develop defense corridors in Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to enhance defense output. Increase FDI. Raise the FDI limit from 49% to 74% under the automatic route. Enhance research. Improve in-house design capabilities, inspired by the Naval Design Bureau. Implement Shikaker Committee. Increase retirement age to optimize government spending. Implement the recommendations of the Vijay Kelkar Committee. Encourage the involvement of the country's best firms in defense capability building. Pursue offset policy to bring in technology and investment. Explore synergies amongst the private sector, DPSUs, OFs, and DRDO to promote high technology capabilities. Create an environment for a quantum jump in the export of defense equipment and services. Defense modernization, diplomacy, and military power are two sides of the same coin. Investment in military maintenance and modernization enables a country's development by deterring hostile actions from other nations. India must upgrade its military to align with its economic growth, ensuring territorial integrity, societal protection, and advancing national interests like energy security, trade, and commerce. Need strategic autonomy. In the current geopolitical climate, India must preserve regional autonomy. Modernized defense capabilities are crucial for demonstrating sovereignty, as exemplified by the S-400 deal. Reduce imports. As one of the top 5 arms importers, India's dependence on foreign weapons leaves it vulnerable during emergencies. Strengthening domestic defense capabilities is essential. Complex conflicts. Modern threats like piracy, drug trafficking, extremism, terrorism, natural disasters, migration, and cybersecurity require advanced military capabilities beyond conventional combat. Global aspirations. India aims for global responsibility but lacks the capacity to support other nations effectively. Military modernization is vital for Indo-Pacific security, humanitarian aid, and disaster management. Institutional gap. The crucial positions of Chief of Defense Staff (CDS) and Military Advisor in the National Security Council Secretariat (NSCS) remain unfilled, hindering strategic decision-making. Challenges: increased manpower costs, rising labor costs, and modern warfare's changing nature require prioritizing and reorganizing the military. From 2009 to 10 to 2018 to 19, the Indian Armed Forces pension budget increased by a factor of 15 compared to a ratio of 2 for the overall defense budget. Fiscal shortfall. A significant portion of the military budget is dedicated to revenue expenditure, leaving little for capital spending and modernization. Lack of domestic manufacturing. Over-reliance on expensive imports and insufficient domestic production of military hardware hamper modernization efforts, despite the Make in India initiative. Undefined national security strategy. The absence of a clear national security strategy makes it challenging to prioritize risks and allocate resources effectively. Balancing threats along land-based and oceanic borders is crucial for comprehensive military growth. To ensure strategic autonomy, reduce reliance on imports, address complex modern threats, and fulfill global aspirations, India must prioritize military modernization despite existing challenges. Steps taken by the government. Mains Prahaar Booklets. The government of India has implemented policy adjustments as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan to attain self-reliance in defense equipment manufacture and acquisition while addressing strategic and national security concerns. Make in India for self-sufficiency in defense manufacturing. Notify a list of weapons platforms that are prohibited from being imported, along with year-by-year deadlines. Make imported spares more indigenous. The domestic capital acquisition is budgeted separately. To avoid near-term defense weaknesses, indigenous R&D must coexist alongside the import of innovative military technologies. Reforms in the Ordnance Factory Board, listing in stock market. To improve autonomy, accountability, and efficiency in ordnance supplies, the Ordnance Factory Board, OFB, is being corporatized and will eventually be listed on the stock market. Raising FDI limit. FDI limit in defense manufacturing under automatic route will be raised from 49% to 74%. Defense Procurement Policy, DPP Dhirendra Singh Committee recommendations. The Defense Procurement Procedure 2016 features a new category named by Indian IDDM, which stands for Indigenously Designed, Developed, and Manufactured. Fast-tracking procurement. DPP permitted the Defense Acquisition Council to procure weapons in a fast-track manner, which had previously been restricted to the armed forces. Increasing ICR. The Indigenous Content Ratio, ICR, in procurement was raised in the Draft Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020. For example, the new purchase, global manufacture in India, category was created to stimulate the establishment of overseas manufacturing plants in India. Improving military organization, OCDS post created. Establishment of the Department of Military Affairs. To improve the management of military resources and procurement, a new Department of Military Affairs was established. Tri-service capable theater commands. The current 17 single-service commands will be combined into 4 geographical commands, each with components from all 3 services. Turnover goal. By 2025, the Defense Ministry wants to turn over $25 billion (1.75 lakh crore) in defense manufacture and export $5 billion (35,000 crore) in military hardware. Separate budget. The Union Minister of Finance announced a separate budgetary provision for domestic defense procurements as part of efforts to promote indigenous manufacturing and reduce the defense import bill. New defense initiatives. Defense Procurement Procedure 2016 replaced DPP 2013. It made by Indian IDDM, indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured, the preferred method of buying defense goods. The Dhirendra Singh Committee advised this change. Defense Acquisition Council. DPP opened the Defense Acquisition Council to purchase weapons in a fast-track manner, which was previously solely available to the military forces. EBIS Portal, the Industrial License (IL) and Industrial Entrepreneur Memorandum (IM) application processes are now entirely online. Outsourcing and vendor development guidelines for DPSUs, Defense Public Sector Undertakings, and OFB, Ordnance Factory Board, to encourage private sector engagement, especially SMEs, small manufacturing businesses. For defense production, Uniform Custom Duty. All Indian enterprises, whether public or private, are subject to the same excise and custom duty levies to create a fair playing field between the public and private sectors of India. FDI policy. The FDI policy states that composite foreign investment up to 49% is permitted through the government channel, FIP, and that investment over 49% requires the case-by-case approval of the Cabinet Committee on Security, CCS. Liberalizing financial market. To encourage investment, restrictions have been lifted, such as the requirement that the single largest Indian shareholder own at least 51% of the stock and the total ban on foreign institutional investors, FI. Giving preference to the buy Indian, buy and make, Indian, and make acquisition categories over the buy global category, favoring the Indian industry and procurement. Defense export of India. According to Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, the nation's defense exports reached a record high of 15,920 crore in the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. According to the Defense Ministry, this is an increase of about 3,000 crores from the prior fiscal year and an increase of more than a factor of 10 since 2016 to 17. India presently exports to more than 85 nations. Currently, more than 100 companies export products for the military. Exports. Major platforms that India sells include the Dornier 228, 155mm advanced towed artillery guns, BrahMos missiles, Akash surface-to-air missiles, radars, simulators, armored vehicles, mine-resistant vehicles, Pinaka rocket launch systems, ammunition, thermal imagers, body armor, and others. Ecosystem of the Indian defense industry. India accounted for 11% of the worldwide market share for major armaments between 2017 and 21 and is one of the top importers in the world. To increase local manufacturing capacity and promote the use of modern technologies, the government has initiated several initiatives and reforms in the field of defense. Early in the new millennium, the government allowed up to 26% in foreign direct investments, FDI, while allowing 100% private sector participation in defense production. The Ministry of Defense's MOD, Defense Procurement Procedure, DPP lacked enough characteristics to attract private firms' participation. Therefore, this incentive did not improve the accessibility of defense contracts. Steps taken. Mission Def Space utilizes Indian startups and industry for innovative space solutions, addressing military needs in both offensive and defensive capabilities, benefiting both domestic and foreign military applications. Innovations for Defense Excellence, IDX, a central sector scheme aimed at modernizing the defense industry, with a focus on fostering innovation and collaboration among defense public sector undertakings, DPSUs, and domestic manufacturers. Defense Industrial Corridors, intended to boost the defense manufacturing ecosystem, promote domestic production, reduce imports, create employment opportunities, and support the growth of startups and micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. Way ahead, the significant improvements support India's larger objective of becoming a supplier of defense products that can compete with those of established international rivals and are a step in the right direction for advancing the Make in India initiative in the defense sector. The liberalized private sector actors have advanced and grown from first only producing parts to currently producing entirely locally. India is well positioned to take advantage of the prospective export opportunity because of its current reservoir of multi-domain engineering skills, low production costs, and cordial relationships with most other nations. Conclusion: improving defense capability, preserving national sovereignty, and achieving military superiority all depend on self-reliance and defense production. Additionally, the Indian government has stated that it intends to invest $130 billion in military modernization over the next 5 years. Previous year questions. What are the internal security challenges being faced by India? Give out the role of central intelligence and investigative agencies tasked to counter such threats. 2023. What are the maritime security challenges in India? Discuss the organizational, technical, and procedural initiatives taken to improve the maritime security. 2022. Analyze internal security threats and transborder crimes along Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Pakistan borders, including line of control, LOC. Also, discuss the role played by various security forces in this regard. 2020. Indian government has recently strengthened the anti-terrorism laws by amending the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UPA, 1967, and the NIA Act. Analyze the changes in the context of prevailing security environment while discussing the scope and reasons for opposing the UPA by human rights organizations. 2019. Cross-border movement of insurgents is only one of the several security challenges facing the policing of the border in northeast India. Examine the various challenges currently emanating across the India-Myanmar border. Also, discuss the steps to counter the challenges. 2019. The terms hot pursuit and surgical strikes are often used in connection with armed action against terrorist attacks. Discuss the strategic impact of such actions. 2016. Human rights activists constantly highlight the view that the Armed Forces Special Powers Act 1958, AFSPA, is a draconian act leading to cases of human rights abuses by the security forces. What sections of AFSPA are opposed by the activists? Critically evaluate the requirement with reference to the view held by the Apex Court. 2015. G24JUNE 2024. Essay. Thixandessa. A. Tolgarg J. Sir Ethics SH Course 20 Price? 15,000, offline, 10,000, online. Copy ethics discussion and question-answer format. Coverage of 150 plus ethics and 50 plus essay questions. Theme-wise essay coverage. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. Evaluation by faculty. 1-to-1 sessions with faculty for personal doubts. Special focus on time management, tackling philosophical essays, case studies are content, and Ochelwailayiden. Free material. IBS, SX. 1 Uden 300 is Ezek 3, current, Tony MR To, Johnner 3034 PM UMS 2034. Free material. Comprehensive coverage 11-year PYQ solution, prelims plus mains. Uden, prelims static revision. Uden plus 500, prelims current affairs revision. P*** Haynes Wallah. Mains revision. Test series. Integrated daily prelims plus mains year-long tests. MB** Bori for UPSC Civil Services exam. Current affairs. Monthly current affairs magazine. IONWM. Prelims wallet test. Tort, 10 FM Polydine Cert. Timmit 2074. Test series. 35 plus tests for prelims. Monthly editorial Wallah. November 2023. Monthly editorial compilation. Daily class notes and practice questions. Free material. Quick revision booklets. Classroom content. All content available in Hindi and English. ISBN 978-81-19130-97-9 Q. Karolbach, M. Mukherjee Nagar, Lucknow. Putna 9788119 130979.